Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's Freaky Friday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 wonderful races from the kingdom. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I'm joined once again by my trusty former analyst, Mr. Rory Delaghi. Friday, good card. What are we looking forward to? Yeah, it is a good card, and I'm looking forward particularly to the last two races where we've got a lot of quality. And yeah, but there's some interesting. We start with the cracker. That's a really nice open race. A few of our old friends from Taif showing up in that as well. So yeah, I just really like the card all the way through, to be honest. Yeah, it's one of our old friends from Taif is not showing up in that first race. Taj Neom is a big non-runner in our opener. But let's focus on some horses who are going to be taking their chance today. Here are three that really caught our eye as we were going through the cards. The first horse is Lethal Talent. She's looking for the hat-trick for Jimmy Jerkin. She's been really smart recently and seems to have found a whole new lease of life since joining the Jerkin string. She goes later on in our card and she'll be hard to beat in race 8. The next horse we've got to look at is Group 1 winner Adat. He returned this season with an imperious victory last time out. He's looking for bigger and better things, but he goes in our penultimate contest, race 11, in stepping up slowly to bigger and brighter tasks. And finally, we've got Medbas, who could be a potential Saudi Cup horse. He won his last 3 last season, including an absolute facile success in Group 3 company. So he'll be hoping to kick off his season in the best of fashion, and I can't wait to see how he gets on. Rory, I think Medbas is a horse who we're all looking forward to seeing. You're doing him down, mate. He won a Group 1. The Group 1, there we go. It's the King Abdulaziz Cup, and he won by 3.5 lengths, and I think it could have been about 6 lengths if he wasn't geared down in the last 100 metres. So he's the most exciting horse on the card today. I'm really looking forward to seeing him for the first time. Yes, he runs in our Group 3 finale today, a horse that we're certainly looking forward to seeing, but there are plenty of others we want to get our teeth stuck into. The man doing all the commentary today, telling us about all these excited horses, is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Yes, hello to you, Callum, and to Rory, and to everyone watching as well on YouTube. Looking forward to the schedule today. As you mentioned, looking forward to that Grade 3 at the end of the card today. What's that, around 8:20 local time, race 12. But before that, we kick off with a 16-runner opener. Looking forward to that 1,200 metres. Then we've got a nominals of 4 race. We've got a race for the Arabian horses, handicap. Then we've got a couple of maidens for locally bred horses, an open race, a 0-85 handicap that's quite competitive at around 6:05. A fillies open contest over the 1,800 metres after that. Then back to the Arabian breds for their handicap race over 2,000 metres at 7:05 local time. A fillies open on the back of that. And then the Jcsa challenge race over the 7 furlongs. We stretch back up to the mile for the feature race, the Ministry of Defence Cup, that local Group 3. Just the 9 runners in there, but plenty of quality in that finale. Let's kick on to race 1. Now, there are some scratchings here. King's Guard was quite a late withdrawal, so take him out, 7. Also take out 15, Taj Neom, and 18 line of departure, which means we're down to 16 runners. Number 1 is Scots Moon, Yasser Al-Bakari. 2, National Gallery, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 3, Sunset and Vine, written by Ahmed Al-Azari. 4, Recall the Show, Adel Al-Faradi. 5 is Bravado, Alex Moreno. 6 is Al-Bahar, written by Isa Al-Shamari. 7 is Out, Kingsguard. 8, the rider I've got now is Mohammed Al-Shamari on 8. Najm Al-Medmar, written by Mohammed Al-Shamari. 9, Dr. Zemph is Ricardo Ferreira. 10, Ryan's Party, Ahmed Al-Shrar. 11, Bakil, Mohammed Aldaham. 12, Al-Hazem, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 13 is Barb for Camillo Ospina. 14, Al-Migdam, Ali Al-Matib. 15 is Out. 16, Sunningdale, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 17, Income, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 18 is Out. 19 runs, Janar Al-Dayar for Sultan Al-Memoni. So there we go. Take out 7, 15 and 18. And the rider on number 8 is Mohammed Al-Shamari. Runners are in the paddock. Let's go back to you, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for giving us those runners and riders. And yes, Rory, we start off with a bang, 1,200 metres, but this is an open contest, and we've seen plenty of these before, plenty of old favourites here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a pretty open race as well, by the looks of it.
Yes, wide open contest. Shout out to Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah, who is a colours we know very well from the UK, the white and green colours. They're not flying along with winners, but they keep winning big races, and they've got 2 horses with big chances in this. We'll work our way from the top to the bottom, and we'll start with Scots Moon.
Yeah, Scots Moon's not for me, it's here, and looks outclassed in this company.
National Gallery, the first for the owner here.
Wasn't at his best last time out in Taif, but had a very good season there. Beat Ryan's Party a few starts ago, was third to Ryan's Party 2 starts back and 3 starts back. And that was his most recent run against Ryan's Party. It was a 6 furlong open at Taif. He'd beaten that horse in a non-winners of 4 back in meeting 33, so they're old rivals.
Horse number 3 is Sunset and Vine, probably wants a turf.
Yeah, but he had Ryan's Party and National Gallery behind him when winning a 7 furlong open at Taif and meeting 51. So we know that he's more than capable on his day on this surface. Hasn't been at his very best since, but if he bounces back to that form, he's a player here.
Recall the Show is horse number 4.
Left Bedn Al Sabai after meeting 56. And he hasn't quite been at his best in 2 starts since, beating 8.5 lengths in a Jcsa challenge over 7 furlongs last time out.
Bravado is horse number 5.
Had been a little bit out of sorts in Taif, but bounced back to form when 4 lengths forth to Taparik, Al-Khalek and Taj Neom in a course and distance not to 90 last time out. If he can build on that, then he's hard to rule out as well.
Al-Baha is number 6.
Rated 59 and running poorly at the moment. Pass.
Najm Al-Medma is horse number 8.
Yeah, didn't run too badly at Taif and meeting 53, but well beaten. Switched to Riyadh last time out, and even if he's back to his best, he's got a bit of work to do.
Dr. Zemph, fascinating runner, horse number 9.
Rating of 107, he stands out here if he can show his best form, but of course he's a turf performer, and his best form is at 7 furlong, winning the 2,000 guineas trial at Leopardstown last season, and last seen in winning action in the Ballycorus Stakes at Group 3 at Leopardstown in June 2022. This is his Saudi Arabian debut. Interestingly, he was bought for $300,000 at Fasig Tipton in July this year. So he
did some work in the US. He had some runs. Won an optional claimer on debut there, and then ended up running in some very good graded races out there and was defeated in all 3 starts. But he'll certainly be, I think, one to watch in this contest. Bearing in mind he's had that experience of going overseas at least.
Exactly. Yeah, and what he might lack for fitness here, but he's got a big chance in terms of class.
Ryan's Party is one who certainly won't be lacking for fitness. He'll be red hot and ready for this.
No, he's been kept very busy all season. Not really at his best in Riyadh, but he was a dual winner in Taif, kept banging heads with National Gallery. No better than 4th since switching back to Riyadh, and a little bit of work to do here.
Bakil won't have to worry about Mahalik this week.
Indeed, he was well held by Mahalik last time out, but that was a good enough performance and beaten 4 lengths in that non-winners of 4 over course and distance. He was second to Ryan's Party at Taif back in meeting 48, and he's one to bear in mind here with a rating of 90.
Al-Hazem, number 12.
Al-Hazem I couldn't fancy off a rating of 57. This is not his class.
Balb was last seen beating First Line, who since boosted that form tenfold.
Yeah, Balb's a funny one in that his first 2 runs in Taif last season were terrible and it gave the impression that he hadn't trained on from his good 2-year-old season here, but he bounced right back to form. Always up with the pace when beating First Line by 3/4 of a length, with Groom behind him in meeting 51. Now that form has worked out again since, with First Line winning here, and the form of First Line's win here has subsequently been franked yesterday actually. So Balb is an interesting one if he's able to show that form. Obviously, it took him a while to come to hand in Taif, so I don't know whether he'd be ready first time here, but we see him on screen at the moment. He certainly looks ready to me. He
looks fit enough, doesn't he? Just a bit jig-joggy. We'll hear more from Shamila about that one. Al Magdam is horse number 14.
Yeah, rating a 76. He's useful enough on his day, but he's still a maiden, and this looks too hard for him.
Sunningdale, horse number 16.
Was a nursery winner for Paul Cole, Mohammed Tamti riding back in the UK, but no impact in 3 runs in Saudi Arabia last season. He's had more time to acclimatise now, but even on the pick of his form, this is a bit too tough for him.
The owner has an interesting one running much later on in the card. Income, number 17.
Won a 0-85 apprentice handicap 2 starts back, and then was beaten 9.5 lengths, went third to Al Faisal Leia in a Phillies Open last time out. Sunset Flash was second that day. Place claims if showing that sort of form. This is a little bit tougher, I think.
Jana Aldeia is horse at number 19.
Really 59 and only won 1 from 19 starts, so he looks out of his depth.
Well, those are the runners, and in our opening contest, a few of these would make anybody's shortlist. I'm fascinated about Balb, horse number 13. We just saw with a bit jig-joggy in the parade ring, but certainly a horse for me that on his juvenile form will be really hard to beat. Someone who's seen him up close in the parade ring is Shamila, and she can give us her eye catcher right about now.
Thank you very much, Callum. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for joining us live on YouTube. Now, there is a horse in race number 8 in the Phillies Open that I am really, really looking forward to seeing again. Quick turnaround for her, but fingers crossed for Habibi Go Lucky in the 8th contest of the evening under Khalid Al Mamoni. So hopefully she can get that win finally. I mean, she's been trying her heart out all season, and she's been in the placings for the last few runs, so she definitely deserves a win. Now, let's talk about the horses in this opening contest. My eye catcher and my paddock selection is going to go with horse number 11, Bakhil, rated 92 under Mohammed Al Adham, who's been in great form, and so has Thamar Al Dehani as well. Both have been in really good form. They managed to rack up a big winner 2 weekends ago as well. This is a 92 rated chestnut gelding 3-year-old, and he just looks really, really well in the parade ring. I couldn't not choose him. 2 other horses that I really liked is horse number 5, Bravado, for Alex Moreno, who would definitely be my second choice, and horse number 13, Balb, is looking really, really well in himself. He's got dapples all over his coat, which is a really good sign as well. It just means that they're really happy in themselves. And he was a little bit jig-joggy, however, not getting hot whatsoever, so I don't think it will be a red flag.
Thank you, Shamila. As we can just see a couple of runners heading down to post there. That was National Gallery. Interesting runner, isn't he? Because his early season Taif form was really good. He looked to be a horse to follow in Taif, but it's all gone off the boil recently.
Yeah, but you say that, but he's only put in 1 moderate run in Taif, and that turned out reasonably quickly at the end of the season. So I've got no real issue with National Gallery. He's been given a bit of a break since last seen, and has his first taste of Riyadh this season. So. Not an easy one to rule out if you ignore the last run, and I don't think that's that hard to do.
Is he someone you'd be willing to put in your shortlist, even on the back of that poor run?
Yeah, I'd just ignore the run. He'd be, if I was making a short list of 5, he'd probably be on it. But if I was making a very short list, he might get kicked off.
Yeah, I thought he was stepped up in trip last time as well, so I think coming back down to 1,200 metres should help him a little bit as well.
On the subject of jockeys, who would you say has had the choice of rides, if either?
I think this is Mohammed Al Hubail who's had the pick, isn't it? I'm pretty sure we've seen him plenty of times in these colours, and he's had the pick. But again, we don't know whether he's had the pick or he's been told which
exactly,
right.
Yeah. And National Gallery has a slightly higher rating, rated 93 to Bakhil's 90, but Bakhil is getting a kilo, which means the difference between them on the official rating is only a pound.
And Bakhil ran last week with a lot of credit. We're just seeing him in shot now, actually going down towards the post. There is Bakhil. Ran very well behind Mahalik, couldn't land a blow that day. And you'd be slightly concerned about the quick turnaround here, would you not?
He takes his racing pretty well, Bakil, but yes, it's always, whenever they're turned out within a week, it's always a slight question mark, unless they've got proven form with a quick turnaround.
There's Baub as well in short, very talented juvenile who looked to be going the wrong way as a 3-year-old, but has finally, I should say, found his best form. He'll be a 4-year-old to follow, hopefully, if he can do the work today, because if he was to win today, he'd throw his hat right into the ring of those top sprinters.
Yeah, I was surprised by his win last time out, simply because, you know, from my experience at Taif, he'd finished 12th twice and had looked like a little bit of a busted flush, but he looked a lot better that day. He got close to the lead, which I think is probably important to him, and he was strong at the finish, and the form, as I said, it's worked out since as well.
Let's take a look at Baub in action right now. This is this run where he won, beating First Line, who you'll see on the inside. Now, First Line has gone on to be a real form booster, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got really good form in Riyadh since this. We haven't seen Baub since, but the pair of them pulled away from the field. There were a lot of horses in good form here. Groom, we see with the red cap running on into third. And
Infrared back and forth.
Infrared
well,
and the blue cap and the pink colours in fourth, who'd come into this race in very good form as well. So this is a little bit of a shock to us at the time. The first two were coming back to form out of the blue, but the form is very solid. The time was good. They're being closed down a little bit late in the day there, but I think Baub, he looks terrific today, and I'd be pretty positive about him.
Let's take a look at Bakil in action as well. This is his run last time out. He's behind Mahalik. You'll just see Mahalik says go, and Bakil just misses the kick there, and it's over within a matter of strides there. Alex Moreno exuding confidence on the winner.
Yeah, and obviously we know what to expect from Mahalik. He's always capable of going clear of his field, and you wouldn't want to be giving up on Bakil at this stage, because Mahalik tends to run on empty in the last 100 yards, but he's built up a big lead here, and he ends up holding on by 4 lengths. Rovanemi just fading out of things in third on the rail. Solid run from Bakil, but he needs to do a little bit better to win this, I would have thought.
For me, one we haven't really given it enough of a shout out is Income, who's done nothing badly at all this season, really. Third last time out against Sunset Flash and Alpha Salaya as well, 2 very good horses. He gave Sunset Flash a fright 2 starts before that, and with a winner in meeting 59. So surely Income would have a chance. She's one to watch here.
She is. She seems to be improving. Runner-up before winning that 0-85 Apprentice Handicap 2 starts back, and the third to Alface Leia was a very good effort last time out. So she's rated 94, which is also receiving weight as a filly in this race, and that brings her bang into the reckoning.
She's just got that problem with being drawn wide in a classy affair, because there'll be plenty of pace down towards her inside, and she might not be able to get across. She had a nice run through the race last time.
Yeah, we saw that as an issue yesterday. If you're hung out wide in that bend, you're in trouble. We did see one winner as a horse with a massive class advantage, racing 5 wide and still winning. But generally speaking, you want to be able to save ground around the bend. And obviously, in uncompetitive races, you can get over from a bad draw. In races like this, which look very tight, I think it'll be tough for her. But she's got a form chance. Just
seeing Dr. Zenf just at the back of shot there. He might come into shot in a little bit. He's in those yellow and red colours. You just see him right at the back of your shot there. He's a gorgeous individual, Dr. Zenf. You can see why Connections parted with 425,000 guineas when he was a yearling.
Yeah, slightly cheaper when he was resold in July. He'd done plenty when he didn't win in the States. Where his form was in pattern races on turf. He's still unproven on a dirt surface. That's the question with him. But he's rated 107. And if he's as effective on dirt, then he wins this. But that's a big enough if.
We saw Palermo get her head in front on dirt debut, having shown plenty of good form on turf. And you could argue that his form might be a bit stronger than what Palermo showed.
Yeah, obviously Palermo was in a different type of contest, but yes, just because you haven't got dirt form doesn't mean you're not going to take to the dirt. And I imagine he would have worked on dirt in the States, so that might not be an issue for him. So he's got terrific. I mean, he was a dual Group 3 winner in Ireland, and those are pretty tough races.
Let's go for some selections. Who do you like here, Rory?
I'm going to go away from Dr. Zenf with a slight question mark about his readiness on the surface, and go with Baub, who seems to be in really good order.
Yep, so Rory's going with Baub. Shamila is going for Bakil. I was torn between Income and Dr. Zenf, but the draw has done it for me, so I'm going to go for the debutant, Dr. Zenf. So it's number 9 for myself, it's number 11 for Shamila, and number 13 for Rory. Let us know who you like in the YouTube comments, and remember, we're live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays here from Saudi Arabia. Turn on that bell notification so you never miss an episode. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I was kind of copying your notes a bit. I made it between Income and Dr. Zemph as well. I did like Dr. Zemph's form with Ger Lyons that Rory was referring back to. He was a classy horse, but obviously the question marks over the surface. I get that, but he might just be good enough. Might need to beat these. Ricardo Ferreira, there he is. He looks magnificent, Dr. Zemph. In the yellow and red, if you're with him. Kind of light blue, very light blue saddlecloth for the 9. Income, another horse who had some smart form over here. She's a little bit wider out, as you say. Of course, the 3-line runners now, she's not quite as wide as she might have been. A couple less wide than she was. This is number 8, Najm Al Medmar, now ridden by Mohammed Al Shamari. Another horse that looked quite well in the prelims. Looks very fit. And there is Recall the Show. Looks very relaxed at the moment. He's yet to go in those blue blinkers for Adel Al-Faradi. But the one that's causing us an issue at the moment is Najm Al Medmar. What a fantastic group of stalls handlers we have here at Riyadh. They really do seem to be able to coax these horses in, even the most reluctant of participators. This is number 4, Recall the Show. The most relaxed on the way down. He goes in. And we're not far away from action here. Just about set, I think. 1 or 2 shouts from the riders, but we're ready. Start to hit the button and they're off. Turning right out of the stalls was Sunset and Vine. Did Recall the Show no favours whatsoever, and Recall the Show trails them early doors. One that broke really well is Najm Al Medmar. Has come right across towards the rails in one pronounced manoeuvre to go on. To racing in second place, Bakil, the white cap. In third then is Barb, who's handy. Dr. Zemph has got a lovely sit, has got the box seat just in behind. The yellow and red colours moving nicely. Behind those further back in the field to find Scott's Moon, number 1 on the inside, who's got his head to one side. Income is wider out, light colours, white cap, and they're followed by Ryan's Party in the black and white as they're already thunder past the halfway point here. They're not hanging about. Up front, it's now Bakil who's taking it up as they come around the turn into the straight. Bakil stretching on now, but Dr. Zemph is quickly on his case in second and is moving nicely too for Ricardo Ferreira. He's now asking the question though of Dr. Zemph. Can he catch this leader who's digging down deep in the final furlong? Bakil. Bakil to Dr. Zemph. Third place on the outside, trying to pick up there is Barb as they go close home. Dr. Zemph is in trouble here. It's Bakil in front. Bakil from Barb. Barb finishing strongly stand side. Going to get close. Bakil and Barb in that order, I think. I think Bakil has held Barb's late effort. And they were clear of Dr. Zemph at every chance, but did not pick up when the questions were asked. And the front 3 were clear. But Bakil, all heart in front for Mohammed Aldaham, has won it. This son of Sioux Nation for the Aldehani stable. He has drifted off the fence slightly. I wonder if they might have a look at that, because they have come quite close in the final 200 metres. No doubt about that. He's certainly drifted out in towards Bulb. It's ahead in the end, possibly intimidation. They might look at that. 11 the winner. 1 minute 11.84 seconds ahead. Back to Bulb in second. Dr. Zemph, number 9, in third place. Recall the Show did some late work because he was hampered early on to be fourth. The winner has drifted off the fence, though. But anyway, provisionally 11, 13, 9. Well done to the VT department picking out those as well. Bakil and Barb in that order. Dr. Zemph finishing back in third place.
Well, first off, very well done to the whole team. I was on Bakil. Rory was on the horse that came second, Bulb, and Callum was on the horse that came third, Dr. Zemf. So very well done to all of us there in that competition. And Bakil absolutely blew the competition out of the water. I wonder if there will be a Stewart's inquiry, though, as there was slight interference. So I'm sure I will get you more information on that as the day progresses. But you can't deny that Bakil was going to win today. As soon as he jumped out of the stalls, he looked ready for it. And just really, really good result for trainer Thamar Al-Dehani as well. And this is the first time Mohammed Al-Adham has ridden Bakil. So it's good to see that Thamar is giving Mohammed these chances. I think he's severely underrated. I think he is a really, really strong jockey. So hopefully he can give us an interview as well. Just having his final words there with trainer Thamar Al-Dehani. Congratulations, Mohammed. Well done. It's the first time you rode Bakil in this race. He looked very strong.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the God and for the owner and the trainer. He gave me this horse, and mashallah, fast horse. And today he came very good. Alhamdulillah, I win. No Camilo catch me.
Did you think Camilo was going to catch you in the end?
Yeah, because when the break for the gate, the beginning, I see Camilo break good and he stay close. I know horse Camilo, very good horse. But alhamdulillah, I go fly before he come to me.
Do you think there will be any inquiry because there was a little bit interference?
Because my horse go a little bit outside. Paul, you need to go outside, but inshallah, no problem.
Well done, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Yes, lovely to hear from Mohammed Al-Daham there, who has profited from his first ride aboard Bakil. And just to put this horse into perspective and what a fun horse he must be to own and train, he won at the beginning of August back in meeting 27 in Taif, and he's now done it at the back end of December in meeting 80. It did get a bit tight towards the end, and the stewards will probably have a little bit of a look, but Rory, it would be a lot for them to change the result here, wouldn't it?
Well, it's a pretty narrow verdict, but it happens very late in the day. And looking at the side on it, didn't seem to me that the runner-up was stopped in his run. But they get very close in the last 50 metres, so I wouldn't like to call that. But I wouldn't say that I felt desperately unlucky with Bulb.
I'll tell you what, the stewards will be having a look at. The riding of Scott's Moon there. Horse number 1 was all over the place. That's the second time he bumped National Gallery. Both times come around the bend, and then you get a third time he's just not handling the bend at all. But the jockey has to have a little bit more control than that, because he's actually caused a bit of a concertina effect that's probably ended up affecting Ryan's party most of all.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. There was plenty going on in the backwash there. I'm not entirely sure I blame the jockey for it. He just looked almost uncontrollable around that bend. His jockey's tried to keep him in, but when you're hanging like that, it's very difficult for the jockey to correct that without virtually pulling up, to be honest.
We can see Dr. Zemf came there travelling really nicely, probably beaten by 2 race-fit rivals, but certainly a horse I will be adding to my Saudi notebook, because I was really impressed with how he went through the race. Yeah,
he's travelled best of all. He just hasn't lasted home on his first run for a while. There was no issue with the surface as far as I could tell. And he'll be winning races here. I mean, he's got a run style that's slightly better suited to turf. Travels very strongly. He's clearly got a turn of foot there. But I don't think he'll have any trouble winning on dirt, and he'll be pretty easy to place here as well. Yeah,
Ricardo Ferreira, you can just see probably the least active of all the jockeys there, thinking he's going to just be able to breeze up sides, but you've got to get past Bakil, who's a tough customer, and then you had Baub again running back to the form that we thought he had of his old days.
Yeah, as I said, Baub came right back to form last time out and looked in magnificent shape here, so we weren't really concerned about his fitness. And whatever it was, he maybe just didn't like the deep surface at Taif in his first couple of starts. When he won, he posted a much better time than they were doing earlier in the season there when the track was riding at its deepest.
Yeah, so Baub just coming in there, unable to close the gap. The stewards may have a peep. We might get a drone cam shot of it, and we'll see just how far the winner had actually drifted over, but there's no separators on the line. They do get quite close, but I just don't think it'll be close enough. In behind, there was a horror story for Income, who again we saw probably posted wide in a race like this would have trouble getting in. That's exactly what happened. Had trouble getting in. Sunningdale could never get involved, but that was expected, and we'll see them from the jump here. And Scott's Moon, that's the one to watch. Horse number 1, never looking comfortable.
No, he's slightly slow to break, but the real issue here is he was probably the lowest rated in the race, wasn't he, Scots Mooner, very close to it. And the fact that he's able to get up there from his inside draw has ended up causing problems because he's hung off the bend very quickly. We skip on past that. We see Najm Al-Maymar, another one of the outsiders, showing early speed there. But it soon became clear that Bakil and Dr. Zemf were going to play a big part in the finish. They've come past that pace setter at this stage. Bakil in front, Dr. Zemf at this stage travelling best, but when he's let down he doesn't find an awful lot on the surface, and that's probably just a lack of conditioning really on his first start. He certainly travelled like a dream. Balb has been pulled out wide, as he was when he was successful in Taif on his last start, and found plenty for pressure to go very close at the line, but couldn't quite get his head in front.
You're a big fan of the markings on this horse, aren't you, Rory? You think he's got a gorgeous face marking.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unusual mark. It looks like he's got a blaze and someone's filled in the middle part of it, so you can just see eyebrows and a snip underneath. But yes, very unusual, but quite attractive markings.
Mohammed Al-Aham, a jockey that Shamila mentioned, very underrated, but certainly knows how to get them across the line in first.
He does, yeah.
Shamila is in the winners enclosure, and I think we're celebrating some landmarks.
Thank you very much, Callum. We haven't seen Bakil in the winners' enclosure since Taif back in August. However, today is the strongest he's looked, I think.
Yeah, Bakil, he's a very good horse, sprinter horse. Since he was in Europe, he loved the 5 furlong. He's been blessed in group, you know, in a 5 furlong. But here, 6 furlong and 7 furlong and fast race. Anytime he jump and he kick in the front easy, he continue the race. That's what I know. And he need a double race because he's a hard work at home. He's not easy horse to be fit 100%. That's why I double him, because he ran last week. He was unfit when he ran. But today I know he's fit since I saddle him. I tell Muhammad, today be careful, your horse is good.
And you and Mohammed are becoming a really good team, it seems, as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with Muhammad, and also other Muhammad, second Muhammad. All Muhammad, they are good with the stable, with the Prince, and the Prince, they love them. They said they're doing the best, and I'm happy because our chance with them now.
And yeah, your horses, your stable is doing really, really well. You must be proud of them, especially we don't see you winning races like first race. We usually see you at the end of the card.
Yeah, I know, yeah. This is because it's an open race for 6 furlong, but I have good horses, but coming on in this season, I won the big cup for the Ministry of Guard, you know, and I'm happy to do the best, you know, for this cup. And our stable is going, his form is up. I don't want him to be down, you know. I want to continue in the same base, you know.
Well, I hope you do. Congratulations, Dhamar. Well done.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
Throw you back to Enzo to take us through the runners and riders for the second contest of the day.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, still 11-13-9 the result there in race number 1. On to race 2 we go then. 13 go here without number 12, Coco Kabbalah, who's come out. Number 1 is Motta Marsek, a grey for Abdullah Al Rashed. 2 is Clodovi, Alex Moreno. 3, Al Mustorad, Ahmed Al Azari. 4, Kabar, Khalid Al Mimoni. 5, Manhattanville, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 6 is Groom, who's been running well here, Abdullah Al Ajmi. 7 is Guillavant, used to be trained over here by Darrell Holland, Abdullah Al Hussein. 8 is Assad Ayad Al Tarisi on board. 9, Sense of Dominance, Luis Morales. 10, Run Teddy Run, Tariq Al Mansour. 11, Jukebox, Selman Al Rashid. 12 is out here, Coco Kabbalah's a late scratch. 13, Dignity Joy, Abdullah Al Kradis. And 14, Al Azma for Mohammed Al Hubail. So a field of 13 here. Guillavant certainly be running well without winning. Could have a chance. Let's go back though to Callum and Rory.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony Ennis, and hopefully we can do better than the 3rd place we managed as a team last time. This is Motmasek here, horse number 1.
Yeah, all 3 wins have come at a mile. Changed stables, and his better effort this season when 3.5 lengths 3rd in a 0-75 handicap last time out, and needs to step up a little bit on that.
Clodovia is horse number 2.
Clodovia has a rating of 67 and has been running respectably of late, but I think this is a little bit too tough when you consider the better horses in this race.
Al Mustarad is horse number 3.
Best effort of late, wins 6th beaten 8 3/4 lengths in the course and distance, non-winners of 4 last time out behind Alotabi, but a little bit more needed if he's going to get involved here.
Cabar's number 4.
Rated 65 and running poorly at the moment, easy enough to put a line through.
Manhattanville is number 5.
Rated 63 and running poorly at the moment, even easier to put a line through.
Groom is number 6. He's not running poorly.
He's not running poorly, no. He was ahead of Al Mustarad, but behind Givont when 5th behind Alotabi last time out. Prior to that, he was a 7 3/4 lengths 4th in a similar event behind Rebellia Stage. That was a strong contest, I thought. We'll see footage of that later. His best efforts give him a big chance here, Grim.
Yeah, Giovant looked gorgeous in the parade ring.
Yeah, obviously was in front of Groom last time out. Finished fast, went second to Al Rahub in a course and distance, not to 85, 2 starts back, and then was 3rd behind Alotabi in a strong race last time out. Comes here in a good vein of form and should run well again.
Assad is horse number 8.
Not running particularly well, only 13th in meeting 66, and a rating of 69 says that even if he does find his form, he's not going to be one of the principals here.
Sense of Dominance, number 9.
Sense of Dominance beat Fast Star 2 3/4 lengths when winning a 7 furlong maiden on his debut in quite a good time. You'd have thought he'd improve on that as well, and he's a good looker who's one to take seriously here.
Run Teddy Run is horse number 10.
Run Teddy Run was 3rd to Great Scott in an 1800 metre open last time out, but all his form is at a mile and beyond, and I think even this 7 furlong trip is too sharp for him.
Jukebox number 11.
Getting very warm, Jukebox, I noticed. He's been off well over a year and wasn't running particularly well when last seen.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this one?
Yeah, thanks, Callum. I was just trying to find my paddock selection, but he is actually going out early, much earlier than the other horses. Is cut in front of horse number 1. It's horse number 9, Sense of Dominance, for Louis Morales. I was really impressed with him last time out when he won, and he just looks like a monster in the parade ring. He has really, really well-defined muscles, and I couldn't not choose him. And that goes against every grain of my being because Groom is in this race, and I absolutely love this horse. He's been pretty hard done by recently, but I mean, Sense of Dominance, wow, what a monster. He looks really, really well. And the trainer as well, Shala Al-Dehani, has had some really good horses as of late. And pretty quick turnaround. Only 5 meetings ago, we saw Sense of Dominance when I'm just watching him canter down to the start here, and he looks incredible. His neck is just pure. He's just pure muscle. I'm really impressed with how he looks. So I would be surprised if anyone could get in front of him, but I'm slightly hoping Groom does. But I also really like the look of horse number 7, G Won't, as well, under Abdullah Al Hussein for Abdullah Al Munif. So best of luck to them as well. But I will be siding with Sense of Dominance this time.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, Sense of Dominance, interesting runner having come out of the USA. Dignity Joy, we haven't mentioned, number 13.
Yeah, I think it goes downhill towards the end. We hadn't actually mentioned Coco Cabana either. He's the non-runner. Dignity Joy, again, coming here badly out of form, difficult to fancy.
Alasma is horse number 14.
Alasma's at least higher rated, got a rating of 72, but that was a bad return just last week, finishing dead last. So Alasma's got plenty to prove.
Yes, there's certainly a few of these. There's Jukebox just going down to post now. Horse number 11 just got a bit warm in the proceedings, but we're going to have a look at horse number 9, Sense of Dominance. This is his win on Saudi debut last time. Now, he was a runner in the US, but I think he's the perfect type of horse to bring to Saudi Arabia because he was a maiden in the US.
Yes, this was him winning in maiden company over this track and trip, beating Fast Start 2 3/4 lengths. The pair of them broke away from the rest of the field quite a long way from home, and then Sense of Dominance lived up to his name by going clear by that 2 3/4 length margin. Really likeable performance. Good time, 1 minute 26.47. There are others in this field who will have gone faster than that. Givon did 1:26.28. Groom has gone 1:25.81. But to do that on your debut suggests that there should be a fair bit more to come. And I'd like to think Sense of Dominance will progress enough to be very competitive here.
We're having a look at Groom here. This is him coming around the outside. This is him finishing 4th last time out. Bang, right on the 1st of December.
Yeah, this was actually a couple of starts ago when he was 4th behind Rebellia Stage, see Rebellia Stage with the white face going clear late on. But good horses in 2nd and 3rd as well. And although Groom maybe wasn't absolutely at his best here, he sticks on gallantly as he always does to finish 4th. And I would have thought, again, he'll be very competitive. On the ratings, he's the one to beat. Got a rating of 92 here, obviously carrying the top weight of 62 kilos with that. So he's giving 4 kilos away to Sense of Dominance, and that might well be the difference here.
They couldn't look more different, could they? Grew much more narrow and fine-built. Sense of Dominance, typical American, big, strong, powerful individual.
Yeah, whether Sense of Dominance will ever want any further than this, I would doubt, given the way he's put together. Groom, we know all about him. He's had plenty of races here, 27 runs, and he's been kept very busy this season. We saw lots of him in Taif, and he was here almost straight away early in the season, ran at meeting 54 and then meeting 57. Obviously, there's a little bit of a break between the end of the Taif season and the start of the Riyadh season, but 4 runs already in Riyadh for Groom, so fitness never an issue with him.
With a race like this, Sense of Dominant probably going to be the early leader, which means we're going to get a strong pace, which could suit Run Teddy Run. We're dropping back to Run Teddy Run's minimum distance here, but he ran a good race behind a very talented individual in Great Scott last time out.
He did. I mean, that was over 1,800 metres, and I would say 1,800 metres is probably his ideal trip. He stays a mile very well and gets beyond that as well, so I would be concerned about him getting out of his grind in a well-run race over 7 furlongs.
The other one, the horse that I really like, Jcsa, I think he's a really good selection here, the son of Acclaim. You just see him in the background of shot there. I know Shamila was caught the eye by Sense of Dominance, but she also said Jcsa looked very good in the parade ring too, and really caught my eye. Big, strong neck individual as well. Yeah,
he's been running very well in the frame in his last 3 starts here. Again, another one he's been kept very busy. He's having his 6th start in Riyadh already this season. He finished fast when second to Al Rahub 2 starts ago. Was beaten a bit further though. That was in a stronger race when third to Al Otaibi last time out.
That Al Rahub form doesn't look worth the paper it's written on now, does it? As that horse ran a stinker yesterday.
He did, yeah. I mean, in fairness, there's a little bit of there's a bit of depth behind that. But yeah, I say that his 3rd last time out is a better indicator of exactly where he is. Jcsa. Sometimes when the horse is finishing really fast, as he does from off the pace, can be slightly misleading. But he backed that up with a solid effort last time out, and he won't be far away again if running to that level. And given that he's strung 3 good efforts together in his last 3 starts, you'd imagine he will.
Yeah, so let's look about some selections here, Rory, because I'm interested to see who you're going for. We know Shamila's set her ways with Sense of Dominance, but she'll be keeping a side eye on Groom as well. Who do you like here?
Yeah, Groom and Sense of Dominance were my shortlist as well, but Sense of Dominance, again, like Shamila, convinced me with the way he looked. I was wondering, would he look as well as he did on debut? He very much does. So I think with the weight he's getting from Groom, he'll take the beating.
You know what he reminds me of? Off the map, of the same owners, the son of Liam's Map, who was very impressive a lot when we saw him last time, hasn't run since. They put him in a handicap company. I'm surprised he didn't get a rating, Sense of Dominant, considering he's had all those runs in the US. Yes,
but obviously the local handicap are clearly not that. Well, obviously we see horses coming over here for purebred Arabian races carrying ratings from Poland and France. So it is a little bit unusual you don't have a rating based on US form.
My selection will be Jcsa here, so I like horse number 7, and Rory and Shamila both like horse number 9. This is a crackerjack contest. Anthony Ennis, are you with us or are you against us?
Hi, Callum. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with Jcsa here as well. Yeah, I've watched him a few times. I remember him actually running over here. I think I called him when he ran for Darrell Holland a few times. I think he was with a couple of other trainers as well before that. Wasn't he? Kevin Philippart before, I think, and one run for Roger Teal as well. But yeah, Jcsa for me. Loading quickly. Here we go. Here's number 2, Clod of E. Going forward now. And Groom as well, the popular horse. Here's Motta Marsek, who's easy to spot there, isn't he? He's almost white. Last one then. We're almost set. 1,400 metres this time for the Colts and Fillies. Nominals are 4. Looks like we're in a pretty good line. We're ready to go, I think. Starter puts the flag up. Finger poised on the button, and they're off. They're racing. Jumped away for our second race over the 1,400-metre trip. Just rousted to gather stride his Jukebox on the outside. Showing speed is Alasmar in the red and white. Also out wide, the grey Dignity Joy is up there too. Towards the inside, Motta Marsek, the lighter of the greys, got out well too, and he's going to bag the fence, hopefully. Behind him in the black and white is Sense of Dominance, just off the speed Jcsa at this stage. One a bit outpaced here is Al Mustorad. Number 3 is well off them as they race down the back straight and heading towards the crown of the home turn. So up front towards the inside then, it is the other grey who now leads them. Dignity Joy has got across from the high draw and goes on by a neck to racing in the black and white colours. That is Sense of Dominance. Behind them to the outside in third is Jukebox, who's trying to get a bit closer. He's lost ground, in fact. Alasmar is also backpedaling, trying to improve towards the inside then is Manhattanville as they head towards the home turn. And now Guillavant has come forward strongly in the black and red to hit the front in the black and red colours. Number 7, Guillavant, has now gone on. He's pressed quickly, though, by Sense of Dominance down the outside. Guillavant from Sense of Dominance. These two race on from Groom, who's now picking up in the red cap on the far side. And Groom, who was held up early on, has now hit the front. He's got the rail to help too. Down the outside, Assad is finishing well in the yellow, but Groom is surely home here. He's storming away for Abdullah Al-Ajmi, and Groom, a deserved success. Groom is too good. Guillavant, placed again, finishes second. Third place will just go to Sense of Dominance over Assad, who finished well but had too much to do. Number 6, the winner, Groom, for Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Horse has been running well, and he gets his due rewards here. Jockey enjoyed that too. Second place, Guillavant, who's becoming a bit frustrating, isn't he? Second again. Number 7 had every chance. They rode him a lot more positively today, Guillavant. He's normally held up. He was right there in front on the turn. 1 minute 24.79 seconds the winning time. 5.5 lengths the winning margin. Really opened up in the final 16th of a mile. Third was number 9, Sense of Dominance, and Assad in fourth. So 6, Groom the winner. 7, Guillavant was second. 9, Sense of Dominance was third. 5.5 lengths. Impressive from Groom in our second race.
Well, I may have not chosen the winner in that race, but I am absolutely delighted there for Groom, Abdullah Al-Ajmi and Abdullah Al-Faraj as well. I absolutely love this horse. And I didn't choose him today only because I feel like I've been giving him some bad luck, because I've chosen him every single time as my paddock selection, probably this season. And he's been on the outskirts, so I was like, I'll give him a break. And Sense of Dominance ran well to finish third, but I'm so happy for Groom. And I think the jockey loves this horse almost as much as I do as well, Abdullah Al-Ajmi. He's great, and He drives every weekend from Kuwait to Saudi to ride in these weekend races. So if that isn't dedication, I don't know what is. Really looking forward to speaking to him after this. He's just receiving congrats from every member of SSC, the Jockey Club, all the trainers. So I'd say he's absolutely delighted with that. Coming over to us now. Congratulations, Abdullah. I'm so happy for you. I think you love Groom almost as much as I do.
Yeah, nice horse. I love him more because he have big heart. You know, maybe last to run this horse, not run good, but today very, very nice run. When I come 600 meter, also I want good straight because I know how very power this horse. And we thank God. When come 400 meter, sure I know win. But how many link, I don't know.
Well, did you think that you were going to win at the beginning of today? Because he's had pretty hard season. We haven't seen him in the winner's enclosure since September.
All horse in life. 1 month good, 2 months maybe bad. We think this horse have very good, but you know, all horses stop it. Now we have many horse also groom. That's it. We week and a week we push him for run. And we thank God. He maybe rest 2 weeks. And today he will win.
And I'm being told it's 5.5 lengths that you won by, in case you wanted to know. And you're a very dedicated jockey. You drive every weekend from Kuwait to Saudi, is that right?
Yeah, very long tour on Kuwait, Saudi. We thank God. Saudi and Kuwait, same, one country. And we thank God for everything.
Well done, Abdullah. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you much, Mother.
Success, a good question. What do you listen to?
Abdullah Ajlami as well there, just our winning jockey. He's got up the rail and he's gone there and done it nicely actually. He's nearly hands and heels for home, isn't he? He's really done that well aboard Groom, who is, as you said, Rory, he's a class act of the race here, 92 rated, was having his, this is his 4th win now, so he now fails to qualify for non-winners of 4 contests. So certainly a horse going the right way, and they've found an opportunity for him.
Yeah, this was a good spot for him. He was the top rated in this race. He had the best time for the course and distance in the field. I mean, it was a toss-up between him and the
Sense of Dominance.
Sense of Dominance, who I went with in the end. I just don't think Sense of Dominance quite stayed the 7 furlongs there. I know he won over this course and distance on debut, but he had that race in the bag with a good furlong to run. Here he's travelled best through the race, and he's got there with the furlong to run and then hasn't found any extra. I think he'll actually be dropping back in trip next time out. But Groom, as I said, he's a really solid performer, often racing in tougher company than this, and on his very best form he was entitled to go close here. I thought the 4 kilos he was giving away to Sense of Dominance might just be enough to stop him, but with that horse not quite getting home, and the race being run at a really strong pace, it suited Groom down to the ground, and he's got a deserved win.
Yeah, I think that we're watching these beautiful aerial shots now, and I think you've hit the nail on the head with the race being run to suit Groom. Giavont has gone really early compared to what he's done in all his previous starts before, because there just wasn't much going on in front of him. He just sort of found himself in the front and took on Sense of Dominance early, and he shrugged off Sense of Dominance in the end. And look at Assad, has run slightly more back to form, finishing in 4th as well. But they could do nothing for Groom, who must have Abdullah Al-Ajmi is probably thinking at this point, oh my goodness, this is very easy. He's come cruising up there to take the victory.
I think the issue here was that those who went forward early, you had speed from both Sense of Dominance and G1, but obviously the 3 who showed most early speed were outsiders. Mossa Masek with a rating of 72, Dignity Joy only rated 53 went forward from stall 13, and Alajma from stall 14. They showed early pace, but they were never going to carry that pace through, and that's kind of left Sense of Dominance in front and left G1 in a very prominent position. And they've had to go on when they have, because the pace was collapsing around them. But that's ideal for Groom. He's been able to track them through, and he's got a sharp turn of foot when needed.
If you're a supporter of Al Mustarad, you knew your fate fairly early on. That horse absolutely fell out the stalls and was never involved from there. Kabar as well, that horse seems to spat the dummy out completely now. It'd be interesting to see what they do with him, because he looked to be going the right way with a 3rd place in meeting 65 running from the clouds. But he's not picking up anymore, unfortunately. He's right at the back with Al Mustarad. And just at this point here, Sense of Dominance is actually probably going the best, but just like we saw in the first race with Dr. Zemf, didn't find anything.
No, but he didn't have the excuse of needing the run after a break. For me, he's not got home because he's built like a sprinter, isn't he? And I think he found carrying his speed through the extra furlong in much stronger company today a lot harder to do. I think he's still a very good horse, but I think we will see him drop back in trip next time out.
Yes, but take nothing away from our winner groom. That's now 4 wins in Saudi Arabia. He'd only had the 28 starts, so a very nice little strike rate for him, and certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. And shout out to Shamila, who must be absolutely heartbroken now. Her favourite horse winning and her not being on.
She didn't sound heartbroken to me. She's fair play to Shamila. She'd rather see the horse win than pick a winner herself.
Yes, absolutely. Now we move on to race 3, and the man to take us through the runners and riders is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, looking forward to our third race. A couple of scratchings here as well, which brings the field down to 8. Take out 5 and 10. Number 1 is Awamir. This race for the Arabian Breds, fillies and colts, 1,400 metres. Awamir, ridden by Rahid Al Fayroz. 2 is Kaka Al Khaladia, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 3 is Tuhamiyat Al Khaladia for Mohammed Saeed. 4, Baru Al Khaladia for Asal Al Sahani. 5 is out. So 6 is Preciosa Al Ashai for Luis Morales. 7 is Al Sabek, Abdullah Al Hussein. 8 is Tawaka Al Shahib, Ahmad Al Shra. 9 is Alesia for Wigberto Ramos, and 10 doesn't go. So scratch 5, Wakur Al Khaladia, and 10, Kabara Al Jazra. Just the 8 runners for me to call this time. The Arabian Breds. Let's go back to you, Callum and Rory.
Nice, easy race for you here, Enzo. 8 rather than 20 odd that you sometimes have to deal with here, but we'll start at the top and we'll work our way down. Awamir, horse number 1.
Yes, looking at Awamir, if I can find my correct page, Callum. 5th in an 85 to 100 handicap over 6 furlongs of meeting 56. Below that form in opens since, but does at least drop back in class here.
Kaka Al Khaladir is horse number 2.
Kaka Al Khaladir won a 2,000 metre not to 75 in January. Probably needed the run after a break last time out, but the trip is on the short side. Kaka Al Khaladir stays well, and 1,400 metres probably too sharp.
Tuhamiat Al Khaladir is horse number 3.
Yeah, a horse we've seen plenty of, Tuhamiat Al Khaladir, was ahead of Awamir in a not to 100 meeting 56, but been a bit below that form since, both of those on recovery missions.
Yes, Burrow Al Khaladir is horse number 4.
Better efforts to date when second to Risk Al Khaladir last time out, albeit beaten 15 1/4 lengths. I think he can do better, or she can do better, and she's one to bear in mind here.
Prescosia Alazia is horse number 6.
Yeah, Preciosa Al Ashai was a course and distance maiden winner back in meeting 58. Better effort since when 2 3/4 lengths fourth to Mirba Al Khaladia in a 75 to 90 over a mile. 2 starts back, another one to bear in mind here.
Al Sabek is horse number 7.
Yeah, well behind a couple of these in meeting 56 when only 7th, but did run a bit better last time when 4 3/4 lengths third to Lua Athba over 2,000 metres. Again, the trip is arguably on the short side for Al Sabek and needs to show that he can back that run up.
Tawaka Al Shahib is horse number 8.
Her best effort to date, came when third to Risk Al Khaladia last time out, behind Baru Al Khaladia on that occasion. But that was her first start since Taif last year. So I would expect her to come on for the run, and she might develop into a stronger candidate for this race.
And finally, Alesia is horse number 9.
Dear old Alexia, we've seen plenty of her at Taif, and here she was a back-to-back winner, late season Taif and then early season here. She won a non-winner to 2 last time out. Well beaten over 2,000 metres last time out in a not so 80 handicap. She needs to leave that form behind, but the drop to 1,400 probably suits.
Yes, certainly one to keep an eye on here. We've seen them in the paddock. We'll have a look at them physically. Number 3, Itamayat Al Khaladir, quite nicely built behind, but very light all the way around. Here's something that's more evenly built. Horse number 4, Burra Al Khaladir. I imagine this one will come on from those first 2 starts.
Yeah, it was well beaten on her debut, but then improved to be second in that race won by Risk Al Khaladia last time. That's harder to say than you think.
Oh no, I'm not even going to try and say
beaten a fair way, beaten 15 odd lengths, but this is an easier task.
Yes, Prescosia Al Thai is horse number 6. That was a winner in meeting 58 Saudi debut.
Yeah.
But then sort of the last two runs haven't been so impressive, but I thought the last run gave some inkling of promise. The front four were very far clear, and she sort of led the next group.
Yeah, she was fifth last time out, well behind the front a few. I thought her run 2 starts back in a 75 to 90 was probably her best run, 2 3/4 lengths forward to Mirba Al Khalidiyah.
Alsa Beck, we just saw that horse in short, number 7, sorry. It's absolutely gorgeous individual, one of the best looking purebred Arabians I've seen in a while, and really catches the eye.
Yeah, is improving, was absolutely, was well behind a couple of these meeting 56 when 7th, only 6th on his next start, but did improve when a third to Lua Athba last time out. That was certainly a big step in the right direction. The question is whether he can continue that progress over this trip.
I thought Leslie would have an interesting chance here. Absolutely no weight on her back. She gets weight from everybody else. She loved this trip. If they go too hard, they probably won't because it's a smaller field, but she tends to do her best running late.
She does, and we know she can win races with a win in a maiden race over this trip in Taif, 3 starts back, and then a very good win over a mile and no winners of 2 here. I think the trip was probably too far for her last time. I put a line through that and she could easily bounce back to form here.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who caught your eye?
Thanks very much, Callum. Third contest of the day, first Arabian race of the evening as well. And as you know, I love my Arabians. And in this race, it is all about the fillies for me. My paddock selection is going with horse number 4, Burro Al Khalidiyah. Jumps out of stall number 1. Second last time out, partners with Asil Al Sehani. I feel like we haven't seen him in the winner's enclosure in a while. He's back off a ban, so I would love to see that as well. For the trainer as well, Sami Al Muteri. She is looking absolutely stunning. 2 other fillies that I really like the look of is horse number 9, Wigberto Ramos absolutely loves this filly, Alazia, and also horse number 3 as well, Tumaniat Al Khalidiyah. All really strong, nice looking fillies. Last time out when I saw Preciosa Alashai, horse number 6 for Louis Morales, she was really good as well. So I think it could be all the fillies in the placings today. However, I will be sticking with my initial choice of horse number 4 and Asil Al Sehani.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Asil Al Sehani is a jockey to keep an eye on now, back from that ban that he was off. Another jockey that we know and love here in Saudi Arabia is also banned. That's Naif Al Anazi. So he'll be hoping to hold on to that 5th place in the Jockeys Championship, but not having any rise today.
No, that didn't please Shamila at all. She thinks there should be a rule in place.
Shamila's favourite jockeys can't get banned.
Yeah, only her favourite jockeys. So if she sends in a list of her favourite jockeys to the stewards, then I'm sure they'll take steps.
One jockey who's teaming up with his favourite horse is Wigberto Ramos on Alesia, and I remember we spoke to him last time this horse won, and he mentioned how much this horse thrived at Riyadh rather than being at Taif. So I'm going to make it very early. She's going to be my selection, getting weight all round, back at a trip she loves, and I think she might just be able to throw in some damage in this contest, so she's going to be the one I go for.
Yeah, well, Kur Al Khalidiyah would have been very interesting if she ran if he ran rather than, but he's out of the race. And that brings Alexia strongly into the equation. Yeah, I remember Wigberto saying that the problem with Taif for a filly like her, who's a hold-up filly rather than one who can't go the pace, is she wants to use a turn of foot at the end of her races, and the surface is too deep at Taif to do that. He says you can win from behind. It was a really good interview. He said you can win from behind there, but you need the pace to collapse, and you just keep going at the same pace in behind. Whereas at Riyadh, if you're on a horse with a turn of foot, you can quicken to win your races here on the faster surface. And he said that suited her a lot better. And certainly that win at meeting 62 was the best of her career. She disappointed last time out, but although she comes from behind in her races, it's not because she's full of stamina,
no,
like a lot of them.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't stay beyond a mile. And what she does, unlike most purebred Arabians, she likes to quicken from off the pace. So if this sets up nicely for her, she's got a good chance.
Yeah, so Shamila liked Burra Al Khalidiyah. Well, horse we're seeing in short is Kaka Al Khalidiyah. This is horse number 2 on your race card. Nice looking individual. We didn't get a chance to get a good look in the parade ring. And here is Prescotia Al Arshi. I'm just giving up on that one now. Here's number 6, just going down the post quite nicely indeed as well. And again, I was quite taken with that run last time, but I think she might have a bit to find in comparison to some of the others here.
Well, she's got a very good jockey on board in that, and Luis Morales. I know it's not Saturday, but he
had a double on a Thursday.
Warmed up with a double yesterday, so you can't really complain about that. And Preciosa Alashai, despite the fact she's gone 1-4-5, she's probably coming forward with her racing. Gets a rating of 82 here, and she was running in a pretty strong contest 2 starts back. So she's another one you've got to bear in mind. Yeah, we've mentioned Alexia as well. Alsabek, I think this trip's probably too short for Alsabek. Getting back to Alexia, actually, you were saying if it's a really well-run race, that was. I don't think I think she'd be really happy with a slow-run race with her running style. She'd be able to sit reasonably handy without having to go too hard, and then she's got a better kick than most of these at the end of it. So actually, if they go really hard, that probably counts against her, even though she's a hold-up horse, because you've got to bear in mind that hold-up horses are not all in the same mould. Some of them are horses who need a really strong pace to drag them into the race and then can finish strongly because they've got abundant stamina. And some of them actually want a slow pace because what they have is a turn of foot. And I think Alexia would be suited by a messy race here, because Wigberto will put her where he wants. He knows exactly what she can do. And if it isn't a well-run race, I think she will actually have a better chance.
Tihami Al-Khalidi is in shot there and looking a bit warm early on, just getting a bit sweaty on the neck. Rory, who do you like in this one? Because we know what me and Shamil are going for. We're laying our colours to the mast quite early.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go with Alexia as well. I think this might suit. I would have been with the non-runner, but Alexia with what might just be a perfect setup. We'll enjoy this, and it'd be nice to see Wiggy with a smile on his face again, wouldn't it?
Yes, had a winner this week, Wiggy. I can't remember whether he had a winner last week as well. So he will be looking to get the head back in front, and always a great man to have with an interview as well with Berto Ramos, because he always is such a good storyteller and explains his races so well. One of the real old pros here in Saudi Arabia. He's brought over a string of Panamanian jockeys with him as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the major reasons why there are so many Central and South American jockeys riding in Saudi Arabia at the moment, because he's basically going home and preaching the word. He's been here for the best part of 25 years, and he's telling other jockeys that there's great opportunities here, good place to ride, good camaraderie, good prize money, good lifestyle, and they've been following him out ever since.
Yeah, and it's amazing that you just see the size difference between Alexia, horse number 9, and Kakar Al-Khalidi. You'll just see them toward the back of your shot now. Alexia looks like a little pony, just like those desert breds that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, she is, and again, that's why you prefer to see her in handicaps off light weights than trying to give weight away or racing at level weights with lesser horses. I think this is a good spot for her for that reason, because you know, it makes a difference to have a fair bit less weight on her back. She's going to get, what, 54.5 kilos here?
Yeah, she's doing carrying 54.5.
A few of the jockeys would struggle with 54.5 kilos, not Wiggy.
Wiggy won't.
No.
Wiggy's 4.5 kilos wet. So as they continue circling down at the start, we should begin the loading process fairly soon. In fact, we'll start the loading process in about a minute's time. So I think it's a perfect time to hand over to our commentator, Anthony Ennis. Who are you with in this one, Enzo? It's a small enough field, so it's a little bit easier for you, but have you found one that we haven't seen?
I wouldn't say I'd found one, no. I'm not the best at these, trying to pick winners of these Arabian bred races outside the obvious. But, I mean, Awamir and Alexia, I thought the ones at either end of the race card might have big chances here. Yeah, I think Alexia might be better than her rating suggests, but Awamir as well, down towards the inside, must have a chance at a stall too. But they are loading up. This is Tawaka Al-Shahib, who's very light colour, goes in. Ahmed Al-Shra on board. So just the 8 runners then, without 5 Wakur Al-Khalidi and 10 Kabara Al-Jazra. We are going the 1,400 metres here. 7 furlongs in old money. And they are loading up. In goes Al-Sabek. Light grey sleeves for that one. Waiting for Awamir to go in. And also Preciosa Al-Ashai, who's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it, for the commentary purposes. Preciosa Al-Ashai. Horse number 6 is in. This is the one, Awamir. And we're just about ready, I think. Set. They're off, jumped away. One took a step to the right, leaving the stalls. That was Preciosa Al-Ashai. Went right into Al-Sabek, who has to drop back. Braking well, but then just running a slightly errant course towards the inside was Awamir in the black and gold colours, but does lead. Awamir goes on early on. So in second place, Baru Al Kaladir in the dark blue and gold. Racing in third is the grey and the green colours with the noseband Preciosa Al Ashai. Just off the pace, wider out is Al Sabek, who's making ground towards the inside. The starred sleeves of Kakar Al Kaladir is next in the field. Then the red colours of Tahamiyat Al Kaladir. Towards the inside is Tawaka Al Shahib. And towards the back of the field is Aletzia at this stage, the orange sleeves, with work to do and already being nudged along. They're tanking here around 56 kilometres an hour. Around the turn they go. And up front, here comes Baru Al Kaladir to come and lay it down to Awamir, the early leader. These two will face off in front. 4 lengths back to the improver on the outside, Al Sabek. And then comes the grey Preciosa Al Ashai as they turn for home. Back in 5th place is Tahamiyat Al Kaladir in the red. And then making up some ground now is Tawaka Al Shahib. Quite a few with a chance here. Also, Aletzia is picking up towards the extreme outside. But the grey goes on here. It is now Preciosa Al Ashai who struck for home and has gone clear in a matter of strides by 3 or 4 lengths to Tahamiyat Al Kaladir, who's giving chase. Down the outside, Aletzia might get a place. But this is surely all over. Preciosa Al Ashai, Luis Morales is going to bolt up here. Number 6 is way too good. Preciosa Al Ashai by a space. Second place, Aletzia, good late work. And back in third was Tahamiyat Al Kaladir. Number 3 down on the inside. They were clear of Tawaka Al Shahib and the others. That was impressive. Luis Morales gets his name on the board. Preciosa Al Ashai was way too good. Number 6 the winner. Second, number 9, who came from well off the pace, Aletzia in the purple and orange. And third place, number 3, Tahamiyat Al Kaladir. So good performance from the winner, who was Preciosa Al Ashai, as won by a wide margin, 6 lengths, I think, in the end there. Impressive. So it is a win for 6. Second was 9, and third was 3. Preciosa Al Ashai, Aletzia, Tahamiyat Al Kaladir, the outcome there. That's correct. 1 minute 34.25 seconds, the winning time. 1 minute 34.25 seconds. Well, it looked really hard to work out the winner, but in the end, Preciosa Al Ashai has absolutely destroyed them in our third.
الخيال لويس. Well done, Lewis.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. One more. Alhamdulillah.
Lewis, tell me about the race.
She was today sharp from the gate, but didn't show any speed. So I have to ride her pretty hard from the 800. And when she, switch legs, and then she started running, but lagging out a little bit, but okay, alhamdulillah. Thank you.
What a performance there from Preciosa Al Ashai and Luis Morales to take the third race of the day, the Arabian Contest handicap, rated 80 to 85. This 82 rated filly did look stunning in the parade ring. I couldn't decide with her, though. I didn't think she looked the best or the fittest, but she proved us all wrong by winning this third race. She is 4 years old, out of a mare called Esruia du Baril, and by TM Fred Texas, who we've talked about quite a lot. He's a really, really strong sire. He's won Kahala Classics. He's won Grade 1 Arabian races in the United States. So she's bred up to the nines So really good result there. And Louis actually had a Arabian winner yesterday as well, didn't he? So absolutely loves the Arabians, our Louis does.
She did okay. She broke well. She was in good position, but from the 800, she was a little bit concerned about the horses outside, and she was logging out.
Everything you just said, say it again.
Yeah. Hi.
Well done, Louis.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the race. You've won on this filly before, a few meetings ago, but she looked really strong today.
Yeah, I mean, the field was a little bit weak than the last 2 times. The distance, I think, fit her more than the 2,000 meters. And today she showed me some speed, and she get heavy from the 800. She don't want to go because we released the blinker, we took it off. And she was a little bit concerning about the horses. And then in the straight, she started logging out a little bit, but she was running at the end.
You're having some good luck with these Arabians this weekend, aren't you?
Well, I always thought they don't like me, but I'm getting better and better, alhamdulillah.
And so you would keep her at this distance, and that the headgear change was perfect in your opinion?
I think that this distance is better for her, and between 600 and a mile, 6 furlongs and a mile, I think she performed better in that distance.
And do you think she prefers a quick turnaround as well, or would you give her a break now?
No, I think she's being consistent. She's finished. She won with me, and then she finished 4th, and she finished 5th, and she finished 4th. Now won. She's being consistent. I think she's all right.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Louis.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Louis Morales there, and jockey we've been calling Big Race Louis. Well, let's call him Big Week Louis. He had a double yesterday, and he's already in amongst the winners in race 3 today. Aboard horse number 6, whose name I am not saying because I don't want to get it any more wrong than I've done already. But Rory, in a race that they went off very hard, you can see with the winning time being 1:34.25, they went fast. This horse has done it really nicely indeed, and actually won quite cosily.
Yeah, with Wakura Al Khaladia out, this looked a reasonably good opportunity for Preciosa Al Shai. We thought, as we said, we thought if it was a slowly run race, then Alexia would be close enough to unleash her late turn of foot, but she ended up getting a little bit further back. But Preciosa Al Shai has travelled really well through the race. You see her sitting there in 3rd place, the grey and the luminous green colours. And the leaders are three or four lengths clear of her at this stage, but she's always pretty happy that she's going to pick them up late in the day. And she's just better placed than Alexia, who finished second. You see Alexia out at the back of the field there. She's spotting 5 or 6 lengths to the eventual winner. The front two aren't able to keep that gallop up much longer. You see Al Sabek on the outside of Preciosa Al Shai in 3rd and 4th at this stage. Al Sabek's run well enough, but lacks the raw pace of the winner, who's just beginning to rope the leaders in. You see Awamir on the inside begin to weaken at this stage, leaving Baru Al Khaladia in front, but only briefly as the pack close. The front two went too fast, as you can see, and they fall in a bit of a hole late in the day. And Preciosa Al Shai has kept up the gallop better than pretty much anything else, although you see Alexia just on the bottom shot staying on to pass Jahamiat Al Khaladia for 2nd place, but the winner of the day just had a little bit too much all-round pace for your selection, Alexia.
Yeah, she came violently out to the right and nearly took out Al Sabek in the opening stride. Once she got into her rhythm and got her feet underneath her, she was very good. We can see these stalls jumping away now. You'll just see she comes out and you'll give a big old bump to the horse in the pink colours and the white cap, who ends up just being shuffled towards the back. But
yeah, that's
the race didn't really set up until about a couple of 100 metres in anyway, and that was when the pace really kind of hit the lids, when Baru Al Khaladia just sort of flew to the front with horse number 1, Awamir.
Yeah, they were drawn in stalls 1 and 2, and that's definitely been a help. We've noticed a little bit of a bias towards the low numbers in terms of getting to the front, certainly in the races. But you can't stay on the front if you go too fast.
And they were going very, very quickly.
Yeah, they really hooked up into a little bit of a battle, and that's set things up really nicely for Preciosa Al Shai.
Yeah, and her form, the big boost, this victory, sorry, the big boost to the form of a few horses in our next Arabian contest. That's later on in the card. She finished behind a few of those horses who we'll see running later on in that race. So plenty of eyes should be kept on this winning performance if you're looking to find the winner later on in the card. It's always worth watching the early action on a Friday.
Certainly is, yeah. And again, as we find out, even when racing looks reasonably moderate, these races always tie in together.
There's always clues, Rory, for sure. Let's go forward on to our next race, which is race number 4. It's over Oman. It's a local bred maiden for 2-year-olds. So, Anthony Ennis, can you take us through the runners and the riders?
I would love to do that for you, Callum. Yes, here we go. As you say, 1,600 metres here, and we've got the full field as well of runners. Number 1 is Abrak Jadela for Mohammed Al Nefsi. Number 2 is Mane for Alexis Moreno. 3, Khalid Al Muhammadiyah for Adel Al Furedi. 4 is Helm Abdullah for Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 5, Kawadaradu for Rayan Al Toesh. 6, Ibn Al Mulhib, Fawas Wana. 7, here we are, Abdullah Al Orfi. 8 is Mokadam Bialkir for Victor Gutierrez. 9 is Madar for Jose Rodriguez. 10 is Smida for Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 11, Al Batal Yasser Al Bakawi. 12 is going to be Raya Al Malaz for Ali Al Mutib. Number 13 is Ayel Mark Zan for Mohammed Al Hubail. 14, Yakil for Azuz Al Yesh. 15, Ant Al Maksud Tariq Al Mansur. 16, Salute Macho for Youssef Al Hassin. Over the page for 17, Amir Al-Maidan for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 18 is Anal Al-Tib, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 19, Nakesh for Mohammed Al-Daham. 20, Matahil, Camille Speeder, just beaten in one of our earlier races. And the reserves don't go, so not required. 21, 22 and 23. It's a full field. 20 runners going to post. 1,600 meters. That should keep you guys busy for the next 10 minutes or so.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, it will keep us plenty busy. And yes, back to the day job now, isn't it, Anthony? Because look at your full field after having a nice gentle field of only about 8 in our last contest. So we move back to a field of 20. It's an interesting race, this, because a lot of people would say this is a one-horse contest. However, I think there's another couple of dangerous rivals in here as well. Jose Martinez is back in the chat on YouTube saying good morning, gentlemen, with his morning coffee. It's great to have you with us, Jose, as per usual, one of our best viewers here every day, Thursday, Fridays and Saturdays, watching all the Saudi Arabian racing. We'll start from the top and we'll work our way down. Abrak Jadela is horse number 1.
Yeah, was beaten 14 3/4 lengths, went 5th in a 1,200 metre maiden first time out. And then beaten further in non-winners of 2 last time out. This at least is easier, dropping in class back into to maiden company, but I think there are stronger ones than Abrak Jadela here.
Mane is horse number 2.
Better effort in 2 starts in time, won 10 lengths, 6 to Asha in a 7 furlong maiden. Has been off since August, entitled to need this after a break.
Khalid Al Muhammadiyah is horse number 3.
Yeah, rated 67, Khalid Al Muhammadiyah was 5 1/4 lengths third in a 1 mile local bred maiden behind Saud Al Khaili. Bit more needed here, but this is not the deepest maiden, so with a good draw, Khalid Al Muhammadiyah could well be in the frame again.
Helm Abdullah is horse number 4.
Helm Abdullah rated one pound higher. His form tailed off late season in Taif, though. That's a bit of a concern for me, whether he can run to that rating now.
Kawadaradu is horse number 5.
This is his debut, Black Colt by Semper Fortis. Half-brother to US winners Awesome Amanda and Nervous Nelly. Excellent names.
Great
those.
Names.
So we know they're winners. They're not particularly high-quality winners, those two, but they are winners, so the dam is capable of producing the goods on the track.
Ibn Al-Mohib is horse number 6.
2 starts in Taif, didn't really show enough there to be of interest here.
Here we are is horse number 7.
Here we are, produced his best effort today, went 5th last time, but was 2.5 lengths behind Khalid Al Muhammadiyah on that occasion. So you'd think that Khalid Al Muhammadiyah would be able to confirm form.
Good jockeying board with Abdullah Al Orfi in the plate. Mokatam Belkair is horse number 8.
Yeah, no show in 2 starts today. One early season in Taif and then one a few weeks ago here. You could argue that he'd be fitter for that because both of his runs have come without the benefit of a recent effort. So he might do better, but you're clutching at straws with that, I think.
Mada is horse number 9.
Another newcomer by Tapizar out of a mare called Any Saturday in May, half-brother to a winner in the UAE called Shanghai City. The dam was a winner, one win in 8 places from 21 starts in the US. So again, interesting enough in what's a fairly limited-looking maiden.
Jose Rodriguez and this owner teamed up with Mirwas yesterday to win our opening contest, so they're clearly in good form. Smeed is horse number 10.
Not much to like about Smeed, I'm afraid.
Albatala is horse number 11.
Another debutante, not a massively appealing pedigree. The dam Wood Shima raced here, but she only managed 1 placing from 6 starts.
Aria Almeaz is horse number 12.
Yet another debutante. The dam is unraced, and she's produced 1 other colt who's raced here to date. 2 runs and no places from that one.
El Makzan is horse number 13.
We're getting all the debutants in together, aren't we, really? Dam didn't race here, but she's a half-sister to a prolific local winner called Al Jarrah.
Plenty of debutants here, but I'm already thinking Shamila's got her eye on Matta Hill.
I feel like Matta Hill would be the obvious choice for this race. A really stunning 2-year-old colt by Seeking a Home. Highest rated horse in the race as well. Hoping to make it 4th time lucky this time out. However, I'm not going with Matta Hill this time. I really, really like the look of horse number 3, Khalid Al Mohammedimia. 3rd last time out. Super consistent this season, partnered with Adel Al Faradi as well, so really strong jockey booking there. Rated 67, I think he is a bit of a dark horse in this race. 2-year-old caught by Distorted Humour for Prince Mohammed bin Sultan. And I just really like the look of him. I couldn't give him a negative in the parade ring whatsoever, so I think I will be sticking with Khalid Al Muhammadiyah. As for paddock negatives, horse number 4 was being very much on his toes the entire way in the parade ring, and horse number 18 as well, also on toes. Not getting too worked up, not getting hot behind the saddle or anything, but definitely agitated slightly.
Thank you, Shamila. We're just seeing Shamila's selection. Khalid Al Mohammadiya is making his way down to the start. He's making his 4th start today. He certainly ran his best race last time out. We'll continue going through these runners, Rory, because where did we get ourselves to? Yakil, horse number 14, I think, was the last one we spoke about.
It was indeed, yeah, which brings us on to Ant Al Maqsood. Unless we haven't spoken about Yakil.
Yeah, okay. Yes,
ran quite well in meeting 56 early season here, but hasn't repeated that in 2 runs since. Has a little bit to prove. Doesn't have a massive amount to find on form, but just a bit to prove after a couple of lacklustre efforts.
Naif Al Mandil has had some nice young horses throughout the weeks. He's got another one on his hands here with Ant Al Maqsood, hoping to build on a debut.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, I thought, Ant Al Maqsood, given that he was only 9th on debut. Got behind early that day, and the jockey was looking down as if he might have had an issue, hung in the early stages, but did finish off reasonably well to be midfield behind Flywing. On debut, and Flywing ran pretty well, ran very well actually yesterday to back up that form. I thought that was a good maiden that Ant Al Maqsood ran in. He needs to do better early in the race, but I think he's got a bit more ability than that 9th on debut suggests.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to look at. Salute Macho with horse number 16.
Salute Macho, I'm not entirely sure why no rating for Salute Macho after 5 runs here, but the last 2 of them have been a 10th and a 13th, so he's not easy to fancy in this company.
Amir Al Maidan is horse number 17.
Yeah, another one's hard to fancy, rated 57. He did split Khalid Al Mohammadiya, and here we are last time out, but that needs to come forward to win that. I think. In fairness, he's one that if he was thrown into handicap with market 57, he'd be interesting enough, given that Khalid Al Mohammadiya is rated £10 higher than that. But 17 is not the kindest draw for him.
Just look at Salute Matcher there. Doesn't have a rating, but does pass all the eye tests. A gorgeous looking individual. And now Al Teeb is horse number 18.
And Al Teeb doesn't have a rating after 1 run, but was a place in front of Ant Al Maqsood when 8th to Flywing over 7 furlongs last time out. No real excuses for him. I thought that Ant Al Maqsood would turn the tables there. But again, that was his debut as well, and it wasn't a bad effort, so could easily improve enough to figure.
Nakesh is horse number 19.
Runner-up on debut, was beaten 13 1/4 lengths that day behind Marquez over course and distance, and was behind 3 of these in a local bred maiden last time out, including Amir Al Maidan, who we just mentioned, but Khalid Al Mohammedia was the best of the quartet in that contest.
Matterhill is horse number 20.
Yeah, a lot to like about Matterhill, apart from a draw in stall 20, because there are a few inside him who could go forward as well. But he would be the clear choice here if he was better drawn. Only beaten ahead by Fondra in a course and distance maiden last time out. That form has worked out with Fondra, a winner next time out as well. Really solid form, and has to go close again. But it may be that he ends up doing a bit too much work from stall 20. And if one or two of these improve from lower draws, they'll give him a race again. But he is the pick. He's the pick in the paddock, as Shamila says again, or very close to it, and he's going to run well.
We're watching him in action now, and this is him. He looked to put the race to bed here in a quite devastating turn of foot just at this point. But just look at Fonda hanging out in behind. He ends up rolling on late, and he did exactly the same next time.
Yeah, Matterhill had got involved in a battle with Nassim Al Riyadh and Kissam, who are the Nassim Al Riyadh is in third place. Kissam just dropped out of it with a furlong or so to go before Fondra came along and nabbed him on the line. He just got softened up by that battle. The three of them had gone head to head for about 3 furlongs in that contest, and that was what handed it to Fondra. The fact that Fondra won again next time out suggests that it should be a matter of time before Matterhill wins a maiden.
Yes, not too long at all, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Can I tell you about my selection here?
Yes.
Nikesh for me. Ran a huge race on debut behind Marquez, gave Marquez a bit of a fright, staying on really late, eye-catching. Marquez runs in the big race tomorrow for 2-year-olds, so he's clearly a horse to keep an eye on. Next time out, they rode him really positively, as if the trip wasn't a concern. It was again over a mile, and they really kicked him in the belly and said, go win your race. And he got so tired, he finished legless towards the end and ended up falling in the heap right toward the back of the field and was passed by a lot of these. I think they'll be more sensible with him, A, because of the wide draw, B, because Matterhill's going to go across and take the lead anyway. So I imagine they're going to be a lot more patient with him. If Matterhill does have to work too hard to get to the front, he could be the one to pick up the pieces in behind. He's a typical Callum Helliwell selection where he's a bit of a boat, but he's a gorgeous individual. He's a really good looker. I thought he was better looking than Matterhill in the parade ring. And I've got all hopes that Mohammed Al-Daham can get himself a double. So I'm going to nail my colours to the mask and I'm going to go for Matterhill. And I know you, Rory, Nikesh, you are with Matterhill, aren't you?
Well, I'm not so sure. Matterhill's definitely the one to beat, but I thought Khalid Al Mohammedia was an eye-catcher last time out, and I thought he would get the run of things from stall 3.
Joining forces with Shamila here.
So I was, tossing up between the pair of them in my mind. I would rather if your selection went forward, because that would potentially get him in a bit of a war with Matterhill as well. Khalid Al Mohammedia on the ratings has got £4 to find. Just wonder whether this draw might be worth £4 in a maximum field where there are various other horses in this race who could match strides with Matterhill earlier on. So I'm going to be kicking myself when Matterhill wins, but I'm going to go with Khalid Al Mohammedia.
So Shamila and Rory teaming up with Khalid Al Mohammedia, leaving Matterhill. No one picking Matterhill.
Well, Enzo can have Matterhill.
Well, we can ask Enzo's selection right now. Because Enzo, who do you like in this one?
I've been forced into a bit of a corner here. I'm going to go with Matterhill then. But look, I really fancied Matterhill, but the draw is horrendous out in 20, isn't it? I think if he was just drawn sort of 5 or 6, I'd really fancy him a bit more strongly. But obviously, it is what it is. We can't do anything about the draw. I did like a few on the inside, including the one that Rory mentioned. Khalid Al Mohammedia has got a good draw in 3. Thought Mane might go well from stall 2. Helm Abdullah as well might be one with an outside chance. But riders off to 12 at the moment. Ria Al Malaz, Ali Al Mutib, and this horse is going to be okay. They are loading up the runners at the usual efficient rate here at Riyadh for this 440, 1600 metres, a mile this time, this maiden for these 2-year-olds. Varying levels of experience and ability here. So yeah, the riders still off the 12. So runners, some of them are already in the stalls. Maximum field of 20 runners here. This is the 8 going in. This is Mokadam Bayal Kia. Yeah, jockey's still off the 12, I think, isn't it? Raya Al Malaz, Ali Al Matib. This is a horse who's not have much experience, and sure something happened or something at the start. Couldn't really see, but jockey's still off. Meanwhile, the others are going in. 14 there. That's Yakil in red and yellow. There is the 12. Oh, there's the rider. Ali Al-Matib in green with a yellow diamond. You can see him there. I think he's going to get back on board. Looks to be the horse is okay. I think he was just given the all clear to run. 5 in the checks. Kawadaradu. Still got about 6 or 7 to go in, including the 12. Khalid Al-Muhammadir is to go in. Ant Al-Maqsood as well, not yet in. Matahil, the horse who's got this 71 rating. Camille Ospina, his job is to try and somehow get across from that wide draw, I guess, without using too much energy early doors. Here's number 3 going forward, white and green. But Khalid Al-Muhammadir, that Rory gave a big mention to. Still waiting for the 12 to go in. Also the 16, Salute Macho, isn't in yet either. Now this horse is just getting a little bit edgy. Got the hood on as well. There's the much more relaxed Ant Al-Maqsood. Green. Well done, they've got the 12 in now. That was the job that they were trying to sort out. Ria Al-Malaz is in. So the horse was a bit troublesome, has been loaded up. Well done to the team. 1 to go in, just the all-green jacket of Tariq Al-Mansur and Ant Al-Maqsood to complete the line. The last one, 1,600 metres then for these 2-year-olds. 20 runners. Starters ready for them. And they're off. The starter caught with a pretty good line there for a big field as they race away. Looking at Matahil, the extreme outside. The blinkers green cap is out quickly in the white stable colours towards the inside, also showing some bright early speed. There is number 8, Mokaddam Bayalkir. Mokaddam Bayalkir is up with the pace early on, and also right there is the 6 horse as well, Ibn Al-Molhib in the white, green and yellow colours. Towards the outside we have Nakesh, the red cap from gate 19, and also from gate 20, Matahil, who's right out on the top shelf, but he's making ground for Camillo Ospina as they go for the first 450 metres. So the 2 drawn higher up there, okay. Nakesh on the outside leading to Matahil, who's done a lot of work to get to where he is. 3rd place for Ibn Al-Molhib, who's racing in 3rd then, ahead of Kawada Radu in 4th with the light grey and white check colours. Then comes Khalid Al-Muhammadir, who's just off the pace, racing ahead of Salute Macho, who's next. And then behind those is Amir Al-Maidan around the home turn at around 60 kilometres per hour. They're really trapping on in front here. It's Nakesh and Matahil having this war up top, and they're still together by 4 or 5 lengths, and they're clear of the pack at the moment. Matahil will have another go at Nakesh around the crown of the home turn. But on the inside, Nakesh appears to still be travelling quite well. Matahil, though, is finding on the outside the green cap. And Matahil, Camillo Ospina on the outside. Nakesh, though, fighting back with a rail to help for Mohammed Aldaham. But on the near side, Matahil just has his nose in front now to Nakesh in 2nd. They're well clear of the rest. Yakil running on, might get a place. It's been a real war between these two, but Matahil is getting on top for the white stable and Camillo Ospina. It's going to be Matahil who's off the mark. 2nd place might be quite tight because Nakesh is getting time, but he gets 2nd just in the end, and it's close in behind there for 3rd and 4th places. Yakil was one of those involved there, and the other one may have been Khalid Al-Muhammadir, who was running on as well, but that horse has done some work to win. From the widest gates, he's won it. 20 Matahil in a time of 1 minute 40.79 seconds. He's won by 3 1/4 lengths. Number 19 Nakesh was 2nd, and 3rd was number 3, who ran on quite well. That was Khalid Al-Muhammadir. That's a 1, 2, 3 for the team, isn't it? I'll take the main prize, but well done to Callum with the 2nd and Roy with the 3rd. 3 1/4 lengths. Wow, that horse has done some work to win. 20 Matahil, 19 Nakesh, and 3 Khalid Al-Muhammadir back in 3rd ahead of Yakil, a close 4th.
Khayal Camilo. Well done, Camilo. Good race.
Thank you very much, Salman. You know, always thank you very much to Primita Inadullah, Talal bin Sharain, Ahmed Neri, and the whole team to the white stable. This horse, the last time he lost in the wire, you know. But thanks God today he's coming very good. You know, he's coming behind the pace. One horse is coming in front, and when I asked him the 600 meters, he responded very good, and thanks God he keep going until wire. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very well done there to Camilo Ospina. And I can't believe every single one of us went against Matterhill, but we were obviously all put off by that stall 20 draw. However, you cannot doubt the magical powers of Camilo Ospina. This 2-year-old colt is by Seeking a Home out of Baynat. Second last time out over a mile over the same distance, third before that and third before that. So they've obviously found the magic distance for him over a mile. And he carried it really, really well. In true Camilo style as well. You go to the front, you go round, no matter how wide you're drawn, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So it will be great to hear from him as he's just finishing weighing out now. Congratulations, Camilo. Tell me a little bit about this horse. It's the 4th time you've ridden him now. They seem to have found a good distance for him over a mile.
Yeah, I know. You know, the first 2 times he finished third. The last time he finished second, but when he passed in front in the last 200 meters, he refused a little bit, and the another horse, he catch me in the wire. Today, they're similar, but, you know, I attacked the horse from the beginning, from 600 meters, because he has one pace in the last meter, and thanks God, he keep going until wire.
And everybody was worried about gate 20. Were you worried about that?
Yeah, but in mile is good. Mile and 7 furlongs sometimes is good, but it's difficult in 6 furlongs, you know, but in mile you have time to catch very good position, and especially when you have speed horses, you know.
Do you think he could have won by further if he was drawn in like maybe 1 or 2 gate?
Yeah, no, inshallah, I hope the horse is keeping the same thing, and I think he's more than this, you know, because when he passes in front, he's waiting for the another horses. He feels the horse, he's come by, you know. But I think today he do very good.
Well done, Camilo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
First winner of the week for Camilo Ospina, and he's done it well aboard Matterhill, who defied gate 20 and was helped by Nakesh, also defying gate 19. So 1 and 2 came from 19 and 20, and it was a real battle, wasn't it, up top?
It was, but fair play for the winner for toughing it out, because both of those, coming from where they did, had to go forward early, ended up getting in a bit of a war, and that's what got Matterhill beaten last time out. And it wasn't that easy for them to get across. You see from the head on here, there were 3 or 4 other horses from sort of middle to high stalls also showing a bit of pace. So, I mean, Matterhill's, after a furlong, he's only in about 10th place, but he has to push up past the horse on his inside to get in a competitive position. So he deserves an awful lot of credit for winning this. He was the best horse in the race on the form he'd shown recently, but the question was how much horse he would have to use up to get into a challenging position in the first place. And the pair of them got tired towards the end, but they held on to dominate the race in the end.
You weren't happy with the Del Alfaredi here, so he's on the rail at this point in about 5th position.
I thought if he'd stayed on, I can see why he wants to move out here, because there's a possibility the horses in front of him will weaken and then he'll be caught in their wake. I thought he could have sat on the rail for a little bit longer, and you'll see if he did, he probably gets a gap. And saves a bit of ground to come through there now, but I can see why he did. Look from above that he was a little bit wary of the horse on the rail in front of him weakening. But as you see, that horse carries him into the race for another furlong, and he probably could have waited. But as you can see, the front. I mean, he wanted to get out so that he could challenge the front 2, but they were pulling clear at that stage. And by the time he gets out, they've gone beyond recall. He closes them down, as does the 4th. Late in the day, but he was never quite going to get in terms. He actually finishes pretty close to the runner-up at the line, and that just shows you exactly how hard the front 2 had to work, and the big effort they put in mid-race.
The battle at the top reminded me of a boxing match. Nakesh won the early rounds. probably up to about the 5th round, looked comfortable, but then the stamina came in and Matahil just started to wear away. And you could see by the end of it, Nikesha's on the ropes and just really beginning to struggle. And it was clear to see that the winner just was a bit tougher on the day and sort of ran the heart out of
Which
Nikesh.
big fight would you liken this to? Marvin Hagler against Thomas the Hitman Hearns?
No, I wouldn't. I would like...
Sugar Ray Robinson?
No.
Sugar Ray Leonard?
No, I wouldn't liken it to those guys at all. But I'm appreciating your boxing knowledge there on that one. I do appreciate it.
I watched a little bit of boxing in the mid-80s. I haven't not an awful lot since then, as you can tell.
Yes, and good to hear from George Lazaridis in our comments as well, saying hello to everybody. In response to your question that you've asked, George, right now it's not possible, but we're hoping that plans are in place for it to be possible in the future. So hopefully, George, sooner rather than later, we will be able to answer that question for you. But also, hello, Jose, back in the chat once again. Good to see you too, and great to have so many viewers on this funky Friday, because there's plenty of good action to see. And I would say it's great to be able to watch this racing, because when we get to Saudi Cup, we'll know much more about some of the local runners.
Exactly, yeah, it helps to get your eye in. You get to see how the track rides. You get to see it's possible to finish to be drawn 20 and 19 and win a race, but you do have to overcome something to do it. But you'd also see races where it's a lot easier to come across. But when you come into the Saudi Cup and those really competitive races, you're expecting horses to be pushing up from the middle as well, and for it to be very difficult for horses to cross over and dominate. But it's always, the more racing you watch, the more you'll pick up on the nuances of the track, and that helps when you're getting involved in the big races later on.
And it's not only us getting our eye, we've also got the jockeys doing the same thing. James Doyle, Joel Rosario, both coming over, both riding big winners last weekend, all preparing for the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, particularly with James Doyle, because he rode here before that. He made a tactical error in one of his rides, was kicking himself for it afterwards. Interesting also, when he rode My Frankel to win a couple of weeks ago now, he'd ridden a loser earlier in the card, and he was again really annoyed with himself for getting beaten in that race. So he's very keen to cut out the mistakes. And the only way you can do that is by riding the track. It's all right sitting at home and going, I would have done this. But until you ride the track, you don't realise exactly how different it is from other tracks which seem similar in nature. But this track is different from most of the US tracks, for example. Joel Rosario was saying it rides a lot like Belmont, which would be probably the biggest circuit in the US, but very different from most.
Yes, it is a long way home at Riyadh when you turn into that straight. Someone who never makes mistakes when he's commentating is Mr. Anthony Ennis, and race 5 is time for the runners and riders.
Oh, you set me up for a fall there, Callum. Right, yes, on we go. 1,600 metres for this race for the fillies this time. These are 2-year-olds in a maiden race, and we have a scratch number 19. Let's go through them. Number 1 is Alba Sharia for Rayan Altoesh. Number 2 is now ridden by Youssef Al Hussein. That's Regarda. 3 is Shalfei Ayad Al Tarisi. 4 Asula Nawaf Al Fairuz. 5 is Halia Abdullah Alofi. 6 is Sultanat Al Hejaz Abdullah Al Fairuz. 7 is Ali Wasa for Mohammed Saeed. 8 is Salia for Adel Al Faredi. Was a late jockey booking. 9 is Latitha Ricardo Ferreira. 10 Zarat Watin Alex Moreno. 11 is Tilda for Thurb Altamat. Number 12 is First One for Yasser Al Bakawi. 13 Marriage for Luis Morales. 14 Mashukat Najla Talik Al Mansur. 15 is Mijan Abdullah Al Hussein. 16 is Al Gatrusha for Wigberto Ramos. Over the page to find 17, which is Sultanatai for Victor Gutierrez. 18 is Farmar, now Jose Rodriguez. 19 doesn't go, by the way, Samar Dubai. 20 is a runner, Mashakile for Khalid Al Mamoni. 21 is a runner as well, Palata, Mohammed Aldaham looking for a double rides. 22 and 23 don't get in. So the 19 is out. The first reserve runs, 21 Palata. She is ridden by Mohammed Aldaham. That's the field, 1,600 metres. Fillies, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, consummate professional, giving us jockey changes, non-runners, reserves to get in, all building up to this cracking maiden contest for the fillies. We'll start from the top and work our way down. Al Beherea is the first horse we're going to look at.
A debutant, Al Besharia, half-sister to 4 multiple winners here. Not just winners, but horses who've won more than 2 races, including 6-time winner called Intezaruni. Not a stable I would associate with debutant winners, but interesting on paper.
Ragada is horse number 2.
17th on debut and easy enough to pass over.
Jcsa is horse number 3.
Out of a dual UK winner called Cavatina, who herself is out of a 3-time winner called Piano. Both of those Cheveley Park horses, I'm sure you'll recall.
Yes, good pedigrees. Hayla is horse number 5.
Hayla was third in the 6 furlong maiden at Typhon meeting 34. Beaten 12 lengths or more in both starts since, so a little bit disappointing, and she needs to bounce back here.
Sultanat Al Hijaz is horse number 6.
Yeah, she looks very interesting here. Only beaten the neck when second to Al Rafia in a 7 furlong maiden on the 16th of November. The winner of that should have won her previous start, but collided with the rails and lost her action. And to be honest, Sultanat Al Hijaz did really well to run her down and was closing all the way to the line, so she looks to have a big chance of winning this.
Al Orsa is horse number 7.
Not another newcomer, sorry, rated 48, Alesa, and difficult to fancy for that reason.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's cast her eye over these fillies. Who has jumped off the screen?
I don't know about jumping off the screen, but the horses are jumping all around the parade ring. Horse number 6 nearly just took us out. However, I have decided to stick with horse number 8, Cesalia, coming up behind me now. She is a stunning looking filly. Third last time out, she's partnered with Adel El Faradi. Adel's been unlucky today as of yet, but I think this could be his time to shine on board this stunning 2-year-old filly. A horse that I also really like the look of is a newcomer and a first reserve who managed to get in. Horse number 21, a filly by Keen Ice, who is a sire that I really loved in America and saw a lot of in Dubai when at his time racing. As for paddock negatives, I'm going to stick with horse number 4 and horse number 6, being very naughty in the preliminary stages. Just very juvenile, very green horses, so can't take too much away from them for that, but I will be sticking with Adel Al Faradi's filly in this contest.
Thank you, Shamila, and interesting to hear that Sultanat Al Hijaz is a paddock negative, because certainly on form would probably be the one to beat here.
Yeah, that's a surprise to me, and we'll get another chance to have a look at her here. Well, that I suppose takes us on to the most interesting one against her then, doesn't it?
Yes, because we're going to look at Cesalia now, Shamila's paddock selection.
Yeah, she's run twice to date, 6th on debut here, but improved from finishing 4 1/4 lengths third to Moscow in a 7 furlong maiden last time out, up to a mile here. That was the 1st of December. She did 1:28.89 that day, which puts her, gives her a faster time than Sultanat Al Hijaz did when she was second on debut. I would have been inclined to go with Sultanat Al Hijaz because I think she's open to improvement there on what will be just her second start. But with the paddock negative, that makes it quite interesting between the pair of them, and a positive for Salia.
Did Salia shape to you that she wanted to go further?
No, she didn't.
No.
That was the one question. I thought she looked at the 7 furlongs was the right trip for her. Stepping up a trip does ask questions about her stamina.
Latita is horse number 9.
Rated 45, not going anywhere at the moment, and exposed after 5 starts.
Zarat Wateen.
A debutant by Great White Eagle, not an awful lot to pull out of the pedigree, but Alex Moreno on board is a very positive jockey booking, so she is one to bear in mind here.
Tilda is horse number 11.
She was 4 1/2 lengths fourth to Fasail in a local bred fillies maiden last time out, but I thought she was held by the drop to 6 furlongs that day, and stepping up to a mile is a question mark for her as well.
First one is horse number 12.
First one wouldn't be the first one home here, I would imagine, finishing 14th and 11th in 2 starts.
Let's take a look at Sultan Al Hijaz in action. It's an interesting race this, because the horse in front is stopping as well. It's not like she's closing that distance too much, because the horse in front is idling massively.
She is. I mean, and she'd obviously knocked it home when looking like she was going to win in her previous start. She had the race won at this stage, and then doesn't quite get home the last 100 yards. But ignoring that, the second and third pull clear of the rest, and it is Sultanat Al Hijaz who wins that battle and is going on at the line. She would have been in front in another couple of strides. So you've got to give her credit for that on debut.
Yes, let's look at our next one. Mearij is horse number 13.
Not from 10 and out of the first 10 on her last 2 starts.
Mesukat Najila is horse number 14.
She showed a little bit on debut, but was beaten 15 1/4 lengths last time out at Taif, failing to improve for that start, and she's been off since.
Mijan is horse number 15.
Didn't really show enough for me behind Moscow on debut, beaten over 20 lengths, so she's got plenty to find.
Algatrusha.
She ran okay, beaten 10 1/4 lengths, went 4th to Astabstrat on debut, but hasn't really gone forward, didn't go forward on her next start, and was well beaten when last seen in Taif.
Sultan 80 is horse number 17.
13th on debut in Taif, back in meeting 11, would need to improve a lot on that.
Farmer is horse number 18.
Showed a bit over 6 furlongs first time out, but a lot more needed. Perhaps a step up and chip will suit, but not enough to cling on to there.
Mosakila is horse number 20.
Mosakila didn't show an awful lot on debut and showed even less last time.
And Peralta is horse number 21, but will be jumping out of stall 19, if I can get my words out.
Indeed. Yeah, I thought Peralta was really interesting here, sneaking into the race this morning with the first non-runner. She is a keen eyes half-sister to a couple of useful winners called Kadesh and Al Gondal in the States. And I thought she was well worth a look in the parade ring, and I thought Peralta could be above average, certainly on pedigree.
Yes, she'll be interesting. She's a big, strapping grey filly as well. I just saw her heading down to post, so hopefully she can give a good account of herself on debut. Good to see more chats on YouTube. Adil says hello to everyone. We say hello right back to you, Adil. Thank you for joining us here ahead of race number 5. Plenty more racing ahead of us and some very good racing later on in the card. Focusing on this contest though, Rory, Sultana Al Hijaz looks to be the one on paper they've all got to beat, but Shamila made it a negative, and you often have to think if Shamila doesn't like it, there's a reason for it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't take that lightly, and I wouldn't let it put me off entirely. But for the purpose of this race, I was against Salia at the trip. Now she's got a good time for this, but I thought for the 7 furlongs rather, but I thought the step up and trip was a little bit of a negative for her, whereas it's a positive for Sultanat Al Hijaz. But the one that I'm going to go for is actually Perlata, the reserve who gets in here. I don't think she'll be in need of the run. She certainly doesn't look like it in the preliminaries, and the stable are very good at getting one ready first time. And on pedigree, she could be well above average.
I am going to go for Sultanat Al Hijaz because I just don't think we can leave her well alone. She's got the best form on paper, so hopefully she's behaved herself now. She's got down to the start. So as the loading process looks to be well underway, we'll go through selections one more time for everyone at home. Sultanat Al Hijaz is the one for me. Thalia is the horse for Shamila, horse number 8, and horse number 21 coming out of stall 19 is Palata for Rory. So to go through this again, it's 21 for Rory, 8 for Shamila, and 6 for myself. Anthony Ennis, who do you like?
I'm going to agree with you this time, Callum. Sultanat Al Hijaz, despite that paddock negative, I'm going to stick with her. Good draw in 6. You did see that previous winner winning out of 20. That was some effort, but big field of runners here, and they are going forward. Lots of unknown quantities, really. So see what happens. Runners are going forward. As you say, the reserve Palata goes out of stall 19. Yeah, she's certainly got a chance. I can see Rory's argument for putting her up. Jockey's really impressed me as well. This Mohammed Aldaham, who heard from earlier on after his winner, seems to have got the knack of riding this track. Right, we are, say, about halfway through loading up. A bit further down the line now. We're waiting for Osula. Halia hasn't gone in yet either. Maybe about 3 or 4 to go in now. A big field of runners for this race. 1,600 metres for these juvenile fillies here. There is number 4 in that gold and blue jacket. That's Osula. Flashy silks. Awaf Al Fayrouz on board. She's in. Next door to her will be Halia. Inside of her is Shalfea. We're almost ready to go. Set, I think. And they're off. Started caught with a pretty good line. A bit slow to go with Shal Fair in purple and white. Black and white towards the inside. Alba Sharia got out quite well, showing speed in the centre. Two there in the green colours is Latithar. And that one's coming across to take over here. Latithar it is. Ricardo Ferreira in green, who's going to try and go on to Alba Sharia on the inside with the pink noseband. Just off the pace, racing in third then, is Cesalaya in the red and blue colours. They race through the first 400 metres. Further back to find Sultanat Al Hajaz, who's back towards the inside, about 2 off the rails, in about 7th position at this stage. Plenty of pace on here. They're really tanking down the back straight. They've covered the first 650 metres now. And moving up towards the outside is number 11. That's Tealdar in the blue and white checks, red sleeves and cap to go on. So Tealdar, 2 in second place. That is Esalaya. Behind Esalaya in third towards the inside is Lathithar in third. Making ground, Sultanat Al Hajaz is now in a different track position towards the outside. It's been all over the shop, really. Followed by Al Bashira, who's in the black and white, still in the race just about as they make the home turn. The leader, though, is kicking on here. This is Tealdar, and third Altamat. He said, catch what you can, because Tealdar has a kick and leads by 5 lengths now to Al Bashira, going off in chase in second place in the black and white colours. Down the outside in the blue and gold is Sultanat Al Hajaz. That one is picking up now. Sultanat Al Hajaz has got to try and catch Tealdar and has got 200 metres in which to try and catch her. But Tealdar keeps on finding with a rail to help. Sultanat Al Hajaz, the only threat. Tealdar treading water in front. Sultanat Al Hajaz is running on down the outside, and Sultanat Al Hajaz is going to get up close home. Sultanat Al Hajaz, Abdullah Al Fayrouz, beats Tealdar into second place. They were well clear. Osula has finished back in third, number 4. Sultanat Al Hajaz, shot by Callum, has won this in the turquoise and gold colours. Abdullah Al Fayrouz for the Al Harbi stable. She eventually wore down Tealdar. It looked for a moment as if Tealdar had given them the slip turning in. She ran a good race in second under third Altamat. Must have been really annoyed to see the horse pass him in the final 150 metres. Back in third, a distant third, Osula, who came from well off the pace, the gold and blue. And it was Alba Sharia in the black and white who was fourth. So winning time, 1 minute 41.98 seconds, a length of winning margin. 6, Sultanat Al Hajaz the winner, 11, Tealdar second, and number 4, Osula in third.
Abdullah Al Farouz is our winning jockey of race 5. He's done it aboard Sultanat Al Hijaz, who has given myself and Enzo a winner. Whoop whoop! So that's finally happened. Interesting enough is she was getting quite worked up in the parade ring. She didn't handle the bend at all, and she still won. So you could probably mark up this performance a little bit, I thought.
You could. On the downside, it's a pretty moderate time, just dipping under 142.
And Tilda in second is a horse we know not a lot about. She's a solid 57 rated.
Yeah, well, she did improve last time out, Tilda. She'd probably win a handicap of a mark of 60 or thereabouts. But I don't think she quite stays this trip. She looked all over the winner with a furlong to go and didn't quite last home. As I said, I thought she was helped by dropping back to 6 furlongs last time out. She's got speed. And I think she wants to race it up to 7 furlongs. But if you're looking for a winner to come out of that race in the next few weeks, I think it's more likely to be Tilda, because it's not easy to place these winners of 1. Whereas Tilda, still a maiden, and if she drops back in trip, she can do that or a handicap next time out, and she's capable of winning.
Yeah, certainly has plenty of options on her plate. But the great thing you like about Sultana Al Hijaz is she's shown that same attitude she showed last time out, really knuckling down when asked and going on and winning the race, which was good to see. So she's got half the battle. She's got the right mindset for it. She's not the scopiest.
Yeah, she encouraged her head to one side here, and she did that a little bit on debut as well, but it didn't stop her running on. And I thought, looking at that race last time out, I thought she might, if she wasn't genuine, she wouldn't have even finished second. So even though she carries her head slightly awkwardly, she keeps going forward with it. And you certainly can't knock her out. She just made up lots of ground on her last 2 starts in the last 100, 150 metres. So her attitude can't be questioned.
Looks like we've got some landmarks to celebrate as well. Somebody has 600 winners, which is great to see. So hopefully we'll hear some more about that. And it's Adele Al-Faradi, I'm being told, has got 600 winners, which is wonderful to see, because Adele, one of the bigger names here in Saudi Arabia and probably the best judge of pace.
Yeah, we've been constantly impressed by Adele, and he isn't where he is in the jockey stable for no reason. He's the best of the local jockeys, and a guy you can rely on every day.
And 600 winners is some achievement as well, isn't it? We saw Alex Moreno recently celebrate 500 winners, and you can just see how we're going up in different cyclocross as well to celebrate different landmarks. But to ride 600 winners is very impressive, and I remember us discussing when we first came here, he's the type of jockey that you'd love to see in a Shergar Cup someday. Yeah, and he's flying the flag for Saudi jockeys and doing very well with it. And as you said, 600 winners is no mean feat, given that we're only racing 3 days a week here, and there's a chunk of the year when we don't race at all. So, and obviously you got races like this with 20 runners in them. Racing tends to be very competitive as well, so not easy to rack up those wins. And Adele fully deserves his reward for getting 600 winners to date. Yeah, Abdullah Al Farouz here, though, is our winning jockey of this contest, and has done it in fairly decent style. It'll be great if we could see a full replay of this one, because he just does not handle the bend at all. And just as soon as I say it, what a production team we have here. A few horses missing the kick here, 4 of them, including your selection, Rory, was a little bit slow.
Yeah, that was the end of the race for the 4 who broke badly. 2 of those on the inside. Riyadh, you see, trying to rush up after a bad start there, but those were all beaten immediately because there's no way you can get good track position after that. And we settled down into the race proper, and you want to keep an eye on where Sultanat Al Hijaz is going into the bend here, don't you?
Yeah, sitting in about 5th position here, 2 off the rail with the yellow sash down the middle of the silks. Just cruising up into 4th. Now it's really interesting to see what Abdullah's thinking of doing here, because he's like, well, I'm going to have to go wide to go around these ones. I don't want them to fall into my lap, but this horse just doesn't handle the bend at all and hangs markedly out to the right, and he goes full left hand down.
Just shies away from the one on the inside there. Here, I can't pick up because it's not running. Oh, we don't have the colours. It must be.
It's 1, isn't it?
Yeah,
because red saddlecloth. Yeah, so it must be horse number 1.
So which has run pretty well on debut. I just shied away from that, and then has again shifted out on the bend. After that, you see at this stage that Salia, who was up at the pace early on, is weakening out of things in the rail. That was disappointing from her. And at this stage, Tilda is clear, but in unknown territory, trip-wise. And Sultanat Al Hijaz, despite, as you said, not handling the bend particularly well, comes on very strongly, as she did on debut. And again, she's still looking to shift out slightly, and then the runner-up comes off the rail into her late in the day. But at that stage, Sultan Al Hijaz was getting the better of the argument anyway, so no worries about Stewart's inquiries at that stage.
Certainly not. No, she seemed to shy away from the horse on the inside there and then did it again a second time and found herself even wide around that bend. But she's knuckled down when it mattered, and it always looked like she was going to get up, didn't it?
It did, yes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you didn't know anything about either of the two horses, you'd have thought Tilda was in pole position with a furlong and a half to run. But Tilda had questions to answer over the mile, and we knew that Sultan Al Hijaz had finished strongly first time out. So with that information, you would have thought that she would get up.
And Osula coming from very, very well back to finish third in the end. And then I also saw Halia fell back to the field really poorly because she was right up there for a very long way, Halia, and then ended up fading markedly towards down that straight.
Yeah, I mean, she's got ability, but again, I think her best form has come at 6 furlongs. She hasn't been getting home over further since.
Yeah, so that makes sense. We're beginning to get our heads around this racing over here, and you can just see our most recent winner here, Sultanat Al Hijaz, has gone and given her supporters a good day in the sun. We, however, will move on to race 6, which is a local bred open, Rory, and looks to be the first of our really good races on the card here.
It does, yeah. There's a lot of quality on show. A few of these are maybe out of their depth a little bit, but it's hard to choose between the best in the field, and it's a race to look forward to.
A lot of them have clashed already before as well, which is quite nice to see, where you're seeing these form lines just beginning to narrow down and you're seeing who's beating who.
Yes, exactly. It's always nice to have intertwining form lines, and we'll see that in a few races later on as well. Yeah,
and again, like I say, it's worth keeping an eye on all the racing here on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Obviously, Saturdays you do see the most highest quality action, but you get so many clues on the Thursdays and the Fridays, and you constantly see those form lines being reused as we go further through the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And certainly plenty to look forward to. Anthony Ennis can give us the runners and riders for race 6.
Let's do that right now. Thank you, Callum. Yeah, this is our 6th race. 13 runners here. There is a scratchy. Number 11, Al Bastro, is out. That leaves 13. Number 1 is Riyadh for Camillo Ospina, looking for a double. Number 2 is Badr Al Mokhtar for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 3 is Ijabi for Victor Gutierrez. Number 4 is Thu Al Manakib for Khalid Al Mamoni. 5 is Hafar Al Batin for Abdullah Al Rashed. 6 is Hoot Al Korain. Alex Moreno rides that one. Number 7 is Eshtahar for Eddie Castro. Number 8 is Tariq Al Mansur. Over the page to find number 9, Aras for Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 10, Al Jamani Adel Al Furedi. 11 is scratched. So 12 is Al Hithami, Abdullah Al Hussein on board. 13 is going to be Al Montaesh for Ayad Al Tarisi. And 14, Sedus. From the outside draw, Abdullah Al Saidi. So an open race then, fillies and colts here. 13 runners going the mile, 1,600 metres. Back to you.
Thank you, Enzo. And yes, on the back of a winner as well, Anthony. Let's bounce on that one. We love to see it. But let's start top to bottom. Riyadh, horse number 1.
4-time winner at this trip, but has been unplaced on his last 8 starts. And the question with Riyadh is whether he's a force of old.
Badr Al Mokhtar must have a good chance here.
Yeah, all 8 wins have come at a mile, back to winning ways, and of course in distance open last time out, beating Mashmook, the stable companion or the owner mate, if you like, 3.5 lengths.
EJB is horse number 3.
EJB was 3rd in the municipality of Riyadh Governorate Cup. 2 starts back, and was then 2nd to Al Jamani in a course and distance open in a good time, 1 minute 39.84. A repeat of that will see him go close.
So Al Mankab is horse number 4.
Impossible to fancy on last season's form. Been off for a long time. It was 11th and 13 in 2 starts back in 2022.
Hafar Al Batin is horse number 5, rated 77.
Not a bad horse at his best. Again, an 8-year-old he seems to have trained off of it, only 12th last time out, and that was just last week.
Hoot Al Korain is horse number 6.
Is a 4-time winner from 39 starts. Hasn't been seen in Riyadh yet this season. One of his wins has come at this trip, but the last 2 have come over shorter in time, including a non-winners of 3 back in June, where he won by 8.5 lengths and probably suffered as a result of that win.
Eshtahar has never finished outside the top 6 in each of his 12 starts.
Yeah, impressive. He's very consistent. Both of his wins have come over course and distance. He was beaten 10 lengths to 1 second to Jcsa in a non-winners of 4 over course and distance last time out. He won over course and distance this time a year ago, so this is coming to his time of year.
Yeah, Thalik is horse number 8.
Thalik won a 0 to 75 handicap 3 starts back. Was in front of EJB in the Boy Scouts Association of Saudi Arabia last time out. I say last time out. 2 starts ago. He was in the that Group 3 Prince Mohammed Al Makil Cup, which is a really tough contest, so I'd ignore that run.
Araz is a horse who hasn't completed in 2 of his last 3 starts.
Yeah, he's refused at the stalls both times, hasn't he? So the worry with him is that he won't even go in. He ran respectably when he did consent to race 2 starts ago, but clearly not one to trust.
Al Jamani is a horse who took advantage of dropping back a little bit in class last time in open company.
Yeah, was back to his best when beating EJB in a course and distance open last time out in a time of 1:39.71. He's just a pound worse off at the weights, half a kilo worse off, but I think the fact that he got his eye back in last time could be crucial here.
Al Hitami is horse number 12.
Yeah, hard to fancy the bottom 3, to be perfectly honest. Rating of 62 and 4 consecutive poor runs from that one.
Al Monteash is number 13.
Did at least run respectably, turned out quickly last time, but as a rating of 67, has only won once from 25 and hard to fancy.
Seduz is the final horse at number 14.
Coming back off an absence, form in Taif last season read 16, 13, 13. So again,
a miracle.
Yeah.
So if we can discount the bottom 3 here, 12, 13 and 14, we can focus on the top 10 because we lose horse number 11 as well. As we can see, there he is getting his 600 winner landmark. I think it's Adel Al-Faradi. He's a top class jockey there and a top class individual as well. And we mentioned English not his best language, so he doesn't often take the time to speak to us. But what you see when you see him just reading body language is how passionate he is about the sport and how hard he takes losing.
Yes, he doesn't like losing, but he's got a ready smile when he's winning and things are going well, and it's always nice to see Adel Al-Faradi with that smile on his face.
Part of the Al-Faradi clan, obviously. Farhad Al-Faradi, a very talented jockey within his own right, and I think Ali Al-Faradi as well. They've got 2 brothers who are both riding, so very talented family, and I'm sure they see lots of success within the household.
Indeed, yeah.
Hopefully we can find some success on the racecast, and if Badr Al-Bakhtara would probably, come on now, you're going to be my selection here, mate, so if you just get a wiggle on, there we go, good lad. That's fine, just having a look at something, probably having a look at our very lovely cameramen on that corner of the racetrack there. It's interesting here, I've got it down to 4, Rory, how many have you got it down to?
Well, I have got it down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh, you've got 6, I've got 4. Take me through your 6 and we'll see if we overlap.
Well, 2 of them I could throw out there. Badr Al-Mutara, EJB, Hut Al-Qurain. I could throw Talik out as well. Aras. He's not easy to find, but he's got the ability to
starts, yeah.
And Al-Jamani.
Yeah, so very similar to me. I didn't have Aras or Hut Al-Qurain. Eshtahar, I thought was interesting, got tapped for toe over 1,800 metres last time. You'd be slightly concerned that they're dropping him in trip and speed will be a factor. Do you think maybe he might find this all a bit too quick?
Yeah, that would be a little bit of a concern, but otherwise, in terms of overall form, has a fair
got a massive chance, hasn't he? He's a really likeable individual, big, dashing grey. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him in the parade ring too. But he certainly be the one for me that I like, I like him as a horse, but maybe this race will be a bit too much for him because he looked absolutely flat to the boards for a process there over 1,800 last time. But you've said plenty of times to me before, 1,800 metres isn't always the easiest trip to do.
No, it's a bit of a specialist trip, and the way races are run there is a bit different to either the mile or the 2000s, and I think it can sometimes throw up funny results. Whereas at a mile, I think more often than not, the best horse wins.
Yes, yeah, usually is the case. But Eshtahar will be hoping that dropping back to a mile helps out. EJB, very unlucky last time, but I thought when he got to the front, his ears kind of went straight into the air and he sort of had to look around.
Yeah, did idle a little bit, but he's been very consistent as a whole, EJB, and he definitely comes into the equation. I would just favour Al-Jamani to uphold form there, but there's very little juice between them.
You mentioned that Al-Jamani was looking good in the weights. He's carrying 62 kilos, EJB carrying 61.5, so only half a kilo between them on the weights. What's between them in the ratings?
In the ratings, there is very little, 92 for EJB and 94 for Al Jamani, with bearing in mind that those are in pounds. There is there was £1 difference from when they last met, when Al Jamani came out on top, but obviously very little between the pair that day. And really it's a case of who gets the best luck in running, really, who's liable to win between the two of them. But my thinking was that Al Jamani, having had a bit of a barren spell, getting his head back in front will help him a lot.
I like the fact they've kept him in open company as well, because he was running in some really good races, cup contests here, cup contests there, and now he's back in open company and could do quite well.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. If you can win a cup race if you're rated in the 90s, but you need things to pan out for you. You need either the big guns not to turn up or to underperform a little bit, because normally in most of the cup races you get something rated north of 100, and you're racing at level weights as well, so there's not much give.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Has anyone caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. I really love the look of horse number 9, Ahras, rated 86 under Mohammed Al Hubail this time. Just really looked nice to me in the parade ring. Definitely an eye catcher. I'd love to see horse number 7, Ishtahir, in the winner's enclosure, but I'm not sure if today will be his day, though Mohammed Al Hubail is also a man on fire. Ahras sports blinkers, a shadow roll and a flare strip. So a lot of headgear going on him here today. However, I think he can get the job done. As I said before, I really like the look of Ishtahir as well. Really, really nice looking horse. I don't think today will suit him as such. As for paddock negatives, horse number 14 looks to be carrying a little less condition than I would like to see him carrying. So best of luck to everybody in this 6th race of the day, a local bred horses open.
Thank you, Shamila, and best of luck to everyone in the comments as well. David is back in the chat. It's not a day of Saudi Arabian racing without David getting in the chat. And we also have MD Awi Almia, who's given us a good old wavy emoji as well. So we're waving right back at you over wherever in the world you are watching from. And I think that's what's wonderful about us being able to be live on YouTube, is the fact that anyone from all over the world can watch us. We're not constrained to geographical location.
We're not, no. It's just always nice to get communication from various parts of the globe. The Australians tend to be a bit slow in the uptake.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's time difference. Cheap. But I tell you what, we do. It's amazing. The South and Central American viewership, the US viewership, and then Europe as well. There's a big purebred Arabian fan club in Europe who are very interested in what happened in the Saudi purebred Arabian races. So we do tend to see our viewership spike, and a lot of that is due to that Central European audience.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? We'll see a couple of horses later on who've been successful in Poland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so certainly it's great just to see the worldwide interest in everyone getting involved and watching this stunning racecourse. It is King Abdulaziz racetrack, and a beautiful backdrop of Riyadh as well in the sunset. It's a lovely time of day, this. I really like it when the sun begins to set. The floodlights have just begun to be turned on, and it's just very nice. I remember Tom Collins used to really like this part of the day because the bugs would start attacking. And that was when he was in his element. He really, really enjoyed that. So now the floodlights are on, the bugs will be flying, but we are all tucked away inside in our studio, which is very nice to see. We've narrowed our field down to about 4 selections. We're going to be very fortunate enough to see Al Jamani in action and Bada Al Muktara in action as well. We could just see one taking a bit of a pull down to post. That's Al Tiami, who is Al Hitabi, horse number 12, who's just taking a bit of a tug down to post. Here's one that took a tug to the winning post. That was Al Jamani beating EJB last time.
Yeah, this was a back to form effort down to this open class last time out, and he was back to his best when winning narrowly from EJB. You'll see him there in the green colours with the black cap. EJB on the inside also with the black cap with the the yellow colours, I guess you would say. And he's a ready winner in the end. Pulls nicely clear to win by about a length. I think 3/4 officially at the line, and I think although he's slightly worse off of the weights, he can maintain that form. It seems to me that almost all the horses that have got really hot have been red stable horses the last couple of days.
Yes, and this is Bada Al Muktara, who's got really warm, but he was a warm order on this occasion when he won quite nicely, I thought.
Yeah, this was right back to his recent best as well. 3rd on his reappearance, and this win came when beating Mashmook, who runs on strongly in the first colours, into 3rd place. But he won by 3.5 lengths here. It was a good performance from Badr Al Muktara. Rated 92, has got every chance of following this up, but the fact that he's getting so warm is a concern for me.
Yeah, so I'm slightly concerned that he is getting a little bit toasty under the saddle there. We can just see someone else getting a little bit warm there too. I don't know whether that's an outrider pony or is one of the ones that we should be watching today. So we'll let you know who that is as soon as we find out. They're just heading down toward the start. It's certainly something that is running, because there is the outrider pony.
Well, I think that actually might be Badr Al Muhtara.
I think you might be absolutely right. It is Badr Al Muhtara. Alex Moreno back in the saddle here. Hoot Al Karain is the horse. He is aboard. Alex was in Kuwait yesterday riding Fou de Pinet, and unfortunately for you Fou de Pinet fans out there, me included, Fou de Pinet was beaten in Kuwait there. I think he finished about 3rd or 4th in a very valuable race there for Lucas Gaetan, but both Lucas and Alex Moreno straight back to Saudi Arabia to ride today. So putting those miles in, I imagine they're air miles.
Indeed, yeah, not driving all the way back. Yeah, Hoot Al Karain is quite interesting. Has won at this trip, but I just thought his very best form last season came at 6 furlongs, and he ran away with a non-winners of 3 early season, right at the start of the season in Type 1 by 8.5 lengths. He's a little bit flattered by that, and although he's won over this trip before, I'm not sure he's a proper stayer at a mile these days.
Yeah, I think so. It could be a bit tough for him this race. Let's talk about selections early. I'm pretty sure Shamila's gone for Araz, which will know her fate very early on in this contest. Rory, who do you like in this one?
I like Al Jamani. He's parked fairly wide here, but there's not a massive field, and I think that he likes to make his run wide as well. So I think he will confirm form with EJB on worse terms.
I'm going to go for Badr Al Muhtara, despite the sweating up early. You can just see in there getting the blindfold put on as well. So all the prelims aren't really the brightest, but hopefully we can do the business on the race course. And Abdullah Al-Orfi is a very good pilot. Good to see Victor Gutierrez continuing to his association with EJB. He lost out on the ride that won the big race on Saturday when Joel Rosario came in and took the ride.
Yes, yeah, he wouldn't have been happy about that, but sometimes that's the way it's the way the cookie crumbles. But I
think Joel had ridden that horse previously
yes,
as well, so there was a relationship there. He hadn't exactly fully sweeped in, but as they continue circling down, we can see the loading process has started. So to go through selections one more time, Rory likes number 10, Al Jamani. Shamila likes number 9, Araz. Fingers crossed that jumps out at the start. And I like number 2, Badr Al Muhtara. Anthony Ennis, plenty of good horses in this open race.
Yeah, certainly are, Callum. This is a tough one, isn't it? Plenty with chances. I thought EJB had a bit of a chance. I know what was Rory was saying about that form with Al Jamani. There's going to be that much between them. They're quite closely matched, aren't they? So I'd give EJB a bit of a shout here to run well for Victor Gutierrez. Let's hope he can get a winner on the board here. Right, they're loading up. There's the grey. That's going to help me out. That's Eshtahar in the same ownership as Badr Al Muhtara. Yeah, he was getting a bit warm, wasn't he? Badr Al Muhtara on the way down. What are we heading just past 5:30 local time in the evening now? Floodlights well and truly on. 1,600 metres here. 13 runners in the absence of Al Bastro, number 11. They are loading. Here's the 6 in red and white again. Hoot Al Karain. Alex Moreno on board. There's only a couple left to go in here. Hafa Al Batin we're waiting for. And Aras is the other one. Aras in 2 on the wider draws. So if he comes out okay, normally goes in late, doesn't he? So just keep an eye on him at the start. So the runners are all in apart from this one. Just keep an eye on what's in the stalls there. There's something happening, I think, but I think we're okay now. So we're waiting for Aras to load. And let's hope this horse jumps away okay. Mohammed Al Hubail is the man in charge of that. Keep an eye on number 4 here, Thu Al Manakeb. Yeah, just keep an eye on that one in the stalls. A little bit edgy. Right, we're just about ready to start, and they're off. Let's let them go. Oh, he's done it again. Aras has not raced. Aras has stayed in stall 9. In the blue and black, he's refused to jump out. He can be tricky in the stalls, and Aras is not with the field. Breaking well with Jcsa on the inside, the yellow colours. Wider out the grey. Eshtathar is up with the pace. Also, Hoot Al Karain is there. Wider out is Sedus in blinkers, the light grey sleeves. Just off the pace there is Al Jamani. And then behind Al Jamani, we have in the red, white and blue colours, Al Hithami, who's not far off the pace. Jcsa has now dropped back on the inside. Wider out is Al Jamani in the green and yellow hoops with the black cap. Towards the back at this stage is Badr Al Mokhtar, got warm beforehand. Also in rear is Al Montaesh in the light blue. Another one towards the back is Riyadh in green and white colours. And also Thalik is nearer last and first. But up front it is the grey who's pressing on here. Eshtathar, who leads here. Eshtathar for Eddie Castro by a length and a half. So in second place, Hoot Al Karain, red and white. Racing in third is Al Hithami. Around the houses goes Al Jamani in the green and yellow with the black cap, doing a lot of work out wide. Jcsa in the yellow needs to get going now to make the turn. Hafa Al Bardin is making his way into blue and white. Got into a share of third place, but work to do to catch this leader Eshtathar, although the horse in second is moving quite well. That's Hoot Al Karain. Looks a big player now for Alex Moreno, and Hoot Al Karain on the outside now has hit the button and now joined in with Eshtathar. These two will fight it out. They're well clear. Near side Hoot Al Karain, far side the grey, trying hard Eshtathar, but now he looks tired, and Hoot Al Karain it is, who's in front by 3 parts of a length. He's not doing that much in front, but he's doing enough. Hoot Al Karain beat Eshtathar from the clouds. Riyadh was third, and then came Jcsa back in fourth place. Good battle up front. It's Hoot Al Karain who's won it, number 6 for the Al Gaith stable, and Alex Moreno on board. He gets a winner to join the likes of Aspida and Morales in the winner's circle today. Second place, very tough, was Eshtathar. Tried to do it all from the front under Castro, but he just got tired late. And third, number 1, that was the closer, Riyadh, who was out the back of the telly early on, but stayed on well to be third. 6.71, 1 minute 38.59 the winning time. 3 parts of an length the winning margin. 6 Hoot Al Karain, 7 Eshtathar. Third, number 1, Riyadh. That's the result of our 6th.
الخيال Alex Smurini. Welcome back, Alex. This 4th time with him. How is he today?
Thank you, Saleh. مبروك الخيال was stable. Great. Well, he's good, you know.
هذا خلاص تمرد صار
He
سعودي.
just break well. Was easy pace, so he just run away.
You come inside and outside. How that?
Well, the cattle, he just tried to go. I just leave him, you know. I just was wearing my horse until last 400. Oh, it's perfect. It's very good. Thank you, buddy.
Very well done to Alex Moreno, and it's great to have him back in the winner's enclosure after his trip to Qatar yesterday with Food Pine. So Hoot Al Karain wins the 6th contest for local bred horses, highest rated horse in the race, so makes sense for Gaith Al Gaith as well. Really good performance there. We're just waiting for Alex to weigh in here. This horse, Hoot Al Karain, is a 5-year-old colt by Chief Lone Eagle out of Lahore. So very well done to the breeders of that horse as well. These local bred horses get stronger and stronger every time we see them out. So it will be interesting to see what Alex made of the race. He was being chased by Eddie Castro the entire time. Congratulations, Alex. How did you find that race?
Well, it was easy pace. So actually, he liked to run the front. I have to take decisions, so I just make the pace. After Eddie Castro, he just tried to run away. I just let him go, because he's a little bit in the last 400.
Do you think Eddie went too quickly in the beginning?
Well, no, I don't think so. His horse is, a normal one.
And were you confident that you were going to win the race? Because in the closing stages, he was creeping up to you a little bit.
he was easy, like I say, We was going in a nice pace, and he stayed. And
you and Gaith seem to be teaming up quite a lot now as well.
Well, before we was doing well, and after he wrapped Abdel, and now we begin again,
That's good. And tell me, how is Fudapine after his race yesterday in Qatar?
Well, he's good. He's doing well, I think. I think there is better horses than him. But I'm just happy, nice opportunity, and the horse is good.
Well done, Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Alex Moreno, happy with that. Hoot Al Karain puts any stamina doubts to bed there and gets up and beats the very likeable Eshtahar, who again has finished inside the top 6. That's now 13 races in a row and just continues to prove to be a really good horse to own and a good horse to have fun with. Alex mentioned there the teaming up with Gaith. I thought that was quite interesting. We were together, it went well. Then he brought in others. And now we are back together. It is going well again. But certainly a jockey who is at the top of his game right now. A horse who wasn't at the top of his game was Bada Al Mukhtara, who broke slowly, but not as slow as Araz.
No, well, Araz didn't break at all. We knew that was an issue before. And in fairness, when he's refused in 2 of his last 3, he's refused to go in the stalls rather than to come back out of them again. But it's interesting, he doesn't go down as a non-runner on the card for those. But he went in as sweet as a nut this time, but then he realised,
wait a minute.
If I go in, I won't have to get pushed and shoved if I go in easily, and then I can just stay there. So he realised he knows which side his bread's buttered, and I think he's a law unto himself these days, Araz.
Front 2, first and second all the way around, but it's actually Eshtahar, a horse who we have pace concerns with, who ends up getting across and getting right to the rail.
Yeah, well, I mean, his wins have come over course and distance, but he'll stay a little bit further. And in order to maximise his chance of winning this, I think he had to press on and make it a test of stamina. Not easy. I don't think, again, the question is, has Eddie Castro gone too fast? I'd say he hasn't, because he's held on for a second in a good race here. My concern with Hoot Al Karain was whether he would truly stay the mile here, because as I said, he's shown more speed, having won over a mile early in his career. His recent wins have come over 6 furlongs, including at Taif, but he got home perfectly well today, showed a little bit more pace in the closing stages than Eshtahar, and the pair of them had got clear of the others. I thought Al Jamani was going to be a big threat coming into the bend, but he got pushed wide there. Slightly surprised that one of the outsiders was able to sort of keep with him through the bend. That was Al Hitami, who kept him company through the early part of the bend and made him go a little bit wider. But he didn't pick up as well as I thought coming out of it. And he and old foe EJB sort of came with the same run late in the straight, but neither of them were as strong as Riyadh, of those coming from off the pace. And Riyadh, who'd been unplaced in his last 8 starts, good horse, through his career, 6-time winner, just seemed to have lost his way a little bit, but he appreciated the strong pace here and came home late from a bad position to grab 3rd.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure.
I am indeed, and it is our second commemorative saddlecloth of the day, and this time it goes to Wigberto Ramos for 600 wins, a milestone to be much celebrated, much like Adel Faredi before the last race. So Wigberto, and he actually told me before he went on stage, he's actually closer to 700 wins now. I think he's at 675, and he reckons that he can get 700 before the end of the season. So no doubt about that as well. But another fantastic commemorative saddlecloth for our Wiggy Ramos for there. So He's posing for pictures now, but I'm sure he will give us a little wiggle at some point. We will grab him for an interview at some stage, but I'll throw it back to you in the studio for now.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, so we can see here, just look at stool 9. There's Ara thinking, I just don't fancy it today. And stool 2, Bada Al-Makhtara thinking, I've done a lot of work before I even got to the start. So both of those negatives.
In your experience, do you think that makes a difference to the horses drawn either side of one who's clearly refusing to race? Because you don't think it...
I don't think it does, because I think the herd instinct kicks in, and when the herd goes, they go.
But part of the herd instinct is when something next to you is going, you go with it. So when the horse next to you doesn't go, does that sort of leave you conflicted? Because the horses either side of him will slightly slowly away there. I've not really thought about this too much before, but I thought it was interesting to watch the replay there, and we don't. Again, with racing in the UK, we don't tend to get those slow motion replays at the start, which are often really interesting.
Yeah, they're
and tell you a lot.
helpful, aren't they?
So that would be, put a bit of pressure on when you go back home, see if you can get a bit more of that going on. Because the two interesting parts of a race are the last 100 metres and the first 100 metres. And we tend to focus on, keep showing replays of the finish. But I think replays of the start are often really enlightening as well.
Certainly, and it's one of those things you can just see the power of the horses that are involved and how much is going on at the start. And Araz, again, back to the drawing board with him. I imagine he's going to have some stalls testing in the future. Anthony Ellis can take us through the runners and riders for race 7. We're flying through, Enzo.
We are, just about to pass the halfway house. Here we go with race number 7. And this is our 305, 1,800 metres this time, up in trip for a handicap 0 to 85. Number 1, Nordic Lights, Abdullah Al-Khraidi's. 2 is Toughish for Adel Al-Faradi. 3, Latahati, Camillo Ospina looking for a double. 4 is Helmi, Victor Gutierrez. 5, Dark Scimitar, Ali Al-Mamoni. 6, Single Minded, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 7, Master Skills, Luis Morales looking for a double. 8, Raffio for Ayad Al-Tarisi. 9, over the page, it's going to be Star Horse for Asil Al-Sahani. Number 10 is Mahatu for Mohammed Aldaham, chasing a double. 11, Bottle Rocket Man, another jockey looking for a double, Alex Moreno. 12, Premium Ticket, Fawas Wanas. Number 13 is Alk Warizmi for Ricardo Ferreira. 14, Honour and Pleasure for Rayan Al-Toesh. 15, Taking Names, Mohammed Al-Habail. 16, Al-Najim Al-Kaseb, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 17, Alpha Rat River, Abdullah Alorfi, who's also had a winner already today. 18 is Karihom for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. And then we've got Shawash, Youssef Al-Hassin, and 1M is number 20, Tariq Al-Mansur. Reserves are out here, aren't they? 21's gone, 22 and 23 not required because we have the full field, 20 runners for Callum and Rory to take you through.
Thank you, Anthony Ennis. Yes, 20 to get excited to, and Rory and I are already at loggerheads over horse number 1, Nordic Lights, because I can't have him at all.
Yeah, your logic always leaves me not knowing what to say, really.
Well,
why don't you put your case against Nordic Lights?
The horse Nordic Light beat only last week, literally about a week ago, is a consummate loser, a horse that comes second every time. He crawled past him, just about won. It was a good enough performance, but he makes the quickest turnaround impossible trying to beat the handicapper. You totally understand why they're doing this. We saw it with Hawawaya when we first got to Taif, and it can be a really good means to win and actually come and record back-to-back successes. See it a lot in the purebred Arabian races as well. But for me, Nordic Lights didn't shape to me like a horse who was going to make this quick turnaround and have the class to beat some of these. Dark Scimitar, Master Skills, these horses are all very talented individuals, and I think Nordic Lights beat a pretty average maiden last time out and crossed the line in front, and is now being quickly turned around to try and beat the handicap, and I think it might just be a bit too much for him.
Well, we'll see him in action. The thing I disagree with you on is just because a horse is a maiden doesn't mean it isn't any good, and just because you say, well, he keeps getting beaten, that doesn't mean the horses that beat him doesn't necessarily take anything away from the horses that beat him. And Treble Joy, who's the horse in question, has been placed multiple times in good races. We're not talking about a horse who's getting beaten in maidens. He's running in good open races and running really well.
Shamila has got Wigberto Ramos.
I have managed to catch Wigberto Ramos after his 600 wins, but you're actually closer to 700 wins now, aren't you?
Right. I think I need 25 more winners. I hit the 700. I will try my best. The competition is a little hard, but I will do it. I got a couple months left.
Yeah, I think you can do it before the end of the season easily.
I think so.
And what does it mean to you to accumulate this amount of winners? I mean, it is a lot of winners. You've been here for many years. It must mean a lot to you.
Listen, I work in America for 8 years, and I hit 1,470 races in 8 years. Here I got 26 years, but it's different because in the beginning we only race one day in 9 races. So the champion jockey always get every season like 37 races, close to 40, the most. So, and then the track start to growing, and I start to get a little old. But I'm very glad I got 700. I hope I can get this 700.
Well, you have a lot of fans here. Everybody loves you, and I think you have a few more years yet of race riding.
Well, depends of the people that support me. If they give me more opportunity, I will come back to. I'm 55 right now. I become to 56. Well, we'll see.
Well, very best of luck, Wiggy, and well done for your 600.
Thank you very much.
What a wonderful gentleman, and what an absolute ambassador for racing in Saudi Arabia. I still remember my first experience of Saudi Arabian racing was watching him win the Saudi Cup, and such a massive day for the nation as a whole, and it's wonderful to see him being awarded with that commemorative saddlecloth 600 winners, but he's getting inching closer to 700, so that's something to keep an eye on throughout the season.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that he clearly still has the hunger. You know, he's not top of the tree here anymore. He was still champion jockey last year, wasn't it? No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I think,
2 years
yes.
ago. And you know, his chances of being champion jockey again here are pretty slim. But the fact that he, you know, at his age, he's still got the hunger to get to that 700 winners and to keep carrying on. He's not talking about retirement at the end of the season. You get the impression he'll retire when he feels there aren't that many opportunities left for him rather than anything else. And his love for the game continues.
And you saw Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz put him on Tahiti in the big race last weekend, who was the stablemate to the very, very talented, Making Miracles in the big race last season. And Tahiti ended up running second, giving the winner, Mike Frankel, a bit of a fright. So certainly he can still do it at the top level, and I think he's one of the jockeys you want in the big races because he knows how to ride a big race around here.
He does, yeah. He's not going to get fazed by the occasion at all, and he knows the track better than anyone. You know, you could argue that maybe his reactions aren't as quick as they were, but I think that's just one of those things you assume that a jockey in his 50s is going to slow down a little bit. But you know, look at Frankie Dettori last season in the UK. You know, it's again similar sort of story. A guy who people are assuming coming to the end of his career, but the fact that he knew he had one season left was all the incentive that Frankie needed to ride as well as he ever had last season. Of course, now that he went through the season, he's decided that his decision was a little bit premature, but that's...
like Frankie, Wigberto says, I was riding in one country and I moved to another and found a whole new lease of life. And I think that's exactly what we've seen with Dettori as well. Let's go through these Nordic Lights. We've talked this horse to death. Let's go to Tafish, horse number 2.
Yeah, 3 lengths third to Musher Jumbo over 2,000 metres last time out, and was third to Nordic Lights in a 0-85 3 starts back. Just to point out that Nordic Lights hasn't just got one win recently to his name. You can't judge him solely on his effort last week.
Latihati is horse number 3.
Yeah, second in a 1 mile not to 90 3 starts back, and then ran in the European Union Cup and in a Jcsa award in his last 2 starts. So those are excusable runs for a horse of his rating, and back in a handicap, he should be competitive again.
Helmy looked to bounce back to form last time out.
Yeah, good old Helmy. We do like Helmy. Third, beaten 4.5 lengths behind Al Rahub and Giewont in a 7 furlong handicap last time out. He's effective at all distances, really, isn't he, from 7 furlong? Well, I think we actually saw him run really well over 6 at one stage at Type, but he stays a 1.5 miles perfectly well. Always does his best running late. Given that he was back to form last time out, I can see him being competitive here.
Dark Scimitar comes back to this trip and could be dangerous.
Yeah, beat Good Fighter in a course and distance event, a 0-90 2 starts back. was then fourth to Mr. Trinket over 2,000 last time out and drops back in trip. That was a perfectly good run last time out. And yet another who comes here in very good form.
Single-minded, horse number 6.
Course and distance winner in the past, fourth to Final Destination in a Jcsa award over a mile last time out. Was beaten 10 lengths there and had been fifth in a 0-85 handicap. 3 starts back. 1 or 2 may have his measure again.
Master skills in those lovely Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz colours.
Another fully effective over course and distance was fourth in a non-winners of 4 over track and trip at meeting 57. And last time out he was 9.5 lengths fifth to Mr. Trinket in a 2,000 metre 0-90, which leaves him with a bit of work to do with Dark Scimitar. He was fourth that day.
Lou Morales on board looking for a double. Raffio is horse number 8.
Looks out of form, 16th and 11th in 2 starts this season, and this is not the kind of race you want to be coming into out of form.
Star Horse is number 9.
Was a winner of a non-winners of 3 at Taif in meeting 40 and was fourth in a non-winners of 4 over 7 furlongs last time out. I would say his best form is at up to a miles, and this 1,800 metres will stretch him.
Mohatu is horse number 10.
Was a winner twice around a mile for William Haggis. The latest of those runs coming at Southwell in January, but not an easy introduction to racing in Saudi Arabia.
In Saudi Arabia. Bottle Rocket Man has a usual consistent type, but probably not quite at this level.
Yeah, and he's running similar sort of races. He's a dual course and distance winner. Was second in this grade at meeting 56. Not at his best in 3 starts since, that's the concern.
Premium Ticket is number 12, but Shamila is in the parade ring and she's been casting her eye over these runners.
I have indeed, and I like a lot of the horses in this race. Horse number 15, Taking Names, will be my paddock selection for this time. Jumping out of stall number 18, under Mohammed Al Hubail, first last time out at meeting 75, rated 81. This is just a stunning horse. Everything you would want in a thoroughbred, really, really well put together. He is by Arrogate out of Riyadh for Fayhan bin Faisal Al Mandil. So their stables is flying as they always are. Just a really nice horse. I think if I was at the sales, I would definitely pick him for sure. And I have some beef to pick with horse number 2, Tarfish, because I feel like I've chosen Tarfish every single time I've seen him in the parade ring because he really, really looks so well, and he lets me down every single time as well. So that is why I have gone for a different approach today. I also really like horse number 6, Single Minded, and horse number 12, Premium Ticket as well. Horse number 10 is a paddock negative for me as he is looking to carry a little bit too much condition, a little bit chunky for my liking, but I will be sticking with Taking Names, hopefully.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Taking Names, a horse I'm a huge fan of as well. We made our way to Premium Ticket, horse number 12, a horse that Shamila liked the look of in the parade ring.
Yeah, that's good. He was disappointing last week, but he was coming off a big run when second to Mr. Trinket. He was a couple of horses on that running 2 starts back and just was very flat last week. But in fairness, his jockey allowed him to coast home once he was beaten that day, and hopefully hasn't taken the edge off him. On the form he showed 2 starts back, he's got a big chance, and he might just be a forgotten horse in this race.
Yes, Al Kawazimi is horse number 13.
Yeah, we'll be seeing him in action on the VT, and he's just going down to post at the moment. A mile maiden winner 2 starts back, unexposed, this horse, and was third to behind Mahalik in a 1 mile open last time out. Mahalik was second in that race, but getting close to Mahalik when you're rated 83 suggests that you're well handicapped.
I thought Honour and Pleasure looked stunning. That's my absolute type of horse on paper. Not the traditional big, strong type that I like, but very fine, very classic looking, beautiful head. Thought take Honour and Pleasure with a real eye catcher.
You spotted the owner of Honour and Pleasure?
Oh, well, there we go. What a name. Carlo Ancelotti, the owner. There we go. It says it all now, doesn't it?
Indeed it does. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Only issue with Honour and Pleasure, all his wins have come over further. He was fourth to Nordic Lights last time out, but does drop down from 2,000 metres, which is a question mark for me.
Yeah, Honour and Pleasure. Carlo Ancelotti's run out, really exciting. Taking Name, the horse that Shamila, the eye catcher in the parade ring, makes sense. Finally began to look like he was coming back towards the form he showed right at the beginning of his career in Dubai.
Yeah, that's the question with him. On a course and distance apprentice hands and heels race last time out, seemed to be well suited by that. Here we are watching a Nordic Lights getting us ahead in front last time out. This was only last week, so he's turned out very quickly on the back of this. And as you said, the runner-up is Treble Joy. But I thought this was really solid form. The first three had been in very good form before this, and the fact that Treble Joy runs on to grab second on the rails doesn't take any gloss off this form. Now, I don't know officially what the penalty system is, but it seems to me he's got a 2 kilo penalty for that. So he's gone up to 91 in the ratings, but he's effectively running off 89 here, so he's £2 well.
Yeah, that's how it works. I think the penalty structure for the race that they won. This is Al-Qazimi, who you can just see on the rail, who comes up where I think he stayed on really well on this occasion, but he just takes a while to get going, doesn't he?
Yeah, but this is obviously a very good performance. All in wins it in the black colours with the white sleeves from our dear old friend Mahalik, who just ties up in the last 50 metres and allows the second and third in. But in fairness, Al-Khwarizmi makes a lot of late ground to get right amongst them at the finish, having looked like he was going to finish about 5 lengths off them. But there's a few closing in behind as well, so that's one to bear in mind. But Al-Khwarizmi clearly comes here in decent heart, hasn't had an awful lot of racing, and looks fairly handicapped at a mark of 83.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think he's got a very good chance here. We've got a few to keep going through. Al-Najm Al-Kasab is horse number 16.
Is a course and distance winner, but ran poorly on his sole 2023 outing here in the spring. He's changed stables again since that. Questions to answer now after another break.
Al-Rufat River is 17.
Very lightly raced in recent times, as if he's had problems. He's had breaks between races. Was a winner 3 starts back, but that's going back a couple of seasons. Finished 11th on his only starting at Riyadh last year, and then was off again until finishing 16th and meeting 66. So lots to prove, despite the fact that he's got a fair degree of ability.
Correa Hom is horse number 18. We've seen plenty of this one.
We have, on his last 3 starts, though, he's been beaten 19 lengths or more, all in handicaps. There's no real reason why he should be running any better here.
Shawash is horse number 19.
Shawash is only 1 from 12. Very disappointing effort when last seen in Taif. Coming off a break here, and I think it's got a lot to prove. Wanem
was the winner back in meeting 54.
He was. That was the final week of the season in Taif. Unfortunately, in 4 runs since in Riyadh, he just hasn't shown the same sort of form.
Yeah, interesting that he seems to be a Taif specialist there, because those 4 runs in Rio hadn't quite matched what he was doing in Taif. We've gone through them. The few I put on my short list, taking names I think is fascinating, because he had such a big reputation when he won on debut in Dubai. He ended up running in group races after that. He was a serious performer, but never quite lived up to the expectations that he set for himself when winning by half the track. He's come to Saudi Arabia, had 10 starts and not really looked to be going the right way, but then finally he got his head in front last time. It was a 0 to 80 hand and heels contest. This is a step up in class, and obviously not hand and heels anymore. Would he be making your shortlist?
He's on the short list, but he does have a little bit to prove, because he ran a not to 85 handicap on his penultimate start and was well beaten. He did run well in meeting 61 to be second, but he's a hard one to get a handle on. As you said, he appeared to have all the talent in the world as a youngster, but didn't go on. And although he got his head in front last time out, I think he's a little bit of a thinker, really, and that hands and heels race is probably the ideal sort of race to bring the best out of him.
Yeah, and he went from the front there as well, so he didn't really have a chance to think much about it. He was sort of just fired there and left to do his thing. They're already starting loading. Are you going for Nordic Lights here, Rory?
Well, I'm inclined to go for Nordic Lights just because I want to be against you, but that's probably not the best way of doing things. I'm actually going to give it another chance to Premium Ticket, who was very disappointing last week, but I think that might have come a little bit too soon for him after a real eyeballs out performance on his previous start. Given that he was eased up a fair way from home that day, I think he'll feel like a fresher horse today, and I'll give him one more chance to bounce back to his best.
So Rory likes number 12, Premium Ticket. Shamila likes number 15, Taking Names, and I like number 5, Dark Scimitar. So it's 5 for me, coming out of stall 6, 15 for Shamila, coming out of stall 18, and 12 for Rory, coming out of stall 8. Anthony Ennis, 20 runners for you to pour through. Who do you like here?
Yeah, another tough rookie race. Now I'm going to go something different to you guys. I'm going to go Latahati here, number 3, who's had some good form, actually. Only raced on the all-weather on the synthetics over in the UK with Roger Very and did quite well on the all-weather, winning a few times. Never raced on turf, so I'm hoping this dirt track should be okay for him here. He's a horse that's got bits and pieces of form. I'll give him a shout. A speeder you can never rule out in these sort of races, so good draw as well. Latihati gets a lukewarm vote. Right, we're almost ready to go here. They've loaded up very swiftly. Last one coming forward now. Big field of runners going 1,800 metres here for this handicap race. Colts, fillies and geldings, real mixture. And they're off. The starter hits the button. A bit messy from the outside there. A couple got squeezed quite badly towards the outside. 17, Alpha Rat River was certainly involved in that. Also slowly away was Toughish towards the inside as they sort themselves out here. Star Horse is up with a pace early on as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. Also there towards the inside is Karihom, and then another one just off the pace is Latihati, looking for those just behind Single Minded in yellow colours is getting a bit closer too. That's the grey as they go through the first 400 metres. Towards the outside, Taking Names is prominent too in the green with the red epaulet. So Taking Names it is now, number 15, who's come across to just hit the front. To Karihom, the blue and white, who's going to race in second place. Star Horse is next, the royal blue cap, dark blue and orange silks. Just behind the speed is Single Minded. That's the grey. More towards the inside then, the black and white colours belonging to Latihati. She's been ridden along to try and get closer as they head around the home turn. They're tanking here at well over 60 kilometres per hour. So heading well past halfway. The leader is Taking Names. He's stretching on too in a nice fashion, the green colours. The jockey has a look behind. Mohammed Al-Hubail. He's travelling well. To in second place, Star Horse, the one giving chase. Towards the outside now, Master Skills is making ground for Morales in the black. He could have a say in this. And they're now on from Single Minded back in fourth place. And then to the outside, Bottle Rocket Man has got into fifth. The leader is kicking on though. Taking Names has a length to spare over Star Horse, who looks a big player in second. Star Horse now just peeled outside off heels, and here he goes. Star Horse coming hard at Taking Names. They've got away from Master Skills, and then behind those to the outside, Honour and Pleasure is staying on very late in the piece, but entering the final 250 metres, Star Horse and Taking Names. It's hammer and tong stuff up front. Star Horse just edging ahead as they go close home. Star Horse to Taking Names. They're getting a bit tired, but Star Horse wins. To in second place, that was fairly tight between Taking Names and Premium Ticket was the one who was coming from another part of the track to get involved in the fight for minor honours. But the winner was Star Horse for Asil Al-Sahani. And the Al-Haida Barn, number 9, has won it. Huge delight there with connections. The front two went pretty quick, but he's held on. 1 minute 52.7 seconds. 7.6 seconds. Star Horse lives up to his name and he wins this competitive handicap. Taking Names got tired, but he was still good enough for second position. It's confirming third here. Premium Ticket was finishing quite well and did get through for third on the inside there in the blue colours, number 12. So the result is 9 Star Horse, 15 Taking Names, 12 Premium Ticket, half a length the winning margin, 1 minute 52.76. Star Horse wins the handicap.
Asil Al-Sahani is our winning jockey of race 7. A cracking handicap, and Rory, turned out to be a really good race.
It was an intriguing race. We again saw Taking Names at the head of affairs and travelling really sweetly through most of it.
His confidence is growing with every run, isn't it?
Certainly is, although I do think a race where no one's allowed to whip is probably his ideal scenario. But he's run on well enough to hold on for third. And Premium Ticket, who was racing under a change of tactics today, probably did too much early in his last couple of races, and they decided to drop him out and come through horses. He's actually finished like a train for third from a very unpromising position, but just needed a little bit more real estate to get there. You see, he was going on nicely at the finish. He'd run very well behind the useful Mr. Trinket a couple of runs ago, and was right back to that form here.
Yeah, we see them break away. We see a fast start from one of the horses drawn towards the bottom of the field, running well, and a few others getting very good starts.
You'll see the star horse actually got away pretty well. He was right up there from the start, along with Jcsa. You'll see in the black and white colours wasn't too far off them in the early stages.
Carahom bang up there. I think it is in the white blinkers on the array.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, Carahom was prominent there for a long way. Also prominent Al Kharizmi. You'll see in the striped colours in fourth place at this stage. As I said, Latahati, the black colours towards the rail, just behind him. And then the race really takes shape, as I said, when Taking Names takes over, as he does here, and he was swinging along in the bit for a long way in this journey. The eventual winner has now moved into third place and travelling well. Single Minded got a little bit outpaced at this stage. The grey and the yellow colours, but actually kept on again in the finish, didn't he? To finish reasonably close up. But the winner's got his sights set on Taking Names, who's built up a bit of a lead at this stage and appears to be travelling strongly. I thought Master Skills was going to play a big part in the finish at this stage.
He did that last time.
Yeah, doesn't really see it out.
He came around the bend out wide looking very dangerous and then found very little. He's again ended up finishing behind Dark Scimitar as well. So the two of them met last time and they've again held their form. Nordic Lights went well for a long way, had to come wide around that bend, and that probably put paid to his chances.
You see Premium Ticket coming through the middle in between horses here, and he switches to the inside. But they just don't quite come back to him. You see Taking Names flagging in the last furlong and desperately needed the line. And to be honest, the winner to a degree is also getting a bit tired. You see the cavalry beginning to arrive after them, but the line comes in time for the winner, who has shown that he stays this trip properly. I mean, his best form before this had been at up to a mile. He's effective at 7 furlongs, and I'm worried about whether he would really see the extra furlong out. But the one thing about stepping up a trip is you usually got the pace to take a good position. And he is screaming out for the line. He's only ended up winning by half a length from Taking Names, who it looked like he was going to beat by 3 or 4 lengths with a furlong to run. But he's just last at home. But being able to inject pace at that important part of the race has been enough for him to hold on.
I'm a huge fan of these 0 to 85 handicaps. Just look at how tight they are in the ratings. Okay, Nordic Light is 91, but truthfully he's running off 89. And then the bottom horse is rated 79. Carahom and Wynem are both rated 79. So there's not much
very little between them, yeah.
A lot of them, and you get these really good quality races because these aren't bad horses either. So like a lot of them are recent winners as well and have been running very well recently.
And they're the same horses we're seeing in open races all the time as well. It's just that sometimes in the open race you end up with something that's thrown in, just because of the conditions of the race. Whereas in the handicaps they've all got their chance on paper, and you know, the pace and a little bit of luck in running can make a big difference to the result in the end.
I'm really impressed with Taking Names as well. The top two have impressed me there as well. Premium Ticket bouncing right back to form too. But Taking Names, I think that win, we talk about confidence with horses, and I think that win has bred some confidence, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. He'd have the speed to drop back and trip from this. He's obviously coming from a wide draw here, but he showed a really high cruising speed. It's not so much that he was blasting to the bend. He was in his comfort zone and going really sweetly in the early stages. And of course, the winner was with him almost throughout. The one who was pestering him.
Because they didn't have traffic problems that Premium Ticket may have had, they've managed to get first run on everything, and that's what's been the difference?
Yes, I mean, as I said, they both got speed for shorter, but they've got the high cruising speed to be able to go deep into this race without having to dig into the reserves. When they did have to, they were able to open up enough of a lead, and both of them were, were in need of the line late in the day. But that's always the interesting question when you get speed horses against stamina horses. How far back do the stamina horses get, and how much of a difference can that make?
It certainly can, and it can make all the difference. And I do think Premium Ticket can get a little bit further than this as well. Its Premium Ticket's run over 2,000 metres before, and I think that fact that you can just be able to get a little bit more out of your horse as well will make all the difference.
Well, he was, it looked like, I thought he would drop out of the places here when challenged in the first place, because you could see the pack were beginning to close. And he's had his resolution questioned in the past. But in fairness, after going behind, he's fought back to be beaten only half a length at the line. And I know that the winner's stamina is maybe ebbing a little bit, but you couldn't knock the runner-up for his effort there.
No, they've certainly both run really good races, and I think the top three have all been eye-catchers in that race. And again, just another example of these 0 to 85 mile handicaps being absolute corkers. Talking about absolute corkers, let's focus on some of the tables. We'll start with the jockeys, we'll then go to the trainers, we'll then go to the owners. So let's start with the Jockeys Championship, and we can probably explain why you've not seen much of Naif Al-Anazi. Down in 5th place there on 37 points. Well, that's because Naif has got himself a ban. Yeah,
serving a ban at the moment, so Naif won't be consolidating his position. We can't see how far clear he is of number 6 on the table there, but he'll be hoping no one rides enough winners to be bridging that gap.
Every time his name pops up, he's celebrating a little fist pump, but he's still there. Kamir Ospina has already had another winner today, so he's now on 94. Adel Al-Faradi's had a winner as well. So has Alex Moreno, and so has Louis Morala. So all our top 4 jockeys have been in amongst the winners today. Just a reminder, these tables are only made before racing, so they are subject to some change. Let's move on to the Trainers' Championship and see how everyone's getting on there, because this is probably the closest of all the championships now. You see Gaith Al-Gaith, Ahmed Al-Musa's there, Naif Al-Masif as well is just underneath as well on that 29 winners mark, but they've got some way to catch Ahmed Mahmoud.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, given the firepower that Ahmed Mahmoud has at his disposal. Saad Mudlak again has built up a nice cushion over the other trainers of purebred Arabians, but Saad Mudlak's horses only run in those races, as you said, so he's doing well to hang on for 2nd place. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if he can hang on all the way through, because he's certainly a trainer to keep an eye on only in one discipline. And now we get the Owners' Championship. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons are flying clear. They are the white stable, Prince Fazl bin Khalid, the red stable there, Al Kaladir, the purebred Arabians, Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malik Al Sabah. We know those colours from the UK. Big cup races. You can see they've got 4 ordinary cup wins, 2 award prizes, and 1 Group 3 as well. And then you've got Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz as well in those black colours with the white stripe on the sleeves. 24 points for them as well. So clearly the cup races are where you can really make a difference in those Owners' Championships.
Yes, although it's clearly pretty much one-way traffic at this stage. It's hard to see the white stable giving up that lead.
Well, I think the White Stable campaigned themselves really, really well. They said we're going to really attack Taif, get plenty of winners in, and when everybody else gets their act together in the Riyadh season, we're going to be too far clear. Although we must move on to race 8, and Anthony Ennis will take us through the runners and the riders for this contest.
As you wish, Callum. Yes, we're going the 9 furlongs here, 1,800 metres for this Fillies Open race, and they are 3-year-olds and older. Number 1 is going to be Mathael in this race for Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 2, Smoky Quartz for the Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. We saw him celebrating his 600, but he is close, as you say, to 700 now. Number 3 is Mother Country, Tariq Al Mansur. 4 is Sabha, Mohammed Saeed. 5, Know It's Time, Abdullah Al Saidi. 6 is Jazio, Ahmed Al Azari. 7, Lethal Talent for Ahmad Al Shra. 8, Risotto is written by Abdullah Al-Lawfi, wasn't a jockey down in some publications. 9, Najabat Al-Ayez, Adel Al-Faradi. 10 is Simpt, Ayad Al-Tarisi rides that one. 11 is Hapipi Go Lucky, Shamida's old favourite, Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. 12, Felicia Beach for Mohammed Aldaham. 13, Sanjura is ridden by Nawaf Al-Mudiani, rides that one. 14, Blue Oud, Mohammed Al-Nefsi. 15 is Juju for Sultan Al-Mamoni. 16 is Bo Jink for Jimmy Carrion. They are the runners here. Just a note regarding Felicia Beachy, I was looking at the form when she was trained by Johnny Portman, Callum. 22nd of December, 2022. She was winning at Southall, and here she is a year later to the day, running at Riyadh.
Well, there you go, Anthony Ennis. A year to the day she'd come from Southall to Riyadh. She truly is surfing the sands, isn't she? Let's go through these one by one. Mateo, horse number 1.
A lowly rating of 56 and a poor run last time out is a bad recipe, I'm afraid.
Smoky Quartz is number 2.
Looks really well. Was 5th in the 1,000, the equivalent of 1,000 guineas last year, and has 2 wins over 7 furlongs. Was 8th to Akfeek and a strong non-winners of 3 last time out. This is easier.
Mother Country is rated 67.
Yeah, looks well. It's just a slightly disappointing performer. Has won twice in her career, but disappointing efforts of late.
Sabha is number 4.
Again, really lowly rated 55, and comes here on the back of a 10th place run, so not easy to warm to.
Can the same be said for Know It's Time?
Yeah, very much so. Also 10th last time out, also lowly rated. 1 from 37 in her career. No great chance here.
Jazzio, horse number 6.
Yeah, I'm also ruling Jazzio out, although she's a better performer than of the previous 2 you've mentioned. 3 from 49 in her career. Just not running at her very best at the moment, and you'd need to be running to a mark in the 90s, I think, to be winning this race.
For one who's already in the 90s is Lethal Talent, rated 98.
Yeah, Taif Open winner, and then she took a course and distance a course and distance Phillies Open last time out from Alia and Mossa Yea. That's decent form, and Lethal Talent is pretty much top of the shortlist.
Risotto is horse number 8.
15th on her debut and stepping up in class. I mean, she's got a nice enough pedigree, daughter of Roaring Lion, but this is a tough ask on her, just her second start here.
Najabat Alave is an interesting horse, hopefully coming back into form.
10 wins in her career, including 3 over course and distance. Her latest win coming in March. She was tailed off in the Akura University Cup 2 starts back. Stepped up on that to be 5th last time. It seems to be recovering her form after a couple of poor efforts early this season.
Shamila is in the parade ring. And Shamila, is there any point in us going to you here? Because you're obviously going to say Happy Go Lucky's your eye catcher.
Thank you very much, Callum. Well, I may surprise you because no matter how much I love Habibi Go Lucky, every race that she is in, a bit like Groom, I am going to go away from her today, and I have been drawn towards horse number 7, Lethal Talent. Won her last 2 starts, a beautiful grey filly, 6 years old, so on the older end of the scale here. By Lethal Force for Red Stables, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz, and she is just coming up behind me here now. And I mean, how could you not say she is a paddock eye catcher? She is absolutely stunning, and in comparison to all these other horses. But I do have to give a shout out to Habibi Go Lucky as well. I absolutely love her, and you know that she is one of my favorite horses in training here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. However, I could not take my eyes off Lethal Talent, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, rated 98, so highest rated horse in the race as well. A horse that, I don't know if it's quite a negative, however, just one to note is horse number 2, Smoky Quartz, getting very naughty in the preliminary stages, even in the pre-parade ring as well. She was being really difficult to handle, but she is looking really well as well. I mean, it was difficult to make a choice for sure, but I will be sticking with Lethal Talent and having my fingers crossed for Habibi Go Lucky.
Thank you, Shamila. Now, I know, or I'm pretty sure, you own a grey horse. Now, I've just seen Lethal Talent look so immaculately turned out. How do you guys keep those greys so clean?
Oh God, Callum, that is difficult. Right, so grey horses love to be dirty. They will do everything possible to make themselves dirty. So my secret is purple shampoo. Purple shampoo takes out all of the brassiness in the mane and tail and body as well. So that's definitely my my secret to keeping a grey horse nice and grey.
Well, no doubt Jimmy Jerkins is using the very same purple shampoo, because you can see Lethal Talent looks immaculate in the parade ring, Rory.
Yes, she does. I'm glad you're getting your tips in from Shamila on the most important topics.
Absolutely, got to be clean. Got to be clean. Next up is Simped, horse number 10. We've not spoken about that one.
Yeah, rated 56. Running okay at the moment, running okay in maidens, and this is a much tougher task.
We're going to see Lethal Talent in action right now, and just spins off the turn here. This is the 2nd win, the most recent win over course and distance.
Yeah, won this from Alia and Mossayea. Alia in the blue colours, Mossayea in the almondine colours in third. But yeah, she was a dominant winner of this contest last time out, and a repeat of it will make her extremely hard to beat again. I say in the green colours in third, it's actually Mossayea finishing well from off the pace in the green colours in third rather than the other ones.
Yeah, so she's interesting. Comes here for a little bit of a break as well. They didn't keep going to war with her, which is a typical Jimmy Jerkins trait, where he's just very patient with a lot of these.
Yeah, and again, we get the idea when we speak to Jimmy Jerkins about them. He's, you know, he doesn't like turning them out too quickly.
Here's Habibi Go Lucky, who's going to come from the clouds in a race which featured Alpha Salaya and Sunset Flash.
Yeah, she's about 12th. Turning into the home straight. This is typical of Habibi Go Lucky. She lacks a little bit of early pace, but she rattles home in a race. She's only little, but she's all heart, and she's run a cracker here to be fourth in the end. Never really figured with a chance, but this was a good contest. And whenever a race is run at an overly strong pace, then she comes into her own, and she's one you can't ignore at this sort of level.
Najabat Alays is another horse we're taking a look at. We're going to have a look at the 5th place effort in the middle of September. This was last time out, and we look to be a bounce back towards the right direction.
Yeah, the 2 runs prior to this, and this isn't the very best performance you'll see from her career, but she does show a lot more. You see her on the outside of the field there in the green colours with the black cap. Just plugging on and holding 5th place. Now, her 2 runs prior to that, she'd been badly tailed off on her reappearance in and then was 11th in the Ikera University Cup before this. So this was, although it doesn't look enormously impressive on paper, this was a step in the right direction. She's got back class that gives her a big chance here if she can take another step forward.
So yeah, Ibn Laboon just flashing home on the outside and beating Intergene as well. So 2 horses that have since gone on to do quite well as well. So the form looks strong enough. Just seeing a couple of them heading down to post there. Simpson, the horse we're just looking at, looks lovely going down there. Really still in the summer coat and looking very well within herself. Habibi Go Lucky we've spoken about. So Felicia Beach, horse number 12.
Yeah, Felicia Beach is a rating of 73. She's really up against it here, but she is a pretty reliable performer who you know, was a dual winner for Johnny Portman back home, including on this day last year, as Enzo pointed out to us. Both of her wins have come at around 7 furlongs. She was a respectable 7 3/4 lengths 5th in a 1 mile open here last time out, but this looks a deeper race again, so she'll be doing well as she finishes in the 4.
The next 4, we could probably do all in a one. Sandora, Blue Oud, Juju and Bojink.
They're all difficult to fancy on recent evidence. Juju was 2nd last time out, but all of these are, well, the first 3 are maidens. Sandora not from 13. Blue Oud is not from 6, but hasn't shown a huge amount. And Bojink, although she is a winner going back, daughter of Galileo Gold, her recent efforts are poor.
It'll be interesting to see who's further back, Blue Oud or Habibi Go Lucky as they start off, because both of them like to come from right out the back of the field.
Yeah, but Habibi Go Lucky is, I mean, in fairness, Blue Oud often runs a little bit better than her rating would suggest, but she's rated at 54. Habibi Go Lucky's got a rating of 92, I think. So it'll be interesting to see where they start from.
Yeah.
Blue Oud will make late gains, but fairly cheap gains, if you like, whereas Habibi Go Lucky is capable of actually making a big impact if she can get her run started on time.
We mentioned a strong pace would be on the horizon here, with something that Habibi Go Lucky had faced previously in that Sunset Flash Alpha Salaya race. Are we going to see? Have we got quite the same level of ability in this contest or not? Because this looks to me a little bit of a weaker field.
No, this isn't as strong as the numbers would suggest, but there are. You do have 5 of them rated in the, I say 5, yeah, 5 of them rated 90 or above in this contest. Maybe 4 actually, now that I look at that.
I didn't want to question that.
You know, but below that 4, you get a big drop off in terms of the ratings. I think you're down to, I think Felicia Beach is next with a rating in the low 70s. So there is a scope for this race to sort of break apart a little bit, and the depth isn't really there. So there shouldn't be excuses for the form horses here. They shouldn't really be getting held up.
Does that throw it into the park of Habibi Go Lucky? Because I feel like this is an opportunity for her, isn't it?
It could be. What it needs is a couple of the outsiders to go hard and something to press on, and then the pace to collapse a little bit later on. Doesn't always work that way. but it can in a race like this if she's got a bit of a lopsided feel to it.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to work out whether she won a hands and heels race, which was a very similar sort of contest to this, where she came from the absolute clouds and the jockey was on board that day and won the race rides of the season.
Yeah, there are. Sorry, most of her runs have come at shorter trips. She's been running at around 7 furlongs, but she was third over course and distance on her previous try. And you'd have thought, looking at her style of running, that she would actually want to step up to this sort of trip. And it'd be interesting to see how it pans out. We know she's effective over track and trip, and it is a bit of a specialist distance.
Yes, because the hand and heels contest she won with over 1,600, and it was a 0 to 90 event. So it was a really decent hand and heels race that she went and she just cut through everybody. It was a really good ride. Beat stablemate Asteras on that occasion.
She does get confidence passing horses, and what you'd like to see happen here is that most of them go reasonably hard, because a few of these will begin to drop out from before the bend. So what she wants to be able to do is to start passing those, weaving in between runners, giving herself a bit of confidence, and that will help her pick up the bigger names later on.
Selections. Lethal Talent will be my selection. It's also Shamila's selection. Are you with us or against us?
Yeah, I'm with Lethal Talent as well.
You've got the kiss of death. All three of us are with Lethal Talent. Enzo, are you with us or against us?
Yeah, I'm with you both. I think Lethal Talent, has got that rating for a reason. I think she might be good enough to win here. I'd love to see her PP Go Lucky run well, though. There is Lethal Talent. You'll spot her easily. She's wonderful looking grey. We were chatting about the greys earlier on. Looks magnificent in her coats for this time of year. Last few then. Smoky Quartz to 2 in the black and white. And there's one more, Najabat Alayez. We're going the 1 mile, 1 furlong, 1,800 metres this time. Set for a start. Start the pretty side, racing away, but just scrimmaging towards the inside, perhaps. Mother Country just dropping out. And the one that was actually quite slowly away, back towards the inside, I think was Mathael. One of the first to show up, though, is Lethal Talent, the grey. Right up there, too, is Know It's Time, the green and white colours, and Smoky Quartz, the black. Smoky Quartz now to second place, just sitting behind the early leader, who is Know It's Time, as they go through the first couple of 100 metres here. So Know It's Time leads Smoky Quartz and Lethal Talent into third, the grey. Racing 4 deep in the yellow and red towards the outside, getting a bit closer now. In the red cap is Juju up on the outside as they head towards the end of the far side. Further back to find in the green colours with the red epaulets, that is Mother Country, who's trying to get back into it as they go through the first 700 metres. Bo Jink is the horse on the extreme outside, that very light green and red colours with the cheek pieces, who's also advancing. Lethal Talent, though, has worked her way to the front now for Ahmed Al-Shra, and Jimmy Jerkins rather leads them around the crown of the bend. Second place for Bo Jink on the outside for Jimmy Carry-On, who's prepared to throw out a challenge. Behind these is Smoky Quartz. Making ground now is Mother Country under Tariq Al-Mansur. To the outside is Juju in the striped colours for Sultan Al-Mamoni. And they're a few lengths clear from Najabat Alayez around the turn. Lethal Talent, though, she's travelling powerfully. And she says, catch me if you can around the turn. And she just put 5 lengths on them in a matter of strides. Smoky Quartz going off in chase in the black in second. Bo Jink now looks tired. Juju down the outside might get a place. And then comes Najabat Alayez, who's very deep. From the back, staying on is a PP Go Lucky, might get a place. But surely the win position is gone here because Lethal Talent is a class apart. Cleared by 7 lengths. Entering the final 125 metres. And Lethal Talent is going to win this impressively. The outside Najabat Alayez might just get second from Habibi Go Lucky, who ran on well to get third place. Oh, she's good, Lethal Talent, and she's bolted up, the daughter of Lethal Force, for Jimmy Jerkins and Ahmed Al-Shra. I'm sure he enjoyed that ride. She was always travelling well, controlled it from about halfway onwards, and never really looked in doubt after that. 1 minute 53.25 seconds. Decent time. Lethal Talent 7, the winner. Second was number 9, Najabat Alayez. The Al Gaith yard ran really well. Best of the rest, beaten 3 3/4 lengths. And third, number 11, did all of her best work late on. Her PP Go Lucky, 7, 9, 11. Lethal Talent, just a bit too good, lands the Fillies Open race.
she's good. She might be very good. Lethal Talent has absolutely dominated her rivals here over 1,800 metres in our Fillies Open Race 8, Rory, and you knew the result by the time they turned for home.
Yeah, she travelled well in front, but they haven't gone that hard either. I say in front, she didn't lead from the start, but she was always up there with one or two outsiders. Know its timing. The 52 rated filly was away reasonably well, as was Smoky Quartz, but Lethal Talent very much in hand. I mean, you saw that her closest rival off the bends was Bojink,
yeah.
the 45 rated filly. You thought, well, there must be a little bit. They haven't clearly gone ridiculously hard here, and there must be a bit in the tank. And then she's been asked to quicken and gone right away to win in impressive style and a good time of 1:53.25.
I tell you what, Ahmed Al-Shra clearly loves this individual as well, because he's given her all the hugs, all the kisses, and he's over the moon. He's answering the phone there. That might be to the boss, Jimmy Jerkins, because we don't think he's here this evening, so he might be just calling the boss to say thank you for the ride and thank you for the opportunity, because she has done it all herself.
Yeah, she knows her way around by now. Well, in fairness, there's a few who've had more runs than her, but that's her 10th win from 18 starts here, and she's a real star.
Yes, she's now won 3 on the bounce, all for Jimmy Jerkins, and she looks like a horse to keep on the right side of throughout the season. I think more fillies races, especially over this trip, she could be one of the top ones.
Yeah, well, she'll be up to 100, I would have thought, after this, even though you know, you can argue with the form in behind, but Habibi Go Lucky and Najabat Alez filling the places, not necessarily in that order, are the right horses to be there. Both of them rated 92.
She's put length between them, hasn't she?
She has, yeah. I think she can be nudged up a couple of pounds for that. And when you're breaching 100 in the ratings, and you're a filly or a mare, you should be pretty easy to place.
Yes, I think she's got plenty of chances. I was saying to you off camera that this is the type of race that we'd normally consider if it was over a shorter trip for, I can't remember what the Green Stables horse's name, Sunset Flash.
Yes.
And Alpha Salaya as well, both of those horses, but they're going to be drowned in sprint trips. So this division looks fairly wide open, doesn't it? And you knew your fate pretty early on. The one who got away slowest was Mateo from stall 1, missed the kick completely.
Yes, and with the rating of 56, she was never really going to get back into it from there. Jazio also slowly away and in trouble a long, long way from home. She's badly out of form at the moment. But you see that the winners got up into third place behind who was Know Its Time, who was up there early, and Smoky Quartz in the black colours on the inside. On the outside is the bottom one, Bojink, who's run a big race for a long way.
And so Juju's just in behind as well.
Yeah, but the fact that the likes of Juju and Bojink were up there and apparently travelling well shows that they weren't going at a particularly fast pace. And again, you noticed that that Habibi Go Lucky was reasonably close up by her standards. She actually gets outpaced when the pace quickens initially, and then runs through horses late on to dispute second place close home, running her usual game race. But the winner's got the run of things, now just being asked to quicken things up, and you'll see that the main challengers are a little bit out of the ground at this stage, but stay on strongly from further back in the field. But the ideal setup really for Lethal Talent, who's able just to gradually put her foot on the gas from this point onwards.
Well,
there's a second just coming into shot at the moment, Najabat Alez, and you know she tries very hard from that point, but she's given the winner 12 to 15 lengths, and she's never going to be able to make up that ground.
Yeah, just thinking like Ahmed Al-Thra, he didn't even move in the saddle. She put length between them without having to be asked a serious question.
Yeah, he's just given her a little squeeze and she's gone away.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure.
Thank you very much, Callum. I am in the winner's enclosure with Dr. Abdullah Hamad, the vet of Red Stables. Congratulations, Doctor, on Lethal Talent's win.
Thank you, Shamila. Congrats for Prince Faisal and Saad Mushrif and Saud Saad and all the team for the Red Stable. You know, the filly, she show us is a good filly from Taif. And also Jimmy prepared her for big races. And also Ahmed, he's a good company with her. And thanks God for her.
And this is her third win in a row now. It looked like she could go a little bit further, maybe 1,900, even 2,000 meters. Is that the plan?
Yeah, Jimmy, he started with her on Taif with the mile, and she won the mile, and he stretched her last time to mile and eighth, and also he stretched her this time with mile and eighth. You know, we need to prepare her for the big cup with the mile 8 and 2000, and she showed us she will be a good filly for this decision.
That's really good. And it's our first time talking to you on the English coverage channel as well, so thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about your role within the Red Stables.
I've been the assistant with Jimmy and the vet, and also the stable manager for him, and also for Abdullah and Fahad in the Red Stable. And I hope we're successful this year, inshallah, with the big cup.
And where is Jimmy Jerkins today?
He's have a day off, and he will come next week, inshallah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful to hear from the doctor there, who's the vet and assistant trainer there, and you can hear with his brilliant English, he probably helps Jimmy there with translations and stuff like that.
Yeah, Jimmy said that in the past, that it's enormously helpful to have someone who's fluent in both languages to help him with that language barrier at the moment.
And hopefully we can see Jimmy next week. We must, however, roll onwards with this card because the quality just keeps on rising. We go to race 9. This is a really fascinating purebred Arabian contest, and Anthony Ennis will take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, full field as well here, Callum. 20 of them in the absence of number 16, Reef Gudar. Let's go through them. Number 1 is Amaland for Ahmad Al Shroff. 2 is Kilo Croat for 3, Jcsa, Wigberto Ramos. 4 is Java de Violette, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 5, Kafu Athbar, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 6 is Aswam for Ali Al-Mamoni. 7 is Badi Al-Kam for Abdullah Al-Hussein. 8 is Dagui Lotoir for Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 9 is Embarator over the page for Ayed Al-Turisi, who rides this one now. 10 is going to be Masanisa for Mohammed Al-Nefsi. 11 is Hajar Nawaf Al-Fayruz. 12, Janobi Al-Khaladia, Luis Morales. Number 13, Sadia Al-Khaladia. 4, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 14 is Al-Muzan Ali Al-Matib. 15, Michal El-Katayeb. 16 is out. So 17 is Sautern Al-Mori for Khalid Al-Mamoni. Over the page to find 18, Prince Aymer, Tariq Al-Mansur. 19 is Umbab for Rahid Al-Fayroz. 20 is Gashamsham Al-Jazra. Jimmy Carrion rides. Now the first reserve gets in, number 21. Orjar Al-Khaladia. Fahad Al-Faradi will ride. 22 doesn't run, 23 doesn't run, but it's a full field. Take out 16, Reef Gouda. The reserve runs out of stall 2, number 21. Let's go back to you, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Anthony Ennis. And yes, beautifully read there, and we can see that the reserve will come out of stall 2, which was meant to be held by Reef Gouda, horse number 16, who had been withdrawn. Really interesting purebred Arabian contest here. A lot of horses dropping down the handicap, those stepping up in class 2. It's worth 135,000 Real, and we'll start with number 1, Aimland.
Yeah, soundly beaten in 3 starts here, but they've been in good company, and he does take a drop in class. But he's been so far back that it's difficult to know what kind of form he's in.
Fertile de Croat is number 2.
A winner of a 7 furlong, not to 80 handicap, 3 starts back. Best effort since when 4.5 lengths fourth to Nayar Athba in a 75 to 90 over course and distance last time out, and would have solid enough claims on that.
Jcsa is horse number 3.
Been a length and a half by Nayar Athba in that 75 to 90 last time out. Finishing 2 3/4 lengths ahead of Fertile de Croat on that occasion, and fairly unexposed as well. So despite being an 8-year-old, Jcsa comes into the equation. Still 19, not ideal though.
Java de Violette is horse number 4.
3-time winner in Poland. No idea whether this mark is going to be generous or not, but as a rule, it seems to take these horses a bit of time to acclimatise.
Kafu Atbar, Lucas Gaitan, hard to oppose here in these type of races.
Yeah, got a very, very good record, very good strike rates, and Kafu Atbar won a maiden back in meeting 2 in Taif. That was not a maiden, and not a 75 handicap over 7 furlongs. Good second to Naya Athba in a not to 80 last time out, and is very lightly raced. So I would have thought that Kafu Athba could improve again, and is on a decent mark by the looks of it. Sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. Do you know who else likes Kafu Atbar? Adil in the comments likes Kafu Atbar. He's hoping that horse number 5 can do the job today. Badi Al-Sham, horse number 7.
Badi Al-Sham was beaten 24.5 lengths in an open contest on his Saudi Arabian debut. Was a winner in France, but that's going back to 2019.
Dagua Lotois is horse number 8.
Dagui Lotois was 17th, a long, long way behind Cafu Athba last time out.
Mbirata is horse number 9.
Well, on the plus side, he was ahead of Dagui Lotois last time out, but was 16th in that contest.
Masinista is horse number 10.
Was beaten a long way behind Turkey Al Khaladia in a 7 furlong open last time out and doesn't make a huge amount of appeal. That was just his first local start last time out.
Hajar is horse number 11.
Showed poor form in Taif, but back to form when beating Almash Al Bahar last time out. And this is a horse who's multiple winner in Poland. So 5-time winner in Poland, didn't show much in Taif, but back to form when winning last time out, and might come on again for that run.
Janobi Al Khaladir is horse number 12.
Course and distance, not to 75 handicap winner last time out. With Umbab 3 3/4 lengths back in 5th. Is 2 kilos worse off now, but this is a tougher race for both of them.
Sadia Al Khaladir, or first of the Al Khaladir stable runners we're seeing.
Yes, is a mile maiden winner going back, finished 10.5 lengths 5th to Naya Athba and Cafu Athba, and the course and distance not to 80 last time out. Is a little better off at the weights, but clearly has work to do with that pair now.
Al Muzan, horse number 14.
Al Muzan won a 6 furlong maiden here at meeting 55 and was 4th to Fertile de Croat in a 7 furlong not to 80 last time out. Another one stepping up both in trip and in class.
Mishal Al Khatayeb is horse number 50.
Was a winner of a 0 to 75 handicap in Taif over a mile, was kept fairly busy there and was largely consistent. Was only 8th to Naya Athba here last time out.
And horse number 16 doesn't go, so Tonas Al Mouri is horse number 17.
Won a 60 to 75 1 mile handicap 2 starts back, was well beaten in a course and distance 0 to 80 last time out, and clearly struggled with the step up in class there.
Prince Amir is horse number 18.
Finished 7th last time out, better effort this term, but beaten 13 plus lengths by Nayar Athba and Jcsa over course and distance last time out.
Mbap is horse number 19.
Mbap was 2nd in a 0 to 85 over 6 furlongs in meeting 56, and then was 5th, beaten 3 3/4 lengths in a course and distance 0 to 75 last time out. Pretty consistent as considered here, but again, you get the impression that those towards the head of the weights might just have the best of it here.
Yes, Kasham Shamal Jazra is number 20.
Very hard to fancy on recent evidence, 12th and 13th in 2 recent starts here.
Orja Al Khaladir is horse number 21. Sneaks into the reserve.
Sneaks into reserve, was a mile maiden winner in Taif back in meeting 31, but efforts here have been a little bit underwhelming and needs to step up.
Those are all your runners for our 9th contest on the card, and I agree with you. I think all the talent's up in the top half of the field here, and I'm really drawn towards Jcsa, horse number 3.
Well, I thought, Jcsa and Cafu Athba have both run up to Nayar Athba recently. Jcsa was a length and a half second to Nayar Athba on his latest start in meeting 74, and Cafu Athba had been second to Nayar Athba and not to 80. Prior to that, not an awful lot to choose between them here. On times as well, 2:20.23 Jcsa did, 2:20.29 Cafu Athba did.
Oh, wow.
I thought the pair of them were the 2 most interesting by a fair way, and it was a toss-up between them.
Fertile de Croat was not too far behind Jcsa on that occasion, and ahead of the horse that won our first Arabian race today.
Yes, that just backs up the strength of that form. Fertile de Croat was 4.5 lengths 4th to Nayar Athba in that race of meeting 74, where Jcsa was 2nd and is slightly better off at the weights. I thought both Jcsa and Cafu Athba were a little bit less exposed, but again, couldn't rule out Fertile de Croat, and the form line is working out nicely.
Cafu Athba obviously representing the Athbar Racing Stable, Lucas Gaitan training, Mohammed Al Hubail riding, very powerful connection. Then you can just see with Cafu Athba, when you see him in the parade ring, he just looks like a thoroughbred, doesn't he?
He does, and again, the stable's runners tend to be that much bigger and more solid than you'd expect of a lot of the purebred Arabians, who tend to run up quite light.
Here's the reserve that sneaks in. He'll be coming out of stall 2 there, Orja Al Khaladir. Another one who's very lightly raced.
Yeah, lightly raced and has winning form in Taif. Just a little bit disappointing since switching here. 19th meeting 60 and then 11th in meeting 74 and held by a few of these on that running. If you take the view that she's taken a couple of runs just to acclimatise here, then she's got chances. She's not badly handicapped, but I can't really have her on recent form.
Shamila is in the parade ring and she's been having a look at these purebred Arabians.
Actually, Callum, I'm not in the parade ring this time. I am in the middle of the track. I've made friends with some of the ponies here, the outriding ponies. But I did have a look at the horses in the parade ring ahead of our second Arabian race of the evening. And I really like the look of horse number 5, Kafu Athba. Second last time out, fourth the time before that for Lucas Gaitan. And in these type of competitions, I think it would be silly not to choose a Lucas Gaitan horse in a contest like this. Mohammed Al Hubail is on board as well. He's been doing pretty well. No winners for him yet, but this horse jumps out of stall 11, and that is why I have chosen him over horse number 3, Jcsa, who I initially liked in the parade ring. A really, really nice looking grey colt, 8 years old. So doesn't have plenty of experience under his belt for an 8-year-old. However, has been really, really consistent this season, and the trainer has already had a winner today with Louis Morales on board as well. A horse that I also really like the look of is Louis Morales' horse number 12, Janobi El Khaladia, who jumps out of stall number 12. And a paddock negative for me is horse number 1, Aimland, the highest rated horse in the race, as just looked like he was carrying a bit too much condition for my liking. I wasn't super happy with his conformation either. But other than that, all the horses look really good in this contest. I will be sticking by Kafu Athba, horse number 5, with Lucas Gaitan.
Thank you, Shamila. We can just see horse number 5 in shot here. What a gorgeous individual. You can certainly see why he was Shamila's eye catcher.
Yeah, he does stand out in the paddock, as the stables runners tend to in these races, but they also stand out in terms of the results as well, and we're getting to see Kafu Athba in action here. Clear at this stage, but gets run down late in the day by Nayar Athba from the representing the same stable. The pair of them come well clear of the field, and as you said, this form has worked out. It's difficult to get away from this, and I think although you could argue that Kafu Athba looked sure to win and has weakened a little bit late in the day, still finishes clear of the rest, and I think will prove hard to beat here.
Yeah, certainly one to keep an eye on. Here's the horse number 3, Jcsa, who we'll see in action last time out, and this is turning into quite a hot little race, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. And Jcsa, you see in the one of many greys in the race, but in these luminous lime colours with a white cap, keeping on very strongly to be second behind Nayar Athba, who comes with a storming run up the inside. You'll be familiar with him from the last piece of footage. This is a good performance from the winner, and Jcsa keeps on strongly to get second. My only concern with this is that it took Jcsa a fair while to come past the runner-up. It seems to me that only when the winner comes past on the inside that Jcsa actually finds enough to grab second. So maybe he was content enough to sit in second place, and his form figures now read 3.32 this season. So that's the only slight concern from me.
Yeah, plenty to get our teeth stuck into. We've also had plenty of interaction from YouTube. Adil, I mentioned earlier, going for horse number 5. David doubling up with 14 and 10. So Mathanitha and Alzoon as well for David, who Alzoon was the winner on penultimate start. So good luck with your selections there. I am going to stick with Jcsa here, horse number 3. I just think he's done nothing wrong this season, and I hope Kafu Athba doesn't run away from us.
No, you got stall 19 to overcome. You have a little bit of a concern about that or not?
We came out of stall 19, had a second earlier on in the card with a class angle in a race as well.
This is true.
I'm hoping we could do it again and the class can come to the 4. If it was a more even affair and there were lots of horses in who I liked, I'd be more concerned. A lot of these I'm not really interested in whatsoever, so I'm going to be sticking with Jcsa, although being posted out wide. A lot of the other paces out wide too, Kafu Athba in 11 and Fertile the Croat coming out of 17.
This is true, but surely the fact that there's speed in the high draws is a little bit of a concern if you're drawn widest of all.
But if there's no speed towards the rail,
if there's no speed, if they all get across.
That would be my thinking. If there's no speed down on the inside, everyone's going to just be able to filter across together, sort of in the idea of what happened in our more earlier contest when you had the 19 and 20 both cleared the class angles in the race, and and they ended up being able to come across at their own time. And again, 2,000 metres, they're right at the bottom of the chute, so there are plenty of time to get across.
Yeah, I can't help noticing Java de Violette, the filly who's making her debut here. She's tiny, isn't she?
I thought the same thing about number 12, one of Shamila's eye catchers, Janubi Al-Kaladir. That is a pony.
That is, yeah, she's small as well, he's small as well. And it's not going to get any bigger because he's 11. He was back, I mean, in fairness, he was back to form when beating on Bab last time out, and I think he's handicapped still to maintain that form. But, you know, as an 11-year-old, you're not entirely sure he's going to be able to repeat the form. He's not been the most consistent of late.
Yeah, Dagwa Latwai, the horse, has been very busy this season. It looked quite exciting in meeting 41 when he was second. I remember that day, but he's just gone steadily further backward ever since, trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and obviously was well behind Cafu Athba when 17th last time out. So very hard to see that turned right. Although there is the tendency for horses at this level to run absolute stinkers. So you'd almost rather a horse finished right out the back than finish 7th or 8th. Yeah.
Theda Al-Kaladir and Orja Al-Kaladir, two Al-Kaladir stables runners. We'll have to work out who's in what cap. I think I can tell you who's in what cap right now. Theda Al-Kaladir is in the black cap. So that's the one to keep an eye on. And Theda Al-Kaladir is also a grey, which helps.
Yeah.
Orja Al-Kaladir's bay.
This is always a handy way of telling them apart, isn't it?
Absolutely. I wonder if they use purple shampoo as well. Keep them nice and fresh and clean. Order Al-Kaladir for me is out of the two of those the one I'm more interested in because just less exposed, and you know how these Al-Kaladir horses can sometimes, they just have lots of ability.
Yeah, she's not been showing it of late. As I said, the 19th after a break here, meeting 68, and then didn't fare an awful lot better here a couple of weeks ago. When finishing 11th, but she did look well in the parade ring. I thought she's still got her summer coach. She's not losing condition. Yeah, if I didn't see those pieces of form, I'd think she had a fair chance, but not easy to fancy her what she did 2 weeks ago.
That's it, isn't it? How much attention are you paying to recent form rather than back class here? Because obviously you've mentioned already, sometimes these purebred Arabians can run a really poor race, but it just means they have no resources.
I still want to look at what they've done in Riyadh this season. Some of them, if they haven't had much racing in Riyadh and showed form in Taif, you pay attention to that as well. But I don't want to start looking back to 2 seasons ago for form particularly. Or even, you know, horses who'd shown form the last Riyadh season and haven't shown an awful lot of form since. I'm generally looking at those who, you know, I can ignore 1 or 2 runs, but I don't want to start ignoring more than that to look for a horse that I want to be with.
We can just see Badi Al-Sham and I think it's Sultan Al-Mori just getting tack adjustments as well, and so is Aimland, who was a bit of a paddock negative for Shamila. The horses are still circling down at the start, and we're just about to draw the stalls together. I've always found it interesting with horses drawn out 14 and 15 because they've got that gap. You talked about the whole idea of a horse refusing to start next to you. When you've got that gap, do you think horses do tend to kind of rush over a little bit to try and fill it?
That tends to be less so with more experienced horses. Horses have been in and out of stalls a lot, but inexperienced horses will definitely go towards a gap. We even saw that. We saw that in the Greenham Stakes earlier this season, where the Guineas winner was essentially brought down coming out of the stalls by one coming sharply across it at the start. And 2-year-olds, particularly on debut or in their first or second start, where they're in a bank of stalls and there's space either side, they almost always jump into space, even though you'd imagine that the herd instinct would have them following the crowd. Just that the immediate bounce from the stalls tends to be towards daylight.
So let's go through selections here. I like horse number 3, Jcsa. Shamila and Adil like horse number 5, Cafu Atbar. Who do you like, Rory?
I like Cafu Atbar as well. And I'm hoping that stall 11 is a positive. You think that the wide draws will get across, but I have a feeling that the lower you are here with a bit of class, the easier your route should be.
And David has number 14 and number 10, so that's Masenisa and Alzun as well. So those are your selections for race number 9 as we continue to fly through this card on Funky Friday. So, without further ado, Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. yeah, looking forward to this one. And yeah, big field of runners here. There's number 8 going forward. Dagawi Lotois, Abdullah Al Kradis. And 21 is in as well. That's the reserve. Got a good draw, hasn't he? Or she, I should say. Orja Al Khaladia picks up stall 2. She's the replacement for Reef Gudar, who misses out. Here's number 13. That is Sadia Al Khaladia going in there. One of many greys in this race, as you tend to find with these Arabian breds. Number 4, Java de Violette. Didn't have any colours initially. You can see black with a gold chevron and armlets. Goes forward. Big field of runners here. This is the final 20 runner field of the day. Another grey coming forward there. That is Fatil du Croat, number 2, Ricardo Ferreira. 15 is a darker grey. Michal Al-Kataeb, Camille Ospina. He did try and get a double on the day, goes in. 18 going forward there as well. And we're nearly ready, I think. 14 is in. Just about ready for a start here. And they're off. A little bit slow to go towards the inside was Orja Al Khaladia out of gate 2. The reserve just missed the kick. Breaking well was Java de Violette towards the inside. Also prominent is Badi Al Cham. And right up there is Gisham Sham Al Jazra early on. And also Jcsa is trying to advance on the outside, one of the greys and the light green colours as they begin to sort themselves out. But up front in the red or white, Dagui Lotois is up there. And also the white cap of Asouan, number 6. Is handy as well as they go through the first 500 metres. And now coming forward, it is Dagui Lotois to lead Asouan narrowly towards the outside, the light green of Jcsa under Wigberto Ramos into a share of 3rd place with Java de Violette, is more towards the fence in the black and gold colours. Another grey racing up towards the outside is Prince Amer, who's trying to get a bit closer to the pace as well, number 18. The front line of 6 are narrowly ahead of the likes of Embarator. Looking further back in the field towards the rear, Michel El Kataeb is well down the field at the stage, and also towards the back is Sultan Al Mari as they make the run towards the home turn then. They're tanking around 52 kilometres per hour, and up on the outside now, Prince Amer it is, who's got there going easily to come and join it with Jcsa. These two race ahead. On the inside, Kafu Afbar's bang there though, the black jacket with the diamonds on the sleeves. Further back to find in behind Fatil du Croat in orange colours trying to get going. Another one that's on the improve is Gisham Sham Al Jazra as they turn towards the straight. So on the inside, Kafu Afbar is going well now and has the running rail and now just has a narrow lead. To in second place, that's Jcsa. Going 3 wide, but under pressure is Prince Amer. 4 wide is Gisham Sham Al Jazra. That one's going well in the blue headgear, number 20. And Gisham Sham Al Jazra has quickened up in the twinkling of an eye and has gone clear. Look at this one go. Gisham Sham Al Jazra. Jimmy Carrion had barely moved before the home turn. Now he shakes him up and he goes clear by 4 lengths. Giving chase is Al Muzan now into second place, going off in chase of this leader. But the leader's got a 4-length lead with about 150 metres left to go. It's Gisham Sham Al Jazra, who is well on top, entering the final 150. To in second place, that is Al Muzan, and there's a big gap back to in 3rd place, Orja Al Khaladia. One-way traffic here though, it's Gisham Sham Al Jazra by a street. To in second place, Al Muzan. They're well strung out. Behind them was Orja Al Khaladia, who got through for 3rd, and they're well clear of the rest, headed by the likes of Sadia Al Khaladia. Wow, that was some move, wasn't it? Around the crown of the turn, Gisham Sham Al Jazra, number 20. But Jimmy Carrion, who could barely believe how well he was going before the turn and quickened up smartly and put the race to bed. 2 minutes, 17.75 seconds, wins by 7 1/4 lengths. Second was number 14, Al Muzan, who gave chase under Ali Al-Matib. And third was number 21, Orja Al Khaladia. 7 1/4 lengths. The numbers were 20, 14, 21. Number 2 was back in 4th. But wow, that was impressive. Good turn of foot. Gisham Sham Al Jazra, the winner.
غشمشم الجسرة يحصل على 9 أشواط أمسيتنا وحفلنا اليوم ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن مع الخيال جيمي كاريو. Jimmy, what a race.
Thank you. It was a nice race. I'm grateful with the training and only will give me strong and ready. Just very good horse. Thank you.
Jimmy, tell me about the race.
Yes, the race was a little speed. I know I come in with him, but the 600, okay. Thank you.
Jcsa Al Jazra wins the 9th race of the evening under jockey Jimmy Carrion. And what a race that was, actually, because I thought Kafu Athba or Jcsa had this race absolutely wrapped up right until 400 meters out from the line, where everything changed, and Jcsa Al Jazra, against all odds, came back on top. Now, this horse hasn't had the most straightforward of seasons. Obviously 13th last time out, 12th before that. Been a bit up and down from the Taif season as well, but he has now added a 3rd win to his name for the Shamouk Al A's stable, so big congratulations to them, and his 25th run is a winner. This is a 4-year-old colt by Al Munchaz, so really well bred as well. Jumped out of stall 5, which probably helped him greatly. And I was really impressed actually by Jcsa, who was drawn out in the stakes to come on from the run as he did. So Jimmy just getting extra congrats there for the win on that race. And we'll get him quickly before he goes in. Congratulations, Jimmy. Tell me a little bit about that race, because it didn't seem like he was the fittest horse in the race to begin with.
Thank you so much. Yes, I know. This horse is nice speed. I come and try to take in front, from 600, I will go.
And did you think you were going to win the race from stall 5?
Yes. From Arba Mia, from 400, my horse was speed. I think it's different.
Do you like riding Arabians?
Yes, I like it. Thank you.
Well done, Jimmy.
Thank you.
We have ourselves a bit of a turn-up here in race 9 at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Jcsa Al Jazra, a horse who's had 2 wins from 24 starts in Saudi Arabia, who had shown form that read 9th, 5th, 8th, 12th and 13th in his last 5 runs, has got his head in front and come into that race cantering.
Yeah, really well suited by the way the race was run. 2 or 3 of the big guns were locking horns going into the final turn, and it looked like they might fight it out. But they've weakened really tamely. Kafu Athba seemed to travel best coming into the final turn. You thought, when is this going to kick for home? I think it's beaten 1 or maybe 2 home in the end. So they've clearly gone very hard in front, and that has set the race up for the finishers. And it's Jcsa Al Jazra who's looked a class apart here, but you wouldn't have been expecting this performance if you'd seen what he'd done in his last 2. Al Muzan, that's been running okay. He won a 6-furlong maiden a couple of starts back and was behind Fertile de Croat on his second start, but he travelled well through the race and saw it out nicely. But a few of those you would have expected to see in the finish seemed to be in the right place at the right time, but fell away.
It'd be great to get a close angle of the stalls there, because I think Al Muzan anticipated the start and almost burst through the stalls as they were opening, so got a little bit of a head start, ends up just dropping into about 5th or 6th position here. You see Jcsa coming across from the outside. It's very easy to come across there. It was so easy, in fact, he found himself in front quite early on.
Yeah, I thought that was Dagui Lotwa.
Dagui Lotwa, but it's when they get
when they get across it. Yes, exactly. Dagui Lotwa leading them at this stage and going pretty hard. Aswan in second place. The well-touted Jcsa in the light green colours, the grey going up, and I think it's was it Kafu Athba? No, Kafu Athba's coming.
He's just come
up
through
the
now.
inner. He's coming between horses.
Yeah.
It's. Prince Amer, I think,
yes,
who's the one who's on the outside, showing pace at that stage. I wouldn't swear they were going far too hard at this stage, but you've got two of the most obvious horses in the race, two who've come off placed efforts behind Naya Athba, Jcsa and Kafu Athba, now disputing the lead with Prince Amor on the outside of them. But the two on the outside began to get scrubbed along, and I thought, here we go, I'm going to win with Kafu Athba, who's still on the bridle at this stage. But I don't know what happens with Kafu Athba, because he ends up finishing well behind the two that he was up against, particularly well behind Jcsa. But at this stage, Kisham Al Jazra has been asked to go for home. And that's shown reasonable form early in time, but just seemed to have lost his way of late. Now you see Kafu Athba really dropping through the field, and the placed horses, the runner-up is in second place at this stage, Al Muzan, and you look further back for Oja Al Khalidia. In the way, you have to look a long way back for that at this stage, but yeah, wide margin win. And if you saw this, you'd just assume that the winner was in a different league to the others, but recent form figures told a rather different story.
Yeah, fascinating race really, because you can see there that Gisham Al Jazra has won by a street and looks to be the class horse in the race. And I think the key horse in here is Fertile the Croat, who was just in that second wave of horses and then ended up finishing that second wave of finishers as well. So almost his stage completely still, and the races almost happened around him.
Yes.
So Fertile the Croat, if you're a supporter of that horse in the orange colours, drawn from 17, another one drawn wide, they've made their way across. You can just see him in the white cap. He's just struggling away there. Al Muzan did definitely anticipate the gate. You can see in the yellow socks and yellow sleeves and the white noseband as well coming out of stall 10.
That's done well to finish.
Absolutely ran through the stalls, and then you can just see with his head high in the air, he's probably taking a bit of a bump there. He's done really well to come second, but he could do nothing to stop Gisham Al Jazra, who just pulled his way into the race.
Yeah, he's arrived there with a double handful, and even if you thought they went too hard in front, he wasn't that far behind them at that stage.
No, he was right up. You could see him there in the blue blinkers.
But yeah, always travel well. Just a different horse today for whatever reason, and has. It'd be interesting to see what the handicapper does after this, because he could be in for a considerable hike in the weights, given how well stretched out they were.
Yes, I think he'll be in for a little bit of a surprise next time out. But take nothing away from him, Jimmy Carrion, a jockey who doesn't get too much success here in Saudi Arabia, but when he's got a good one, he tends to get it home.
He does, yeah. Listen, he's a very good jockey, Jimmy Carrion. He's got a reasonable record in North America, and he's come here to pick up on the Saudi lifestyle, but not finding it easy to get the rides. As we said, it's really competitive in the weighing room here, but when he gets the opportunity, he's a cool customer.
Certainly is. He's taken full advantage of it. Let's go on to race 10. Those 3 more races left, Rory, and the quality is now really beginning to boil. We were racing for 95,000 Riyal. It's a Fillies Open, and there are 8 going to post. And Anthony Ennis will take us through the small but select field.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. And yeah, just the 8 runners, but stacked full of quality calibre, as you say, this race for the fillies here. Number 1 is Dream Beers, Camillo Ospina, looking for a double. Number 2 is Libya Me for Fawas Wanas. Number 3 is Dreams Unwind, Alexis Moreno. 4 is Mossa Yeha for Adel Al Faradi. Number 5, Tequila Mockingbird for Ahmed Al Azari. Number 6 is Mistrix for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 7 is Amani Al Khail, Abdullah Al Hussein on board her. And number 8, Capitulation for Mohammed Saeed. So 1.25 miles, 2,000 metres. As you say, big prize money up for grabs here, and a field full of quality. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And yes, field full of quality, if not with the quantity. I thought the key thing about this race is the jockey booking. Dreams Unwind, Alex Moreno's on board. Mossea Adel Al Faradi's on board. Now, if you track back through Mossea's form, used to be ridden by Alex Moreno, they turned, went with Camillo Ospina, and now they've gone back, and instead of going to Alex, they've gone to Adele, who had ridden this horse previously.
Yeah, and Alex is on Dreams Unwind, who's a lot harder to fancy in this contest.
Very interesting to see that selection. So let's start at the top. Dream Biz, horse number 1.
Yeah, has a rating of 66, Dream Biz, and although she's capable of winning, she's only 1 from 25 in her career, and again, this looks a tough ask, because there's a few of them are very closely related in behind the top 1 or 2 here, but hard to see Dream Biz winning, but there's a place to be picked up here for horses of her ability.
You know the race she won? Guess who was riding?
Go on, tell me.
Camille Ospina was on board. Hasn't ridden her since. Jumps back on today. I'm sure it's because there's not a white stable runner to ride, but I think it's very interesting that he's back on board today. Libya Me, number 2.
Just running with 7th on her last 3 starts and running just respectably. Was behind Dream Biz last time out. Although was giving Dream Biz chunks of weight there, so actually should turn the tables on these terms.
Dreams Unwind is horse number 3.
Yeah, split Libya Me and Mistrix when 8th in an 1800 metre fillies open last time out, but that form isn't good enough to win this. Another one who's sort of fighting for 3rd place, it appears.
Mosea is horse number 4.
Yeah, it looks an absolutely clear pick, Mosea. Different class to these from what we've seen, and comes here in very good form. Beats Default Protection, of course, in distance, non-winners of 4 last time out. This is easier. It should be plain sailing for her.
Crazy race last time that she won, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
There was a lot of stewards had to get really dig deep into that one. Tequila Mockingbird is horse number 5.
14 and a quarter lengths 4th to Jumanat Al Reem in a course and distance open 2 starts back. Was behind, well behind Mr. Jumbo last time out in a race where the first prize was a car.
You love to see it.
It says that if you look at the prize money, it says prize money for second, 45,000 real. Prize money for first, car.
You love it. You absolutely love it. Mistrix, horse number 6.
Yeah, the first one I ruled out here, Mistrix. Again, she's won from 14. In her career, but just not running particularly well at present and hard to fancy.
Looks really well though in shot there, and this is Amani Al-Khail.
Yeah, how does she look?
Not looking as well.
No,
not
she
looking
doesn't look
well.
particularly
Unfortunately,
well.
she came behind Mistrix, which was always going to be difficult, but she looks a bit woolly and very weak in behind.
She looks ready for a break, and she's won from 25 in her career, so difficult to fancy.
And Capitulation is horse number 8.
Capitulation is probably the second best of these, well behind Mosea when 10th 3 starts back, which gives you an idea of the task that she faces. But she's run well in both starts since, finishing 4th to Palermo in a course and distance open last week. A repetition of that, I think, will see her in 2nd.
Came from a mile back to finish 4th behind Palermo as well, didn't
Yes,
he?
yeah.
So Capitulation should be interesting here, but no, I can't look past Mosea, who looks to be a good thing in this one. Shamila, do you agree with us? Are you with Mosea as well?
Thank you, Callum. I am absolutely with Mosea in this race. I'm just trackside here as the jockeys have mounted their horses and they are going down to the start. And Mosea and Adel Alfaredi are just going past us now, and she looks absolutely stunning. I don't think there's any beating her in this race. And if anyone was to beat her in this race, I think it would be her stablemate, horse number 3, Dreams Unwind for Alex Marino. We know that the Almondale stable is very, very strong. Naif Almondale and Faye Han are a fantastic bunch. They know how to buy horses, they know how to train horses, they know how to turn them out. All their horses look absolutely stunning in the parade ring, no matter what race it is. But I really like the look of Mosea. I don't think she's going to get beaten. She's the highest rated in the horse. She's the highest rated horse in the race at 90. First last time out, super consistent this season. I don't have anything bad to say about her, and I don't have anything bad to say about anyone else in this race, actually, so no padding negatives for me in this contest.
Thank you, Shamila. I'll tell you who's great, who's just joined us. Ed Rarfield has just joined us, probably in the midst of celebrating Lethal Talent's hat-trick for the boss, Jimmy Jerkin.
Yes, Ed will be very happy with that really impressive win for her. I'd be interested to know what's, well, I was going to say interested to know what Jimmy's up to at the moment, but it's his life. He can take a week off if he likes.
Absolutely. We're going to have a look at the replay here. This is Mosea winning last time out in one of the most dramatic races we've seen here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, she's had a switch sharply to the inside here and runs on very strongly to beat Default Protection. This is a non-winners of 4 race. Now she's only got up. She was lucky to win this race. It's a 3-way go at the line, and the horse that finished second, and the horse that finished third interfered with the horse that finished second, allowing Mosea to get up on the far side. Didn't look like she'd won it the first time as well. And to be honest, in a fairly run race, she'd have been a half-length second, half-length third rather, in that contest. But that's much stronger than this, and she only needs to repeat that form to be an easy winner.
Looks like an ideal opportunity, doesn't it? This is Capitulation going down to post. We're going to have a look at that one's last run as well, behind a very talented horse who was first time up here in Saudi.
Yeah, this is a very good performance, comparatively speaking, for her, finishing from well back to be 4th to Palermo. Palermo was making her debut here. She had very good form in France last season, and she ran a cracker to win this. But good late work from Capitulation to get fourth. Never really looked like winning the race. And she's run up to her mark and finishing fourth. If she runs the same way again, she'll be in the frame here.
She certainly will be. We're looking at Mistrix heading down to the stars as well. Looked quite nice in the parade ring. I was really shocked at Mani Alkale. I think that is a big panic negative for me. Mistrix just going down to first. There is a Mani Alkale. This by Magic, just a very small, weak individual as well. Dreams Unwind. I think Alex Moreno is going to have the bit between his teeth in this. You can just see him heading down to post now. Aboard horse number 3. Just come into your shot there. I think it'd be desperate to win this race.
Yeah, I don't think, but again, I don't think it matters how desperate you are to win a race like it doesn't.
He's only human though, isn't he?
No, I know that. Yeah, it doesn't increase his chances of winning.
No,
in a manner of speaking, if you're riding a horse without an obvious chance and you're desperate to win, unless you're desperate thinking tactically, how can I win this beforehand? If you're in the moment and desperate to win, it tends to see you making worse decisions than you would normally. But if you're thinking about it beforehand and going, right, I'm on an outsider here and I'm not expected to win. What can I do to switch things in my favour? Then maybe. But he doesn't want to be cutting up the likely winner here. He doesn't want to lose any friends with that stable. So I think he'd be just trying to maximise his chances of finishing in the frame.
And Naif Al-Mandir will want to maximise his chances of finishing in the top part of the Trainers' Championship as well. Just seen himself knocked out of the top 5 in our very helpful graphics that we had to show you midway through the show. So hopefully he can get himself a winner here, and you'd be very brave to go against him here, wouldn't you? Is there anything you can see who can be a difference maker in this?
No, I think Moussia is capable of running to a mark of around, certainly the high 80s. Even if you disagree with the mark of 90, but nothing else here looks like running beyond 70, and that makes it look just literally impossible to look away from her.
So if we were doing the without field, who would you have without Moussia in here?
Capitulation.
Capitulation.
Yeah.
I quite like Dream Biz, for a sneaky place to get into second.
Well, I thought Libya Me was more likely. I thought Libya Me would liable
given
finish in front of Dream
weight,
Biz.
wasn't it? Yeah,
was given lumps of weight last time, and now is at level weights with Dream Biz. So I thought if I had to find the first 3, I would go Moussia, Capitulation, Libya Me. But thankfully, I don't have to find the first 3. So
you don't have to find the first 3, but just seen Ed Raffield commenting back on the YouTube chat. Still recovering from my Frankel's win, but happy with Lethal Talent as well. So great to see that his celebrations went long into the night with Ed Raffield and the whole team based in New York. And hopefully, Ed, it's got a little bit warmer, because I remember you saying you were freezing on a train station only yesterday. So hopefully you've got yourself inside. You can enjoy these last few races in the comfort of a nice warm home. But they are beginning to circle round at the start here. We can't see a way past Moussia. Shamila can't see a way past Moussia. I'm imagining Enzo won't be able to see a way past Moussia. So when we all got together last time, we came out on top with Lethal Talent. Hopefully we can keep the trend going today, because it would be slightly embarrassing if we were to get beaten here. Anthony Ennis can take us through this cracker of a tense race on the card.
Will do, Callum. Yeah, it's hard to see past her, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't want to field against her. She's got that rating for a reason, and she should be just too good for these, but we never know what might happen in horse racing. We've had lots of shocks down the years. So there are loading up. This is Mistrix in the blue and yellow there. You can see the jockey Tariq Al Mansour. Dream Biz. Camille Speeder's got the visor on here. Might be expecting some kickback. She's got the inside draw. So 8 runners, 2,000 metres. Running for first prize of 47,500 Saudi Riyal. That is Tequila Mockingbird. Used to race over on the shore in the UK once upon a time. Now you can see the jockey on Dreams Unwind going forward. And Moussia, they're almost there. We're ready, and they're off. They've jumped away then. Dreams Unwind got off to a decent start. Moussia as well got off to a fairly good start as they go through the first 300 metres. Right up there too is Dream Biz on the inside the red. Now coming across, Mistrix, who has raced prominently before, is up there as well. Dream Biz towards the inside is handy too, and they go ahead of Dreams Unwind, who's racing in 3rd place. And then Moussia just drops in behind with the black and white on the cap. Behind those on the inside in the dark blue is Libya Me as they race towards the end of the first 400 metres and just come across onto the main track, leaving the chute behind them. The leader is pressing on here, Mistrix by 3 lengths to Dream Biz, who sits in second position. Dreams Unwind is next in the field towards the outside, number 3 with a noseband. And then on the outer is Tequila Mockingbird, a couple of lengths back to find Mossayea at this stage. And then the black and or dark blue and yellow of Capitulation is out wider of those. The yellow cap of Amani Al Kale is next in the field, and towards the back, very dark blue for Libby Amy as they make the run then towards the end of the far side. Still pressing on the leader, going a decent gallop here, 59 kilometres per hour for this distance. They're not hanging about. Mistrix has a narrow advantage still to in second place Dream Biz, and then going well on the outside is Dreams Unwind for Alex Moreno. Going 4 wide is Tequila Mockingbird, had a horrible trip throughout. Then behind these, we're looking for Mossayea, who's beginning to get going, back in about 6th place, but work to do. Is caught in behind Capitulation as they make the turn, and then following those is Libya Me. Dropping away as Amani Al Kale is right towards the back now. Now turning for home. And up front, still with the lead on the inside, is Mistrix, who leads to Tequila Mockingbird in second place. Then comes Dream Biz. This Mossayea has got a bit to do. She's now beginning to warm up, though, towards the outside. She's got a few legs to find, but we know she finishes strongly. Capitulation wants the inside run, and here she comes now, Mossayea. All of a sudden, she kicks in the afterburners, and she's roaring past them all. Capitulation through on the inside for second, but Mossayea, she's a class act. She had to work hard. She kept us waiting, but she'll win going away for Adel Al-Faradi. Mossayea a bit too good for Capitulation in second. Tequila Mockingbird back in third place. Just for a moment, if you didn't know her run style, you'd be concerned at halfway, but she's won it with that late finishing speed. Doesn't do more than enough. Mossayea, 2 minutes 08.07 seconds, wins by 3/4 of a length only. Second, number 8, Capitulation, ran really well on the inside of these stars. And third was number 5, Tequila Mockingbird. 4.85 the result. She had to work pretty hard. But she knows where the winning line is, and she is Mossayea, who wins for Adel Al-Faradi.
He celebrated his 600th winner here only a few races ago, and he has now ridden another one. And it is Adel Al-Faradi doing it the hard way, really, on Jcsa, who gave us all a bit of a fright down the back straight.
Yeah, it took a while to hit top gear, but it took her a while to hit top gear last time as well, in better company. They went faster than they could sustain here. They didn't necessarily go ridiculously fast for the winner, but not many of these are capable of maintaining this kind of gallop all the way through. And although she didn't travel best, she came home best. And that's the most important thing.
She did. She does all her good work in the home straight, and once she got rolling and was pulled out wide, and you could just sense that it was a matter of time before she hit the front, and she did. Capitulation rallied well on the inside, probably ran an even better race than last time, but you could just see where those two are. Capitulation in the yellow silks and Jcsa in the green silks without the cap colour. He's running just bare capped in this one, but as seen pulled wide, Adel Al-Faradi is just... It's only a matter of time now. She lets down now nicely and goes about her business in good fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't so much that she finished like a train as the others were bound to get tired. It was just a case of making sure that you kept going on her and keeping them in sight. And she was always going to come past them when that was the case. Tequila Mockingbird coming back to a bit of form to finish third there. But I can say the winner's done it nicely. The winner, was thrown in and has rather scrambled home in the end, with Capitulation closing again at the finish. So it wasn't an impressive performance. She wasn't at her best, but it looked a gift, and she eventually took the gift.
There's the one point where Dreams Unwind, you'll see in front in the green colours at the moment, so the leading green stable runner looked quite dangerous.
Yeah,
travelling quite strongly on the outside, and Dream Biz was bang up there as well for a while.
Travelled very sweet. Travelled so sweetly that fooled our producer into thinking that she was the selection. I said, well, this would really easily, wouldn't it? So you're looking at the wrong horse. But yeah, she travelled up really well, but she didn't find anything when asked, and that was a little bit disappointing, given she's got the ability to travel strongly into the race. Her response for pressure was limited, and you wouldn't be that keen to be with her next time.
Tell you
on
what,
that showing.
It's good to get this camera angle. Look how far Adel Al-Faradi is going to have to come wide. He's right on the rail. He's pinned inside of Capitulation. They're going to both finish on either side of the track at the end. So it's wonderful to see at this stage where they are, and they're going to switch completely.
Yeah, I wonder if he wasn't on the horse that was fully expected to win, I wonder whether he would have kept going with a real run. I think when you're riding something that has an outstanding chance of winning, and you think you might get stopped in your run if you go for the rail. In fairness, I probably didn't have enough horse to go for the rail at that stage.
Capitulation
moves across and goes there, so he's forced to go wide. But I was wondering, if you had the choice there, you'd probably go wide in a horse you thought had a stone in hand anyway, because the most important thing is not getting stopped in your run and knowing that you got the class to come through. But in the end, his mind was made up for him, because she wasn't going well enough to take the gap on the inside. Just had to come wide. She's got the run. Capitulation wasn't stopped in her run. I thought maybe she was slightly unlucky first time around, but actually the gaps have opened up nicely for her, and it's only in the last 50 yards that she begins to close again. So there's no sense of her being unlucky, and I think the winner idled late on. It was maybe even eased a fraction, but yeah, she made hard work of that.
Yeah, Tequila Mockingbird got first run on them and was probably the second worst out the stalls. The worst has to go to Mani Al-Khail, who missed the kick completely. But Libya Me, they put the brakes on straight away, coming out of stall 2 as well.
Yeah,
so
that should have set up
back of the field.
It should have set up for Libya Me as a result. But sometimes when you take a pull at the start, the message the horse gets is, oh right, okay then. I'm not,
well, I will slow down.
I'm not meant to go very fast. I'll happily stay like this. Whereas she was conserving energy off a fast pace. She should have been able to go on at the finish, but she didn't really at all.
No, she never really got involved.
Never really improved her posse at all.
No, but you can just see Mistrix, who looked lovely in the parade ring, having a really good time out front, and you can then see Tequila Mockingbird is going to be the horse that gets first run. And it's interesting to see where Tequila Mockingbird comes from, because she's in that right at the back of that first group.
Yeah, she's in 4th place there, close enough to strike, and she's able to get first run on those who've beaten her. But I can see why Mistrix keeps drawing you in. You look at her, oh, she's run a cracker today, hasn't she? She's run a cracker for most of the race,
yeah, that's it.
Which doesn't really count in the long run. You look at her ratings, the ratings are an indication of what she's actually achieved. She looks like she's going to do a lot better in most of her races, but because she races with her heart in her sleeve, you know, she catches your eye, but she doesn't really have much left at the business end of her races, and that's par for the course with her.
Well, we must move on to our penultimate contest, and this is a really interesting affair. A JCSA challenge for 3-year-olds and older, and Anthony Ennis can take us through this cracking bunch of runners and riders.
As you wish, Callum. Yes, the field here of 16 this time for these fillies. As you say, a JCSA challenge race. Number 1 is Shakra Sultan for the wingman Wigberto Ramos. Number 2, Darnat Alasail, is ridden by Mohammed Aldaham, picks up the ride, and he's looking for a double. 3 is Malowa, Rayan Altawesh. 4 is Ayadat, Abdullah Al Fayrouz, looking for a double as well. 5, Ebrak, Mohammed Al Hubail. 6 is Anna Al Almas for Louis Morales, also in seek of a second winner today. 7, Najmat Al Mahafil for Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 8, Anud Al Moghtara, Eddie Castro. Over the page to find number 9, Abayat Al Mohammedia for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 10 is Lahil or Lajil Thati, Abdullah Alorfi. 11, Wasam Al Riyadh for Alex Moreno. And then we have number 12, Batulat Victor Gutierrez. 13, Shajwa Adel Al Faradi, looking to ride another winner. 14, Tandoof Abdullah Al Rashid. 15 is Latin Tariq Al Mansur. 16 is Lama Al Zulfi for Ali Al Mutib. So full field here, no scratchings. 16 of them. Fillies going 1,400 metres for the JCSA Challenge, Callum.
Yeah, really good race, Enzo, and that's what they're going for here, the JCSA Trophy. Seen that plenty of time since we've been in Saudi Arabia, and we'll start for Shaka Sultan.
Yeah, a player here, not the 75 winner over course and distance back in January. Won a JCSA award over 7 furlongs in Taif by 2 1/4 lengths from Motriksaya. Lightly raced and may have more to come.
Darnat Alasail is horse number 2.
Rated 69, that didn't run too badly 2 starts back, but 2 from 30, and this is a little bit too deep, I think, for Darnat Alasail.
Melewa is horse number 3.
Kitty Melewa. 2 lengths third to Jabba Allah in the Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup over course and distance, and then beaten 7 lengths and won 9th in an open over course and distance last time out. Not out of this.
Adat is a Group 1 winner.
Yes, indeed. Better than ever when beating Mandub Al Riyadh in a 1 mile open last time out. Course and distance winner on debut, been keeping really good company. She ought to be hard to beat here.
Ebrak is horse at number 5.
Yeah, Ebrak was a winner at meeting 20 in Taif, but on balance of form, she has plenty to find here.
Anna Alamaz is horse number 6.
Similar sort of story, not running badly. She's won 1 from her 4 starts, winner on debut, but with a rating of 74, it'll be a massive surprise if she's good enough to win this.
Najmat Al Mahafil is horse at number 7.
Beat a Fasa by 6 3/4 lengths in the course and distance Asia Cup, and then finished 3/4 lengths second to a Motaban over course and distance in a JCSA challenge last time out. So she's in the right level, and she ought to be competitive.
Yeah, she's a nice type, isn't she? And Nud Al Moghtara was the winner last time out.
Yeah, winner last time out, having finished 3/4 lengths second to Pastime in a non-winners of 2 starts back. She won a similar event by 2 1/4 lengths over a mile last time. Drops back to 7 furlongs here, but this is a fair step up in class, and I think Anud Al Moghtara will do well to finish in the frame here.
Obayat Al Mohammedia is horse number 9.
A similar sort of story. This was rated a few pounds higher. 6 furlong winner in a non-winners of 3 at Taif back in meeting 31. Was well held in the Taif Cup subsequently, but did get back to form when 4.5 lengths second to Alamai over course and distance last time out. Place claims on that.
Lajil Tati is horse number 10, a horse we know all about.
We do indeed. I've seen an awful lot of Lajil Tati, a course and distance winner and a non-winners of 3 event 3 starts back. Third to Jabba Allah in the Najran Regional Governorate Cup last time out. That's a solid effort, and would give her place claims again.
Wasim Al Riyadh is horse number 11.
Yeah, was a winner at meeting 67 in maiden company, and wasn't disgraced in the bid to follow up meeting 74. But again, with a rating of 71, this is just a little bit flying a bit too high for Wasim Al Riyadh.
Botulat is horse number 12.
2 lengths behind Lajal Thati when 5th in the Najran Regional Government Cup last time out, had been 5th in the Riyadh Regional Government Cup before that, and again has place claims. Actually, you know, strictly speaking, has a squeak of winning this, but I think more likely place claims from a draw in stall 12.
Shajwa is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Hopefully not unlucky for Shajwa for the Red Stable, second to Jabba Allah in both the Najran and the Riyadh Regional Government Cups on her last 2 starts. So holds Botulat on both of those runs. There's not an awful lot between them. They were pretty closely matched on that, but she comes out just on top. She's about sort of second best of these on the ratings.
I really like Tandu, horse number 14.
Got a little bit more to find, and you need to ignore
that last run.
The run last time out when tailed off 2 weeks ago, but her form in Taif gives her a chance. The question is whether she's a bit of a Taif specialist, also whether she's better at shorter distances. Her best form so far over 6 furlongs, stretching out a little bit here.
Latin is horse number 15.
Listen, Latin knows how to win. Doesn't win very often. Has been there or thereabouts in a number of races that we've seen. But again, her rating of 74 in a race of this class, not receiving weight, gives her plenty to find.
Lama Alzafly is the final horse we'll look at. She's number 16.
She's got a rating of 84, beat Kanja in a not to 75 over 6 furlongs last time out. This is a big step up in class and a small step up in trip. She's only 7th in the Asia Cup over course and distance, meeting 59, and that sort of puts her chance in context.
We've been through them. Shamila's been looking at them. Who caught your eye?
I am walking alongside my paddock selection for this 11th race of the evening. It's horse number 4, Adat, rated 100. Abdullah Elfer has just been given the leg up onto her now, and she looks absolutely stunning. She towers over the rest of the field. So it's hard to not have your eye on this filly in this contest. I absolutely love her. She was really impressive last time out at meeting 62, winning back then. And Talal Ben Shreim has turned up, the racing manager for White Stables, so you always know that means business as well. But I absolutely love her. So let's talk about some other horses that also look nice but are not my paddock selections. Horse number 6, Ana Alamas for Louis Morales. She's done pretty well this season as well. Horse number 10 I really liked as well. And Adel Al-Faradi's mount, horse number 13, Sajwa, I also really liked. As for paddock negatives, I haven't seen any so far. Nobody's getting worked up. Nobody is hot behind the saddle. Nobody is over or underweight. So it's all good and all well all around here in the parade ring. And Adat, she looks absolutely stunning. I don't think there's anything beating her, especially in the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila. There is Adat, and the one word that comes to mind is wow, and she put in a bit of a wow performance on her first appearance back at Riyadh.
Yes, this is her beating Mandub Al Riyadh last time out. She was coming off a break here. She was disappointed on her final start last season, but missed Taif and came back here and just looked all class, didn't she? This was over a mile, but the drop back to 7 furlongs won't bother her here, and again, she just looks to have a little bit too much class. Hopefully she won't struggle home as the winner of the last did, but I'd be, again, very disappointed if she can't get the job done here.
I really like this one. Najmat Al-Mahafil is the horse we're looking at here, horse number 7. Really interesting runner because she has this brilliant turn of pace at the top of the straight. You'll see it in great shot here. Just watch her go. She just sort of shoots to the front.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of up to everyone else to catch her.
Yeah, it's a good place to be able to do that. She hasn't lost an awful lot of ground going around the bend, but shot clear, as you said, she's got solid form. She gets run down.
Khalid Al-Mamoni tried every trick in the book there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was clever of him. He's crossed over the winner, but I thought this was still a good performance to finish 3/4 length second to Motaben over course and distance in a similar race to this last time out. Well ridden. Khalid Al-Mamoni will try to give her a similar ride here again. She was the winner of the Asia Cup over this course and distance prior to that, beating a FASA by 6 3/4 lengths.
Listen, Thai form to look at. This is Chakra Sultan back in meeting 15. It was a while ago. Comes here for a break, but this was quite impressive on this.
This was quite impressive. Obviously, you can even see here the surface is deeper, and she's sort of struggling through it late in the day, but she's got her field blown apart at this stage, and she beat Jcsa in second, the runner-up, a decent yardstick there as well. But she was different class here. I don't think she absolutely loved the surface.
Early season type, doesn't it? You can just see how deep and cuppy it is. It really is hard to get through.
I think she's quite an interesting one. The quicker surface actually, I think, will suit her better. And although she's got a little bit to do in the figures, I'd be loath to rule her out.
Good Lord, she is beautiful, isn't she? Look at that. She is absolutely stunning. Proper postcard type horse there. The two red stable runners, Anud Al-Mukhtara, that was a winner last time out, and Shajwa, who's been second on her last 3 starts.
Yeah, Shajwa, as you said, running very well. In cup contests last time out, those Najran and Riyadh Regional Cup, behind the same horse, Jabba Al has been the winner of those both times. So you'd like to think that connections of ADAT have got a fair idea of what that form is worth. She ought to run well as long as she isn't hung out from stall 13. That's obviously a concern given how some of the races have panned out here earlier on. She's got a better chance on paper than Anud Al-Mukhtara, who's been running well, but running well in lesser company. Was second in a non-winner to 2 a couple of starts back, and then won a non-winner to 2 last time out. Now that's that's creditable stuff, better than maiden form, but this is a big step up, and I'm not sure she's quite ready for it yet.
Horses with differing profiles here. We've got horses that have run in Taif and are now coming to Riyadh with plenty of runs under the belt, and we've got horses who didn't run in Taif who are now coming to Riyadh. What do you prefer?
Well, you've got 3 types, if you like. You've got horses who've been, reasonably active in Taif. Then you've got the likes of Chakra Sultan, who's had 2 runs in Taif, early season, and then given a big break to come here. I think she is capable of considerably better form here. She's a winner here anyway, last season, Chakra Sultan. I didn't think she particularly liked the surface. She was a different class in that race we saw last time out.
Is she one of those where, oh, look at that gorgeous turf course, we'll be on there soon, but isn't she one of those where she ran at Taif, she won that race, and they thought, right, let's pull stumps and just aim for Riyadh. They've seen what she's done. Had she been beaten on that occasion, she might have continued running at Taif, but they've seen her win. They've gone, okay, perfect. Let's give her a break and prepare purely for the Taif season, and they've got a plan in mind.
Yeah, that's a fair possibility. I think connections don't like running their horses too often at Taif anyway, but there's an opportunity there. She's also lightly raced, and I think in order for her to run in bigger contests, they wanted to give her a bit more experience. They managed to do that with a couple of runs there. She was hitting her straps at the end of the Riyadh season last year, so with a very inexperienced horse, you don't necessarily want to give them no more runs until the following winter, and I think that was quite a clever thing to do with her. She is the one I'm worried about here. She's the real dark horse in the field.
So I imagine all 3 of us are going for ADAT in this one?
Yep.
So myself, Rory and Shamila all going for number 4 ADAT. We've teamed up twice before, we've won twice before. Can we make it 3 on the go? And Enzo, will you be joining us?
Yes, I will be this time. Yeah, I don't want to oppose you this time. I think it's going to be, this horse is going to be hard to beat here. They're beginning to get the runners in for our next here. Biggish field again, 16 of them. By the way, just the last race, because she's got 8 in the last now, because Mosta Ish has come out that Ministry of Defence Cup. Right, in goes Ebrak here. So runners are loading. Dark green and white colours, that's number 3, Malorwa for Rayan Al Toesh. Got quite a few in now. So we're getting closer to a start. Here is Chakra Sultan about to come in. Yes, Ayadat does look the class act in this. There's number 6, Ana Al Almas. Has got a white cap for Luis Morales. Distinguish between that runner and with Berta Ramos, who rides Chakra Sultan. Waiting for Ayadat to go. And there is Chakra Sultan, daughter of Mendelssohn. Got the noseband on. And we're getting closer to the start for this Jcsa Challenge Cup. They're running for that trophy. These 3-year-olds and upwards fillies. 1,400 metres here. This horse did look magnificent. Ayadat, as Shamila suggested. The pick of the paddock. She's in. We're just about ready for a start now. 16 runners. Oh dear, Ayadat's getting quite worked up in stall 4, also stall 2 edgy. But the starter wants them to go, they're racing, he's hit the button and they're off. Ayadat wasn't that cleanly into stride. One that broke well inside with Chakra Sultan is there in the black colours, with wider out Anud Al Moghtara is right up there too in the red. Another one that's forward now is Ayadat, who's quickly made up that lost ground at the start, the green cap to go to a share of second place. A few of these caught very wide. Shajwar is one of those, a white cap, the red cap, Anud Al Moghtara is next, and the yellow of Wassam Al Riyadh as they go through the first 600 metres. Just off the pace is Najmat Al Mahafid in the red colours, but the leader is Chakra Sultan. Wigberto Ramos is clearly in a hurry here and leads by a length. But Ayadat's got the perfect sit now in second place, if good enough. Behind those on the outside, the white cap of Shajwar, then Anud Al Moghtara. Towards the inside, Ebrak is now just being ridden along to get closer. Behind those, we have Anna Al Almas as they make the turn. The leader's going well here, Chakra Sultan, and Ayadat is going to have to raise her game to catch her as they turn for home. The front pair are nicely clear. Najmat Al Mahafil is going into a share of 4th place. On the outside, the white cap of Shajwar's running on. This leader, though, may just have given these the slip. That's Chakra Sultan, and the wingman is away. Chakra Sultan is clear. 6 lengths, and Ayadat's got no answers today. Staying on to behind those is Anna Al Almas, but it's all Chakra Sultan. She'll take the top prize in great style. Chakra Sultan is more than a match for Ayadat, who finishes in 2nd place, and they're ahead of Shajwar in behind them. So a bit of a surprise perhaps as Chakra Sultan takes down Ayadat just a moment before the race when Ayadat got a bit worked up in the starting stalls. Could that have been a factor perhaps for her slightly below par run? But well done to the winner, who was taking no prisoners in front. This was impressive. And Wigberto Ramos edging ever nearer 700. Chakra Sultan wins, number 1. Second, number 4, Ayadat. Third, number 13, as we said. Shajwar was 3rd. The winning margin, 8 1/4 lengths. The winning time, 1 minute 24.58 seconds. Chakra Sultan, number 1, beats 4 Ayadat. 13 in 3rd, the white cap.
شكرا لك ميزر. ويجي. Wow, he's back. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm back. Today, mashallah, I have a easy control lead. Wire, yeah. In the 600, I see nobody close to me, so I give it a little break. When I ask him, he give me a good kick. And button, and assalamu alaikum.
Well, Wiggy said he's back, but Louis Morales just said behind me there that Wiggy's always been here. He never left, and that's so true. So great to see Wigberto Ramos back in the winner's enclosure, this time on Chakra Sultan. And we haven't seen this 3-year-old filly of Mendelssohn since meeting 15 back in Taif where she won pretty impressively. But it'll be interesting to see what Wigberto Ramos made of that race and if she preferred the surface here in Riyadh compared to the surface in Taif, as many jockeys and trainers have said that it can be very, very different and horses can take to it very differently, but she's had a fantastic season so far. In her debut run this season, she came second at meeting at 9, so she obviously needed that break since meeting 15 back in July to now, and she looks stunning. She really is a really nice, well put together horse, and it's great for Shala Al-Dehani and Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdul Aziz as well. She had no problem with jumping out of stall 1. She absolutely sailed home and won by a very, very big margin. So I'd say Wigberto Ramos is delighted about that as well. He's just weighing in here now, making sure the weights are correct, and then I'm sure he will be over to us very, very soon. There it is indeed. The Wigberto Wiggle is back, and he's one race closer to 700 wins. So, Wiggy, congratulations, you're one race closer to that 700.
Yeah, one less.
Tell me about this filly. Now, we haven't seen her since meeting 15 when she won.
Yeah, that was the issue, because she ran only twice in Taif, and then they gave her a big break. And today is the first time out. I saw, because I don't work the filly, my body worked the filly, and I saw her coming step by step. And today, I know that she got a natural speed, so I let them go. I was happy when nobody challenged me to the 600. I said nobody come with me, so I give you a little break. When I asked her to give me a good kick and change the lead, and halas, salam alaikum.
And what do you think about the surface? Does she look like she preferred the surface here in Riyadh than she did in Taif?
Yeah. Definitely, the track here in Riyadh is more light than Taif. Today, there was a big difference because she finished strong. And Taif, she kind of wait a little.
And do you think she could go a little bit further? She definitely looked like she was up for it, maybe.
The best distance is this one, Alpha 1,400. 600, I think that she's going to be too kind, and the race went to stop right there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Wiggy.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, she doesn't need to go any further. She can keep doing this at 1,400 metres. She is absolutely blitzing, Rory.
Yeah, this is a good performance. I said she was the dark horse in the race. The way she won last time out, marched her down as a sort of a high 80s filly. But as I said to you, I thought she's won that despite the surface. I think she's a lot happier on quick dirt here. You could just see the way she was going through it. She was labouring a little bit. She was different class to her rivals, so she wasn't able to show just how much better she was. On this surface, she was produced after a break, fit enough to do herself justice, and Wiggy rode her as if she was going to see the chip out well, getting to the front early from Adat. I don't think we saw Adat at her very best here. She just held on for a second. She's a lot better than those behind her.
She got very fractious in the gate. They were keen to get a loaded last, but there was an interesting moment where Wiggy was trained to also be loaded last. They both were clearly thinking that was the best place to be, and we're now seeing winning connections here. These are the connections of Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz as well. And what we have to make sure we mention about these owners is that right now we're seeing some serious firepower coming out that we didn't see at Taif, and we're beginning to see it Riyadh. I'm just thinking of Off the Map as another one of these horses in these silks who looks a real threat, and they're currently sitting at about 5th.
We're seeing some useful acquisitions again. Seeing the start here, gets away brilliantly from stall 1, straight into the lead and straight into a clear lead as well, about 2 lengths clear after 100 metres. Adat gets away well into second place, but as you said, she was getting fractious in the stalls, and I don't think that's helped her chances. She's run a bit on her nerves, I think. So although the adrenaline was pumping, that helped her get away and get into a good position. She's not seen her race out as well as she could. And to be honest, nothing changes from here. The first, second, and third at this stage end up being first, second, and third. I might have the wrong way. The other way around. But first, second, and third now yes, is how they finish in the end. And yeah, there's not much of a story to be told here. Shakrat Sultan got to the front, was closed down briefly by Adat, who's sitting there ready to pounce, but You can see the signals coming out now from the second that she's in a little bit of trouble. Abdullah Al Farouz pushing along now, and she's losing ground on Shakra Sultan, who goes away at this stage. And from this point onwards, the runner-up Adat is just dropping back a little bit. Her class sees her hold second place, but she hasn't quite run to her form. Even if she had, this winner might turn out to be very, very good indeed, though.
Let me tell you something right now. I'm no fortune teller, but Camille Ospina's going to be on Adat next time round. There will be no doubt that Camille Ospina will be on that horse next time. I'm not sure what people have to say regarding who gets the rides, but when Camille Ospina, when they'll be watching that and they'll go, oh, we kind of missed it at the start there, we missed the kick, although she wasn't.
Well, she was, in fairness, she was straight into second place. She didn't miss the kick.
But she missed it compared to this absolute freight train.
Yeah, nothing was going to match the winner for early toe. She absolutely pinged the gates and was soon well clear. As you can see with Adat, I mean, she was running on empty in the finish. Her action was not as smooth as it should be, and she clearly just wasn't. A, probably wasn't quite ready for this, but B, didn't help herself by getting upset in the stalls and probably running on adrenaline rather than the way she should run the race. Should be better next time out. But again, I wouldn't want to see her turned out really quickly in the back of this, because it ends up being a slightly negative experience for her. So she needs to get over that.
And she's a big filly as well, so she'll take some time to get over a race like that. Special shout out to Shajwa, who came third today out of stall 13. That's now form that reads fourth, second, third. Very good and a great horse to have on your side, and another one for the Red Stable after Lethal Talent's success earlier in the card. But we must move on to the final race on the card. It is the Ministry of Defence Cup. It is a local Group 3, and Anthony Ennis will take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, feature race time. Thank you, Callum. 8 of them in the absence of number 2, Mostahish. This is the Ministry of Defence Cup, a local Group 3 for fillies and colts. These are 3-year-olds here, just the one filly in the lineup. Number 1 is Adat for Eddie Castro and Jeff Woodruff. 2 doesn't go. 3 is Cardano for Mohammed Aldaham. Late scratch, I'm hearing. Kareem is out as well. So that means we are down to 7 because 4 Kareem has now come out. 5, Rustom Basha for Alexis Moreno looking for a double. 6 is Wakadar for Camille Ospina looking for a double. 7 is Medbars for Asil Al Sahani looking for a double. 8, Marsoum Al Nayef for Khalid Al Mamoni. And 9 is Alamay for Rayan Al Tawash. And now without 2 and 4, Mostahish and Kareem, just a 7 for our feature race. They're going over 1,600 metres. It's the mile for our feature race, Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. It is our feature race, and despite the fact that we've got a field of only 7, it's still a crackerjack of a contest, isn't it, Rory? Because we've got plenty of horses here who've come here off the back of good performances previously.
Yes, it's a shame we've lost a couple in the race, particularly Mostahish, who would have been a contender. But yeah, no deadwood in this race. A really, really interesting contest.
Not at all. We'll start from the bottom and work our way through them. Adat, horse number 1.
Beat half a 6 1/4 lengths in the course and distance open last time out. Was a maiden winner by 4 lengths, 2 starts back. Has a bit to find on form, but is improving.
Number 3 is Cardano, horse number 3, rated 88.
Yeah, won 2 on the spin here last season and returned to action hasn't returned to action as yet. 2 from 4 last season, coming off a break, was second to Medbas in a 7 furlong 0 to 90 on her most recent start. Was a 5-length winner of a course and distance Jcsa award, 2 starts back, but obviously held by Medbas on last season's form.
Yeah, that is the concern, isn't it? That International Jockeys Challenge form. Rustom Basha is horse number 5.
Rustom Basha won a course and distance non-winners of 3 in early March. Then beat Kareem a length and a half and a non-winners of 4 over 6 furlongs. Was below his best in a couple of starts in Taif, but better suited by this track where he won 3 in the bounce last season, so not ruled out.
Yes, we can also see Wakida is horse number 6, the White Stable runner with Camille Ospina on board.
Yeah, another who had a reasonably full season in Taif, winning a 1 mile Jcsa challenge at that track. 2 3/4 lengths second to Lela Doro in an 1,800 metre Jcsa award last time out. That's a good performance against one of the better horses around. Was receiving 4 kilos that day, and this is a tougher task in a race like this, only receiving 2 kilos weight for age.
Medbath is horse number 7.
I don't mean weight for age, I mean Filly's Alliance, obviously. Medbath, yeah, an absolute superstar. Has won 3 on the bounce, has done 1:39 and change over course and distance, as have a couple of others. Cardano is also capable of doing that. But beat Kareem 3 lengths, giving it £1 in a 0 to 90 in an International Jockeys Challenge 2 starts back. And then beat Wardat Al Maydeen rather, by 2.5 lengths in the Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup last time out. And had that race absolutely blown apart 2 furlongs out. Either tired or was geared down, or a little bit of both in the last 100 yards. Otherwise, that would have been a 5 or 6 lengths win. Hugely impressive and makes Medbath very hard to beat.
Joanna Mason rode Medbath in the International Jockeys Challenge race, and I know she was very, very excited about the prospect of him coming back this season, because he was very impressive then, and then went on to even bigger and better things after that when running back in the regular season.
And on the subject of Joanna Mason, she's been in winning form today.
Oh, there you go.
Home.
It's all happening.
Hopefully, now that she's got off her winning ride, she's on to YouTube to watch this horse in action.
Absolutely. Marsoum Al Nayaf, very impressive last time out.
Was very impressive. Won a course and distance maiden 2 starts back, which would need a fair bit of improvement, but improved a fair chunk on that to win a 7 furlong open last time out by 7 1/4 lengths, beating Mandubal, Riyadh and Hasbi. This is much tougher, obviously, but clearly improving at a rate of knots. Marsoum Al Nayaf, so hard to rule out.
Alamay is the final horse we have to talk about. This bay gelding 3-year-old was a mighty impressive juvenile last season.
Yeah, won the Ministry of Education Cup last season. All three of his career wins have come at up to 7 furlongs. That's the question mark here. Stepping up to a mile. Won a local open over 7 furlongs out by 4.5 lengths last time out. Was only 13th behind Medbath in the King Abdulaziz Cup, stepping up in trip on his latest start. So that's a little bit of a question for him. Beat the likes of Mahrut last time out, meeting 70 when coming back to the track. So he's got fitness on his side. He's ready for this, but he's got to prove his stamina for a mile.
Yeah, here is the Marsoum Al Nayaf for horses coming into this looking for the hat-trick. This is a massive, massive step up in class, but you can only find out how good you are by running in races like this. So all credit to Connections, who have Marsoum Al Nayaf, and we'll hopefully pan back and look at Alamay, who I saw just behind me, looks like a big, imposing type, and is exactly that, typical white stable, but not from the size that we normally know them being involved with. So it'll be interesting to see how this one gets on. But again, it has to be mentioned how impressive this horse was as a juvenile, because he won a maiden and then was stepped straight into the Ministry of Education Cup and absolutely bolted up in that. Found things tough in 2 Group 1s after that, but started the season with a bang as well. Shamila, you're in the parade ring. I bet some of these look cracking.
Thank you very much, Callum. It is our last race of the day, and I'm siding with the only filly in this contest, horse number 6, Wakida for Camilo Ospina and the White Stables. She was second last time out at meeting 59. We haven't seen her since, and she is hoping to add another victory to her name today. She's coming up behind me now. She is acting a little bit spicy in the parade ring, getting a little bit on her toes. However, I don't think that's too much of a worry. As soon as Camilo has got on board, she's behaving herself a little bit at least, and hopefully she loads really well and doesn't boil over, because I would love to see a filly beat these colts in this contest. Other horses that I really liked is horse number 8, Marsoum Al Nayaf. If she wasn't to win, then I would really like Marsoum to win under Khalid Al Mamoni and add he last time at meeting 73 he won, and the time before that, so it would be 3 in a row for him if he was to win today. And same with the other horse I liked, horse number 1, A Date, 2 wins in a row for him previously under Eddie Castro and Jeff Woodruff. So that would be great to see. However, I do have my fingers crossed for Camilo Ospina in this last race of the evening.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Here is the horse they all have to beat on paper, Medbath, who we're going to have a look at in action right away. This is the win in early November. Was it a win in early November? It was the win at the back end of March last season. This was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, middle of March rather than earlier. This is his last run of the season, though, Medbath, when winning that Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup. And as you can see, the race is over at this stage. Already 5 lengths clear with 200 metres to run. And I'm trying to work out whether he gets a little bit tired later on or whether the jockey, I mean, he's still getting reminders at this stage, whether the jockey really gears down inside the final 100 metres when he knows the race is won. But actually, it's only close to there you go. He celebrates there 50 yards out, and then the horse is closed down late. Was getting a little bit tired, but he's made a massive move for home early on there, and had the field in all sorts of trouble. Maybe he hasn't quite got the scope of one or two of these in terms of sheer size, but a lot of quality about him physically.
Here's Alan May winning first time up this season. Had the run under her belt, had the run under his belt, I should say, and was very good when he did it. He just kept pouring it on this in this contest, and we've seen a couple of these runners in behind him have really taken this race. Really hit them quite hard.
Yes, you see the second and third both run arounds in behind the winner, and they're. I
think the third one yesterday, didn't he? I'm just seeing that horrible head carriage again.
Marut.
Yes.
Yes.
Marut is on fire.
Okie dokie.
Marsoum Al Nayef is horse number 8, and this horse is looking for the hat trick. This was very impressive last time out.
It is. It certainly was visually very impressive. He's won this by 7 1/4 lengths. This being a 7 furlong open contest. Slightly awkward head carriage, Marsoum Al Nayef, but clears away impressively to win. The only downside to this, given this is stepping up into a Group 3 company, the time's not great. The time's about 2 seconds quicker of the race we've just seen here, which is obviously a very high quality race. But in fairness, he couldn't have done it an awful lot easier than that, and you'd certainly want to give this horse a chance stepping up in class, but on times there's quite a lot to find.
He's earned his place at the table, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. It wouldn't be at all surprising to see him come up short here, but when a horse is improving like that, you've got to give him the chance and strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, it's a really interesting contest. Only a small select field, but you've got so many angles to look at. I think Alan May is a horse for me that just has so much scope to improve, and I'd love to see him do something impressive. But it's very hard to go away from Medbas, who was just. I mean, the jockey's up in the stirrups, giving his best Paul Moir impression.
Yes, he is, rather, isn't he?
In the last time we saw him in March, so. First time up this season. He was beaten first time up last season, but that was his first run of his life.
Yeah,
so
exactly. And
it's very hard to kind of crab him on that.
He took massive steps forward with every run last season, and you wouldn't want to start making an argument that he's not the type to go well fresh. He should be. He looks fit enough here. Listen, it wouldn't be a surprise to see him a little bit shy of the very best form they showed last season, but he still stands out here. He's been very much on his toes. He's not
just
getting
keen there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been on his toes for a while now, but he's not sweating particularly. Just a little bit between the legs, but nothing to be too worried about. We've seen a few of these awash with sweat today, and he's not like that. He's just keen to get on with things, but he doesn't want to be wasting energy. She's calmed down a little bit now. Wakida, she was getting well again. I'm not sure whether that's a big deal. They're sort of throwing the odd buck in the parade ring, but we'll go to Wednesday.
I think it's a dodgy deal for sure. Let's go through selections here. Medbas for myself and Rory. I imagine, Rory, you with me?
Yes, I'm going with Medbas.
And Wakida for Shamila. So 7 for Rory and me, and 6 for Shamila. Anthony Ennis for the final time. It's been a pleasure working with you as always. Who do you like here?
Thank you, Callum. Yes, likewise. It's been a good fun to spend some time with you and Rory and Shamila today, and everyone watching on YouTube. Yeah, they're about to load. I've got to stick with the favourite here, or would be the favourite, I'd imagine, which would be Medbas, who certainly is my favourite on ratings anyway. 106 rating, as you say, that's big, isn't it? And suggests that he has got loads of ability, as we saw recently. So yeah, Medbas, I think. But you've got to respect to Wakida as well for Camillo Ospina, who can produce some magic moments on this track. That's what they're running for. Fabulous trophy for the Ministry of Defence Cup, the local Group 3 here. And sadly, we've got these 2 non-runners here. Mostahish is out and Kareem is out. We're down to just 7 runners. It's all about the quality in this race. In they go. Distance-wise, we're going the mile here, 1,600 metres. As we tick round to 5:20 local time, 8:20 local time for our final race of the day. This is Cardano, who's just been turned around once. He's going to go in. Will it be a chance for Medbas to dazzle under the night sky here at Riyadh? There he is, number 7 in the background. He's about to go forward along with number 5, who's just facing the wrong way, Rustam Basha. Trying to get Medbas to go in. Number 7 is now in. still waiting for Marsoum Al Nayef to go forward. As they get Rustom Basher in. Alex Moreno. 2 out now. Green cap, Wakida, Camille Ospina. And then it's going to be number 8, Marsoum Al Nayef. In the dark blue with the orange hoop. Just backs away. Need the blindfold to go in here. Marsoum Al Nayef has had one look already. Falls handlers don't normally win the battle with these horses, and is in. We're set. And they're off. Starter hits the button and they're racing for our feature race over the mile, 1,600 metres for the Ministry of Defence Cup. One of the first to show up in the centre is Rustom Basher. Goes forward to lead here to Cardano. The red colours racing in a share of second place. With towards the inside Ayadat, that's in the light blue. Just off the pace, the green cap of Wakida in about 5th place. Up on the outside, moving forward now is Medbas, who's in the maroon with the white cap, the red sheepskin noseband. Wider of those is Alamay in the white and red colours under Rayan Altoesh. Going very wide now is the grey Marsoum Al Nayef, is caught out 6 deep right on the top shelf. Just off the pace Cardano, and also Ayadat is towards the inside, the two-tone blue. So they are making the home turn then. We're already approaching halfway, and now one off the rails is Medbas in the 2-path with the stars on the sleeve, just nosing ahead to Rustom Basher on the inside, the grey sleeves. To the outside, Alamay is in 3rd. Then the wider out is Wakida, the green cap, still very deep on the course is Marsoum Al Nayef, who's covered all the extra ground as they turn. Medbas now shaken up here. The grey on the outside is making ground. Is Marsoum Al Nayef. Despite the horrible trip, he looks a danger too, and Medbas could be in trouble because Marsoum Al Nayef is laying it down. Behind those is Wakida, the green cap. Medbas looks well beaten. It's Marsoum Al Nayef in front by a few lengths. They've still got 150 metres to go. Staying on to get second now. That is Wakida, the green cap, and then comes Ayadat. But this grey is clear. This is Marsoum Al Nayef. The performance of his life to win the Ministry of Defence Cup for Khalid Al Mamoni. Marsoum Al Nayef brings the upset. Wakida was second, and home in 3rd place was Cardano. Maybe a slight surprise to some of us. That was some performance, though, from this grey Marsoum Al Nayef. Surely a career best to win today for Khalid Al Mamoni, who gets his first winner of the day, a welcome winner too. 2nd place. That will go to Wakida, and 3rd, Cardano. So the winning time, 1 minute 39.49 seconds. The winning margin, 5 3/4 lengths. Confirming the result again. First, number 8, Marsoum Al Nayef. 2nd, number 6, Wakida. And 3rd, number 3, Cardano. Disappointing from Medbas, but Marsoum Al Nayef wins the feature.
Well, that is a turn-up. Watch this replay because Marsoum Al Nayef, who was only a maiden 3 starts ago, has absolutely bolted up. Really, really impressive. Has done that well and has made it 3 wins on the spin. That was a win in meeting 52, a meeting in meeting 73, and now a meeting today. Rory, turn up.
Yeah, big improvement. The maiden that he won 2 starts back wasn't anything special, and the time was, I think it was north of 1:42, which is a pretty slow time. Over 3 seconds slower than this. Stepped up markedly when winning an Open over a furlong shorter last time by a wide margin, and is clearly stepped up again.
We're just seeing them jump away from the stalls here, and you knew for pretty early on, Medbas, who had got quite het up in the preliminary stages, is clearly keen to get on with things, and maybe is paid for that with lack of race fitness late on.
Yeah, he's moved up reasonably early, going well, Medbas, but he's just doing a little bit too much. He was on his toes beforehand. This was his first run since March, when he was very impressive in the King Abdulaziz Cup, and of course it's his first run in his proper 3-year-old season as well. So he was entitled to win this, but I think he was doing too much. He got to the front briefly, but no sooner did he got to the front than the other challengers were coming from further back to take him on, and he was clearly in trouble and wasn't going to figure in the finish. And off the turn, Marsoum Al Nayef was clearly travelling very well. You know, you can point to the times he's done in his last 2 races and say they weren't good enough to win this, but his rate of progress has been remarkable in those races. And as I was saying pre-race, when you've got a horse that's improving as fast as this, you don't look at the bare ratings, you don't look at the bare times. You say, this is a horse in the form of his life and really going forward. Give him his chance at a big race. He's been given that chance and he's taken it in a really impressive style.
What really caught my eye was we talked about this horse before the race as if he deserves his chance at this. He's not going to win, but he deserves his opportunity to run here because they should give it a try. Well, we've been proved completely wrong.
Well, listen, he's got exactly the same profile now as Medbas had last season. You know, Medbas won 3 starts ago. It was just a fairly ordinary contest. Then he won a 0-90 handicap. I know that was a red-hot handicap. And then he went on to win a Group 1 on his next start. No one said it was ridiculous that he would win that race. And that's exactly what Marsoum Al-Naif was doing at a slightly lower level. He stepped up from a maiden, gone and won an Open really impressively. 7 1/4 lengths last time out an Open company over a trip that's probably short of his best. And then he's taken that big step up again to win this Group 3. But yeah, he's really flying, and you've got to just be with these horses when they're in that kind of form.
I tell you who else is flying. Shamila paid a paddock pick that I was furious about. Absolutely furious about. Who was it? It was Wakida. Wakida. I put a big cross next to Wakida. It was on 2 legs most of the process in the parade ring. But you picked out Wakida, and Wakida's ended up finishing 2nd. So I'll know my place, and I will sit down and be quiet.
Well, actually, I was surprised that she came 2nd because she seemed to be drifting back a little bit. But Marsoum Al-Naif just dragged her with him to the front. I mean, I was really impressed by her and impressed by Marsoum Al-Naif as well. I mean, I thought the same as you guys. Like, it's a step up in class for him at least. I didn't think that he was going to go and win this contest at all, but he's done it so impressively. I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, he has done it well. Now, Rory, where do you go next? Because Marsoum Al-Naif, all of a sudden, is he at the top table? Is he has a top table contest?
Listen, if you win a Grade 3 or Group 3 like this, you're by definition at the top table. Cup contests all the way for him, and obviously it may well be that he plateaus and he finds it harder from this stage, but that's just the way the game goes. You've got to go where you can do when you're in this sort of form. It may well be that this was just a really good opportunity for him, and he happened to catch this race at the peak of his powers, you know, as he's improving here. But again, he's won by a good margin. He's shown a really good turn of fit to get to the front, as he did last time. He really shot clear of his field last time out, and he just might be a hidden talent. Still got a slightly awkward head carriage, as you can see in the finish there, but it doesn't stop him going forward, and it just shows that he's still a little bit immature.
He might be a hidden talent, but we saw lethal talent rattle off the hat-trick in race 8. Rory, your highlight on the card today, and what a performance for the Red Stable and Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, good to see Jimmy Jerkins get another winner in the same colours as obviously last week's big winner, Mai Frankel. She was really impressive. She had a big chance on paper, in fairness, but she took it in great style to bring her total now to, I think, 10 wins from 18 starts here. She's hugely consistent, and she was never in trouble there, was she? Her main dangers got themselves in bad positions earlier on. She was chased off the home turn by 2 or 3 who really had very little chance of beating her, and she just cleared right away to win in spectacular style.
Just look at the way Ahmed Al-Sharar is riding her, though. Full of confidence. He's just sitting there as if I'm on the best horse in the race. I'm going to swag my way clear. Shamila, you'd know more about the jockey than we do. He's riding with such confidence, as we see on the replay. But what's he like as a person out there?
As a person, I don't think he's like the most confident jockey in the weighing room, to say that, but when you're on a good horse like that, for a good trainer like Jimmy Jerkins, I mean, that would put confidence in absolutely anybody. So yeah, it was great to see him go over the line.
Yeah, he really is just a talented young jockey, and I think Jimmy Jerkins had found a star there, and he's got to ride with that pressure. And for me, that's what's so impressive, is he's guided that horse who clearly everyone thought would win, but he's just done it and made it look so simple. Shamila, Wigberto Ramos, 600 winners, looking for 700 winners, ticks one off the box today. He'd been very quiet for about 3 weeks, and now he's back with a bang.
He has indeed, and you know what, I got a little bit emotional interviewing him when he received his saddlecloth, because he was saying, you know, he's getting older and not getting as much opportunities as some of the younger jockeys are getting, but I mean, he's just great. I mean, he's great for the sport, he's great for Saudi Arabia. Everybody looks up to him like a bit of a dad in the weighing room, so I hope he does get those 700 winners before the end of the season.
What's what's wonderful about him, Rory, and I'm sure you agree, is the way he goes into such detail in his interviews and how he can describe not just I was on a good horse, but how the race panned out.
Yeah, and also gives you details that you wouldn't necessarily expect. We spoke to him early in the season. He was talking about a filly he was riding who would be better at this track because she had a turn of foot and the surface at Taif was too deep for a horse like that, whereas the faster dirt surface here would suit horses like that. And you learn a little bit more about racing here when you speak to Wigberto Ramos, and that's great to see.
Yeah, I think he's very proud to be an ambassador for the industry and a bastion of the weighing room. We have to move on, though, to tomorrow's action, and the good racing comes along tomorrow because we've got a contest here called the Prince Faisal bin Khalid Abdulaziz Cup. Now, I know we haven't all looked at it ahead, but it's a 2-year-old race, and I know Rory's looking at me with fear in his eyes. I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up. Laila Elem, do you remember the really exciting 2-year-old filly who blitzed the clock?
Indeed, yes.
She runs tomorrow, first time up here in Riyadh. She was beaten in the Taif Cup for fillies in a really good race last time, but she comes back here. Rory, I'm sure you're very excited to see her back on the track.
Very much looking forward to see her. She was a bit of a star in Taif and also had the physical size and scope to do better here as well. So very much looking forward to see her.
And the White Stable have had a bit of a quiet week. Let's be honest with it. They've not had the success that they're used to having, so it'll be good if one of their star fillies can get them back on track, Shamila.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought they were going to win with Wakita today, to be honest, but they have had a quiet week. I think that they can all admit that, and they haven't had as many runners as they usually have every weekend. So yeah, it'd be great to see them back in the winners' enclosure.
Camilla Ospina did get himself a winner today. There were no doubles for anybody. Everybody just getting single winners, but at least Camillo got on the board quiet yesterday.
Yeah, it was nice to see different names on the winners' board as well, with a couple of the top jockeys missing. So some jockeys who wouldn't normally be making headlines showing what they can do this week, and that's nice to see.
Asil Al-Seharni as well, back in the winners' enclosure after his big ban.
Yeah, it was like Farwell's one. He's just bouncing off him, isn't he? Farwell's was back off his big ban. Now remember, tomorrow we don't only have the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup, we've also got the primary championships of the Racecourse Cup, where we know how good those two contests tend to be. There's one for the thoroughbreds, there's one for the fillies, and there's also one for the colts as well. So there's plenty to be excited about, including a good Arabian race too.
Yeah, it looks a really good card, so I'll be studying that when I get home and getting up early in the morning to get more of it as well.
Yes, late night study for us, early morning for us too. Please join us tomorrow for Super Saturday. It was a fantastic Friday afternoon worth of action. We've seen some really good horses, plenty of hat-tricks on the track, and hopefully you can join us to see some more top quality action tomorrow.